Good morning, everyone, and welcome once again to, well, it's day two. We're back here again at the Hertz Nitro Model Car Club, and day two of the J5 Racing Memorial for the Carl Jackson Foundation. And we're about to get started. Qualifying is complete. We've got 10 teams this year, which is fantastic. So many people coming out to pay tribute to Carl and everything that he's done for all the locals here at Hertz Model Car Club. So just posted a little preview on Instagram and Facebook for RC Racing TV and Control Frank. So check those out. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that good stuff. So thank you very much for joining us this morning. Oops, sorry about that. That was an errant headset just falling as I was shifting the television. You know, it's the normal sort of RCTV sort of production here, I suppose. But we've got 10 teams out in the pits. Well, we've got a few anyway. And they're coming out. You can see them approaching there. We've got a pit cam. That's refueling on the left side there. Obviously, the main straight, the pit straight of the track. It's on the far left. Repairs going on the right. Well, not just yet, but that'll come in time, I'm sure. We've got Jim up in the camera tower. Slightly longer day today. We had 6 hours on the electric track yesterday, and that was actually really close racing. Last year's endurance race was, you might call it a bit of a blowout by the lead team. I think it was J5 Racing, but I'm not sure. I can't remember actually who won. In the end, it doesn't really matter. It's just for bragging rights until the next race, isn't it? These fun races, but this time it's got a bit more of a serious message with this endurance race. Again, like I said, it's benefiting, organized by J5 Racing, which is Carl Jackson's sort of brand, his little effort that he started putting together sometime last year, and Carl was actually racing at this race last year. I think it was a much longer. I want to say it was 8 or 10 hours. I can't remember how long it was. It was quite a long time. But I remember I didn't have too hard of a time because I was basically just chatting with the various team managers for most of the event. And because the field spread was so huge and there weren't that many teams, well, certainly not as many as 10 teams like we have this time. There was quite a big spread from the top team to the second to the third and so on. But this time we have 10 teams, which is great. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 team sheets here. So we have various teams. We've got Team WRC+1. We have Hertz RC Models, which is features Jim, who runs the shop and is chairman of the club. Hertz RC Racers, the HNMC Newbies. The Odd Bods, Team Nemo Desperado, so we have 6 info sheets here at least. You can see the view from our. This is going to be our moving camera view. We see the pit lane and rostrum to the right there, and it's a very large and intricate and very long track. We're going to have timing on the screen, and every now and then we'll show you the total laps, but it's mostly just about having a lot of fun driving. It's a different type of racing, endurance racing. It's not sprint racing, so a lot of these drivers, they're not going to be quite used to racing in this sort of format. Some of the guys who've been to Euros and national events be a bit different, even for them. Although they're used to racing for 30 and 45 minutes at a time, potentially, depending how high up they get in the rankings, I suppose, at the events. I know got the Nemo sheet in front of me, and we've got Kevin Brunston, who I've actually known for quite a while. He's back from his HPI racing days. He's been running Nemo for quite a while. John Hazelwood not here. I think he's in Spain in Buggyland, where we're also having sort of a co-broadcast with those guys there. They had a very long day yesterday of qualifying in the lower finals. So if you're really on your game, you'll have maybe a laptop open with our stream or the Buggyland stream, and maybe on your TV or a tablet or your phone or something like that, you basically have both RC Racing TV broadcasts going on at the same time. And so you can swap from one to the other. Endurance racing is a different beast than the normal kind of racing that you might be used to on RC Racing TV. There's our list of teams. Got 2 J5 racing teams. South Coast Misfits, we don't have a sheet for them. Cool Runnings, it's a good one. And I think that's the 4 teams that I don't have sheets for. So the ones I mentioned, obviously they're there on the screen. And we'll have this screen pop up every now and then, and we'll be able to see what the row ball time is. You can actually see me there just underneath. I'm just going to wave. Where's my hand? There we are. I'm waving there just underneath the live timing above the Herts RC models. So that's me in the commentary booth. Jim up there in the tower. James in the... Hello, there we are. Hi, everybody. Hope everybody's having a nice day, a nice weekend. We had a very... I won't say very good weather, but we had decent enough weather yesterday, and it looks like it's kind of carried on from where it ended yesterday. Slightly muggy, but we expecting a little bit of warmth to start creeping in. So here we go. These guys have had an hour of qualifying time, and it's all about the finish. So they had... Oop, someone's flamed out already. It's a 5th place car of Hertz Club Racers. I imagine they'll be able to get out there. It's not super important to be on pole. It's just more about just consistent lap times and finishing and not braking too often. So in a sprint, more of a sprint race, or like a... Okay. And of course, this being a fun race, happy to wait for that car to get restarted. And we're counting down. 5, 4, 3, cars down. And they're off. Here we go into the first corner. So we'll just follow the lead cars for a few laps. Just keep it nice and wide. Again, these guys, you don't want to crash, well, basically ever, but it's not a race-ending calamity if you do crash in the first lap. And there goes 1 or 2 cars over on their backs. You got 4 cars that got flipped over. So we're following lead car here. So it's a very, very long and complex track. There's many jumps and sections. There's no sort of option lines where the track can be shortened. Got this brick paving section. There's 2 timing loops. One for the BBK system and one for the LabRC system. So you'll be able to follow the timing live on HNMC. That's Hotel November Mike Charlie in the NATO phonetic alphabet. And that's hnmc.liverc.com. So you can click through there and find the live timing, basically. So that's another device you can have running. You can have that running on your phone, have a tablet running this or laptop, and then on the big screen you can have Nick, Ash, and Zach from Buggyland in Madrid. And we've got the J5 racing team, who we're following now, coming towards us on screen, now turning away from us, going into the very tight section there. They are already about a third of a lap ahead. Now, they actually won yesterday. It's a slightly different team. There's a couple of guys who were racing the Nitro that were racing Buggy yesterday. But they've got two teams in this one, J5 Racing. And they've got their gazebo up. And we'll have a little explainer talk about J5 Racing. And we'll talk to a lot of people who knew Carl Jackson. Because, again, this is a J5 Racing memorial meet here at the Herts Model Car Club, and we'll get into all that as the race settles down. Obviously, these guys are going to be coming into pit every few minutes, probably every 6 to 8 minutes, depending on the engine and the driver. Everybody running their own car, and we'll get into the details of all of that as the race goes on. We have 7 hours of this endurance race to explain everything that's happening and get all into the history of the club, which Carl Jackson actually helped get started. Not just on the electric side, but on the nitro buggy side as well. He's very well known, very popular, and very well loved RC racer here at Herts. So we learned quite a bit about Carl yesterday from some of the people who knew him the very best, from his stepson, Callum Niblett, who we've talked to and seen quite often, actually, at various RC Racing TV coverages. And we'll get into all that as the day goes on. Like I said, we have 7 hours of racing to talk over, and there's plenty of stories that we can get into. So we've got car number 2 of J5 Racing Team 1 is out there. The Nemo Racing team, waiting for them to come across at some point. And they have just crossed. JS Racing Team 2 running in last, but between the J5 Racing Team 1 and 2, we've got Team WRC, the car number 4, running second. Herts RC Models running in third in car number 6. And the Herts Club Racers in car number 5, running fourth and fifth. We have the Herts Oddbods, and then we have Cool Runnings. The HNMC Newbies, the South Coast Misfits, and then we've got Nemo Racing and Team 2 of J5 Racing. You know, a little bit of a discussion happening there of who owns which bit of track. So handily, we've got a driver and body shell list. So we'll just discuss until we get someone actually coming into the booth here to talk with us. We'll just discuss briefly and just how this is working. Obviously, we have 10 teams, and there's up to 8 drivers on each team. Some of the teams have just a few. Some have 7 or 8. Let's see, the Herts RC Racers, there's only 5. There's 5 in the HNMC Newbies and 5 in the Oddbods. 6 racers in the Nemo team, and 2 or 3 have 8. So basically, everyone is running their own car. So it's not a single car running 7 hours for each team. So you basically these guys got together and go, okay, well, who wants to be on our team? Let's get a team together. Everyone is running their own car. So the way it'll work is if you're running, let's see, 7 hours. Let's get a calculator out here. 7 hours times 60 minutes each, and if you're running 8 drivers, it's 420 minutes, and that's just under an hour of racing for each driver and car, importantly, because in sort of traditional endurance racing, you're running one car, and we have seen this. We've seen this with cars, with RC cars in the past that run an hour, run 6 hours, run 24 hours even, and we've seen, it basically helps prove the durability and endurance sort of credentials of the car, doesn't it? It's really cool, but it really, really wears out the car. By the time you get the car back after running it 24 hours straight, it's not going to be the same car anymore. You're going to have to replace most of the plastic pieces, if not all of them. All of the bearings, all of the metal bits will need to be replaced. Everything's going to be worn out, basically. Yeah, sure. All right, hi, Nikki. All right. All right, fabulous. No, I'm missing some from J5 Racing, Cool Runnings, and the Misfits. Those 4. All right, hi Nikki. I'm just talking through the basics of for the listeners who are watching. So I'll just wrap that up, and then if you just pop that on. So basically, yes, everyone's running their own car, so basically they're running about an hour of total runtime, ish, depending on how many drivers are in the team. And basically, it just means that you're running about the same amount of wear and tear on the car as they would on a normal club weekend, basically. So instead of running 6 hours or 7 hours on your own car that you paid for, you're only running about the same amount of time as you would anyway if you came out for a club race. So that's just the bare essentials. But we've got Nikki here from Herts RC Models. Is that the correct sheet for you guys? All right. Okay, let me make sure. Can you talk again? Okay. Yeah, James, can you turn on the second microphone, or second headset? And I don't know if, I'm hoping he can hear me. Because all the controls are in the van behind us. Okay, I don't know where James is, so might have to. Can you just say something real quick again? No, I can't. Well, I'll just have to pop out real. Actually, if you mind just sticking your head in the back of the van, and if James is back there with the camo RC hat, RCTV hat. Sorry, folks. We're. I think James didn't want any echo from me talking with with a pair of microphones. But we'll get this going. And, well, basically, that is the... All right, okay. Right, well... Okay, if you don't mind, in a few minutes, and I'll see if I can flag him down. If you see him, you know what he looks like? Yeah, okay. If you see him, then just say that we need the second microphone switched on. Okay, thanks, Nikki. So you didn't hear her probably, but that was Nikki from the Herts RC Models team, and we'll start to get some people in and talking about Carl and there's James coming back. I don't know where he's been, but trying to wave James down, but he's not there. So anyway, we'll see who we've got. Let's follow the second yellow car that you're on, Jim. These guys coming. This is the final chute, and then the brick paving going down the main straight. Keep it a little bit wide so we can see more of the track. The first corner is all concrete. Then we have a few jumps of AstroTurf, and then hairpin, well, kind of a hairpin, and then a few jumps going away from us, and then this section here. Trying to come up with, I can't remember what I called these last year, so we'll just come up with some new names, shall we? It's very, very tricky sections. That's obviously the wooden tabletop, or the tabletop, but this is the final chute. Timing loop in the brick section. There's a couple of brick sections. Well, they're kind of attached in reality, but the brick section just after these AstroTurf jumps, obviously it's connected, but to the other brick section, but they put up the barrier. Sorry for the dead air, just messaging James. Okay, so, oh, wow, big gaggle of cars here. So this is the classic clumping. There's 10 cars on track. It's a huge track. It's a very, very, very large track. And here's these 5 cars all together. Well, 4 on screen, but there's another just ahead. Yeah, he's broken away a little bit. Very tight section now. Steps, and then the tabletop, and coming around towards the final chute, towards the line. So J5 Racing still there in the top spot. WRC running second. I'd say WRC, I don't want to say it's an up-and-coming brand, but it's one of these sort of smaller brands, and they seem to have gotten an injection of funding somehow recently. And they've been expanding a bit. Been doing all right. So not sure what happened to the JS Racing Team 2 or Nemo Racing. Nemo Racing must have something must have happened in that first few laps, but they're not going too far down. We'll check out what the live timing says on hnmc.liverc.com. That's the live timing website for the club. And as you can see from the timer there, we're 14 minutes in. 406 minutes to go. So yes, we've got JS Racing Team 1 on 18 laps, and we have the next 4, 3, 6, and 5 number cars are on 16 laps, and then the next... all the rest of the cars, well, basically everyone's just a lap apart. But JS Racing, whoever's running for him at the moment, that's the Nemo car. Okay, so here's something that's quite handy, actually. You can tell that number 1 Nemo car, that's not number 1. That was the car 1 of Team Nemo, and running... in the yellow is Danny Lewington. So we have they have some team info sheets that tell us the names of the drivers, and very importantly, what car, color, body shell they're running. Very handy. I mean, the ideal would be if they're all running the same color body, but that wouldn't work. I suppose maybe if all these guys are running the same car, then they could, but you know. They're not doing that. Everyone's running their own individual car, which is fine. So while we're talking about Team Nemo, I can tell you that they've got the Kevin Brunston, who's their team leader and their 6th driver. They've got the over 40s Euros European Championship 3rd place finalist, and that's Kevin. So it's kind of weird to be talking about someone that didn't quite share the track with him, but did help him out a bit when he was when he used to race touring car, and not in any way on the track, but you know, just in general. Yeah, so Kevin, they're now the over 40s 3rd place A finalist. And I believe that's from this year, or possibly last year as well. I'm not sure. But yep, Danny Lewington. Next driver up for Team Nemo, who we're following right now, is Ryan Donovan, who is another one who used to race, I believe it was Nitro Touring car, of course. We're going to try and keep track of the racing order as the time goes on. About maybe every half hour. So I'm not sure actually if they're. I need to get Jim in here to find out if they are doing the forfeits, because we did have that yesterday and it was quite fun. Drivers using basically slick tires on the AstroTurf track over on the electric side, which is just to the very, very far right of where our moving camera is. And he's getting a bit out of shape there. So you can just see out of shot there now. But very briefly in shot was the electric track, or the top bit of it. They've got 3 tracks here, actually 4. There's this track, which we're on right now at the Herts RC Club. Obviously a very large nitro buggy focused track. And on the other side of the pit area is the getting caught up there with Danny. Caught the pipe, flipped over, and another car came along and gave him a little tap. No harm, no foul though. But there's the electric buggy track, which we saw all the action yesterday. So if you have 6 hours of time to fill during the week, give that a watch. And then on the other side, well, immediately adjacent to the 10th buggy track is the what they call the bashing track. There's a couple of jumps there, and it's basically just a big, wide open area for people who want to just have a go with the car and just get out and run some jumps. Maybe drive up a very tall wall. It's at least a dozen feet high. It's 3 meters or so. And then there's also an RC crawling track, which is we saw a couple of people on yesterday, which is quite cool. It's basically lots of stone steps, and there's rope bridges and wooden bridges and all kinds of obstacles, and it's a proper trail that you can follow along. I think it would probably take you I don't know, at least half an hour, 45 minutes to walk along and drive it and everything, if you're good, and your crawler truck is capable. But it's pretty cool. It's all built into the side of the hill, so it doesn't really take away any space at all from the racing tracks. And it's all separate. These are all separately accessible. Of course, everything now running 2.4 gigahertz, so there's no chance of frequency conflicts or anything like that. Come from the days of needing to jam a colored PVC pipe in the back pocket of my jeans to be allowed to run on the track. Like, who's on brown? Who's on red? A shout out if anyone remembers those days. So we'll just have a look in the live chat on RC Racing TV, and we'll see who's out there and what's going on. So Lenny Biles is out there. Go Team Misfits. My dad's going to win. Come on, Oddbods. Says Innovate Hen. Good luck to all the teams. Says Niblet RCs. That must be Callum. Go Team Misfits. Go on Nemo. Good luck to all. And B. Wingfield says Misfits going to lose. Oh, wow. Okay. Getting a little bit aggressive. So who are you cheering for then? And let us know in the live chat. Okay. Right, so we're approaching 22 minutes completed. Looks like Team WRC is fallen down just a bit. Oddbods and Hertz RC models have moved up a space each. think actually Oddbod's moved up a couple of spots. Herts RC Racer, Herts Club Racers, and then we've got Nemo Racing slowly moving up the order. Remember, these guys very, very close together on track, and in the overall so far, they're only, if we're looking at J5 Racing Team 1, they're on 28 laps. Herts Oddbods on 26, tied with Herts RC Models. And then we've got Team RC Models, Team WRC, sorry, on 25 laps, just about to complete that. Nemo Racing and Herts Club Racers both on 24. The Misfits, J5 Racing Team 2 and Cool Runnings, and all on 23, and Newbies coming up on to finish their 22nd lap. J5 Racing, a couple of laps ahead, doing pretty good. So we're 23 minutes in, and we've got action in the pits basically constantly. Because these cars are with 10 cars, all racers of different ability. They're going to be coming into the pits pretty much all the time. Let's see if we can find, we followed Team Nemo for a bit. And the next sheet that I've got handy is the Misfits, the South Coast Misfits. And they are car number 9. And where are they coming up? They are about to finish their lap, actually. They're one of these cars that's just about to finish. 8 is coming in. 5. I think that's 9. Okay, so Jim, the second of the 3 cars that's coming towards us now, I think that's car number 9. Oh, and he's just gone over. Oh! A little flip. So, let's see. Jim, we're looking for car number 9. So I think it's the next car coming over the steps and into the tabletop, I think. Is missing a number on the right, on the left side of the car, but coming at you now. I think this is car 9 coming over the timing loop. Yes. Okay, so this is the Misfits. And let's see if we can identify, let me see if I can figure out. So we've got, looks like we've got white, orange, and blue. White fluoro blue is white, red, black, white and white. So I think this is John Haynes. John, interestingly spelled with a J-H-O-N. Very interesting. So the Misfits car coming over the second paved section and over the tabletop. Coming through the final chute towards the line. A little bit of a weird bump going into that. Oh, going into the pits. Let's follow someone into the pits here and see what they're doing. So it's just a simple refuel. Oh no, a little bit of a retune. Let's stay with it because we're trying to follow each of these teams for a good amount of time. Looks like there's a bit more than just a retune. The driver's actually come down as well, so we might have to pick up someone else. It's the next car past you right now. Let's see who this is. Car number 3. Going down the main straight now. No windows painted on it. So car number 3, that is the Herts Oddbods. We have a sheet for them, which is good, so we'll stick with them. Follow this car around for a few laps. So we've got yellow, red, clear, orange, black, white, black, black, green, black, yellow, yellow. Yellow, red, and clear. I'm going to guess that this is meant to be the orange and black car of... is that Mike Walker? I think, or Mike Waller. So their description of in the team notes is a ragbag team of random oddbods. So you couldn't ask for more. So coming towards us now. And into this very technical section. What's going on with the camera, Jim? It's very herky-jerky. So Oddbod's actually running in third place. We've got the Misfits, the Newbies, Cool Runnings, all waiting. Maybe they've had a pit, or maybe they've had a driver change. Maybe that's what was happening with the Misfits earlier, doing a driver change. But we don't really know. We don't know the strategy of the individual teams until we actually get someone in here from the teams. If there is any sort of strategy. It could just be as simple as, okay, you run for a tank and next guy runs for a tank, next guy runs for a tank. I would imagine it could just be very simple as for an 8-driver team, you run half an hour, the next guy runs half an hour, and so you basically get that's your roughly hour or so of running. So this here's the Oddbods. Mike Walker on the controls for this one. Ooh, flipped it over while I was looking away. Coming across the paved section now, the brick section. Got 2 timing loops there. Got a backup system and the main timing system, which all well-equipped clubs will have. This technical section takes up a lot of time, of course, so it's very, very important. It's a good section of a very large section of track, big concrete domes making up the corner markers. And obviously this being quite a bit different than the 10-scale electric track, which is all AstroTurf and features lots of signature jumps that the track for electric is made up of fire hose, basically, that's been filled with sand and can be fairly easily positioned. And even if it does get hit with a good whack by the electric cars, it's not going to really shift all that much. It's just going to shift over maybe just a few centimeters, a couple of inches. But for nitro, you need something a lot more robust. That's why these big orange drainage pipes, they're basically screwed or nailed into the ground. They just drill a couple of holes and then punch a really long screw through it so it holds into the dirt. And if you do that enough times, especially in that section there, you might double it up like you see there. As long as the cars don't go driving into them full speed, you can see some of the dark little nail heads sticking out of the pipes in that section. As long as they don't get hit full speed constantly, these pipes will be quite robust for the racing action. But the slight drawback is they're not very easily repositioned. So that's why you see the nitro tracks like this one here. Basically, they don't get shifted around very often. Sorry, just taking care of a wasp. I'm hoping it's been taken care of. I think it was a wasp. I hope it wasn't a bee. Bees are good. Wasps are not. So J5 Racing still running in top spot. Herts RC Models. Then we got the Oddbods, the Club Racers. WRC has dropped a little bit. Nemo Racing still running 6 at the moment. 32 minutes. So it's it wasn't completely taken care of. Now it is. Sorry, bit of a mild panic there. Move a sheet of paper and there's a wasp that you hit. I'm angry. Right, so let's just note down where everybody has been sat. So got J5 number 1. 41. So Cool Runnings running last moment. Hopefully they can improve things. Then we've got the HNMC newbies. And the Misfits, who we tried following, they must have been doing a driver change, and that's why it took a little while. These guys have to run swappable transponders. And then J5 Team 2. Then the Nemo team. I'm sure they're going to be counting on a couple of their semi-pro racers to be moving up the order. And then we got Team WRC. And then the Club Racers. And then the Oddbods. And then the Herts RC Models, which is basically the shop team. Herts RC Models, of course, is the associated shop with the place, with the club. Jim, one of the driving forces of the club, sits on the committee. So I think we've got a pretty close battle still on track between the Herts RC Models and the Herts Oddbods. It's cars 6 and 3, so we were following car number 3 for a while. I think we still are. So somewhere, if we zoom out, Jim, somewhere ahead of him on track, we follow the track around. That car there should be car number 6 of Herts RC Models. And it is not. It's car number 1. Okay, well, still, that's Nemo Racing. Okay, so sorry. It should be the next car behind, actually. The next one of these two cars coming across will be the Herts RC Models, I'm going to say. It's car number 6 again that we're looking for. It's that lead car, I think. No, sorry, it's the third of these 3 cars. Now let's follow them for a bit. Confusingly, we have the Herts RC Models and Herts RC Racers. So this team is made up of Nikki, who we attempted to speak to earlier, but I'm sure we'll get her back in. We've got James Clark, Aaron Knights, Lee Carlton, Nikki Knights, Jim Thompson, Wayne Buckhorn, and Steve Johnson. And let's see if we can identify who is actually driving right now. As we're about to come across the timing loop once again. Just making sure we are on the 6. I'm looking at the right car because the numbers are very similar. So it looks like white, yellow, and black. Yellow and white, black wing. I think this is Aaron Knights running right now. Yellow and white, yeah. So this should be Aaron. Lead car. That one there. So 37 minutes in. We've just gone into pits. Okay, let's see if they're refueling. That's Nikki there. And we just swapped away to, to the pit cam. Didn't quite catch him on the actual pit cam. It's just not got the angle, but it's all right. So there we go. That's Aaron back out. I'm not sure of the relationship with Aaron and Nikki. It's kind of tough. I need to find out from one of the locals what the step up and the other steps. Okay, so we have a, yeah. So you can see some of the pit action happening there. Drivers coming in for their next stint. And cars waiting to go out. So we're following the second place team of Herts RC models at the moment. The shop is actually completely packed full of RC stuff. I saw one of the I'm not sure what they're called. I guess the RC trikes that was popular a couple of years ago. It's like, very tempted. But, one of those with the big driver figure and like the tuk-tuk sort of chassis, solid axle rear end, and actually it may have been independent suspension, but basically one front tire to handle the steering, but rear-wheel drive only. Very interesting. Quite cool, I'm sure, to play around with. It looks like everybody's out running now, so that's good. You can see all green lines going across the screen. You see the oranges coming up. That just means they're about to come across to finish their lap. If it goes red, that's when the computer goes, this car might be missing. Might be stuck out on track somewhere, or maybe have a pit stop. Ooh, nice pass, but got tangled up. It started off well, got tangled up there. It's obviously a WRC car. The marshals, as you can see, wearing not just high vis but also gloves, because there's lots of hot moving items on these cars. Herts RC Models team coming around again. Just saw Nikki go and marshal that WRC car that got mixed up with her car, or with Aaron's car. Okay, so let's see if we can find the car number 5. Herts Club Racers. They recently started their lap, so there's somewhere. I'm about to go into the middle bit of the lap. I think it's maybe this pink and white car. Not the pink and white car. But number 5 is what we're looking for. I think it's this one just going into the pits now. Let's see what they're going to be up to. This is the Herts Club Racers. Looks like they're doing a driver swap. So let's see how efficiently this may be working. That is a power tool going in. I think it is a driver swap. They're swapping over the transponder, I think. And then moving it to the next car. So I think they're doing it's attached to the wing. And then it's they're just doing a wing swap basically, and then plug it in so it has the power, and it can talk to the timing computer. Looks like they're nearly done. Next car is just top up the fuel, and it's been running for a few minutes already. Let's move over. The car is out on track, Jim. The one that just came out of the pits. Number 5. So it's one of these 3 or 4 cars. There's a little bit of a trackside argument gets sorted out between the drivers. On track. So it's gone down a position and lost it to, looks like Oddbods has popped back up, but still looking for the car number 5. It might be number 5. It's kind of hard to tell because even though the numbers, most of them are running 2 numbers, on the left side of the car where there's a big fuel window opening for the refueling, they're not running a number on that side. So ideally, it'd be on the side dams of the wings. Oh yes, okay, that is the 5 with the yellow wing going in the first corner. Ooh, getting almost a grip roll there. And then coming towards us on the AstroTurf jumps. And then away and into that dirt corner and into this tricky technical section. We'll call this the J5 section because there's lots of J5 benders there. How about that? So it makes it a little bit easier for us, hopefully. And then coming towards the Herts RC section because there's lots of benders for that. And the steps over the tabletop. Final corners here. And the short chute towards the brick paving, and then over the timing loops once again. Let's see where that puts them. That was their 51st lap. So just ahead of them on track is the car number 3 of the Oddbods. And ahead of both of these, just over a lap, is the Herts RC Models team in that car 6 we were following earlier. J5 Racing team number 1 still, well, now 4 laps ahead of everybody. Herts RC running in 2nd. Oddbods running 3rd. Club Racers running 5th. So we're starting to get a little bit more of a spread now. So it's got 57 laps for the leader, 53, 52, 51, 50. 2 cars on 49. And we got 43, and then 36 and 34. Full runnings and newbies. Haven't been out on track in a little while. Fastest lap so far is, let's see. fastest. But I can say that the, let's see, 29, can't quite see. I see a TQ was set by Nemo Racing. That was Kev Brunsden. Qualifying was done over an hour with everybody just basically just running as fast as they can. And doing your best 3 consecutive laps, and Kev Brunsden nailed it. Got Nemo Racing with that car number 1 sticker. And they're slowly creeping back up into contention. Now running in the top half of the leaderboard. Still with the car 6 of, no, not car 6, car 5. Let's see if we can figure out who is actually driving. Let's see racers. Newbies. I think this is the club one. In this one, we've got Ed Lee Jones, Paul Fitzpatrick, John Nemi, Toby Nickel, and David Rose. David, I'm told, is one of the younger racers, fairly new to the racing scene, but if I remember correctly. Got a bit of a repair happening with that car number 10 of the newbies. Let's see if there's on a sheet for them, see who that is. Pink, purple, and yellow. That is Luciano Pini. We're still following on the moving camera. We've got the club racers, but there's our overall results at the moment. As you can see, J5 Racing Team 1 leading handily with 4 or 5 laps ahead. Here you go. Chuck those on. And so there's our overall times. So as I was saying, Herts RC Models on 57 laps, 56 laps for club racers. Nemo Racing now up into 4th, moving up, just passing the Oddbods. Team WRC, then JS Racing Team 2, then the Misfits, then Cool Runnings, and HMMC Newbies. So, hello, we have a guest. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Great. Fantastic. So, introduce yourself to the world on YouTube.
I'm Henry Tomkinson. I'm with the Herts Oddbods.
All right. So, yes, we were following you guys earlier.
Yep. That was me.
That was you with the
yellow and red.
The all fluorescent body. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Okay. So you guys you describe yourself as a ragtag team of random oddbods, right?
Yeah. Well, that wasn't me. That was.
Oh, okay. So someone else wrote that, not
yeah,
you.
I know.
So Henry, how old are you?
I'm 11.
You're 11. Fantastic. And how long have you been racing?
A year.
Just a year.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Okay. And so you're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Who brought you here today? Is it your dad?
My dad,
brother?
yeah.
Your dad?
Well,
okay.
I can't marshal, so he's marshalling for me.
Oh, well, that's handy, isn't it?
Mm.
And so how long has your dad been driving model cars around?
Well, he started driving 1/16th, I believe.
Yeah.
1/16th or 1/4. And then when I came 8, we came up here camping during COVID.
Yeah.
Heard some races going on. We went up to the shop and bought ourselves a MP9 ready to run Kyosho.
Right. Okay. Not a bad car.
Well, broke a lot.
Yeah, but whose fault was that?
Mine. But after that, I got better and better, started improving. Went to e-buggy, came second in a snow race.
Very cool. Was that here or somewhere else?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And then then I got a Mugen and started racing Mugen ever since.
Very good. And that's what you've been running now?
Yeah.
Okay. And how many is everyone else on the team running the same car?
No, so we have
just
3 Kyosho, 1 X-Ray and then 1 Mugen, which is me.
Okay. And is your dad racing or is he just marshalling for you?
He's just pitting and marshalling.
Oh,
But
okay.
next year he will start racing.
Okay, so he's relatively new to it as well, but he's obviously he's is he as quick as you?
No.
No.
he doesn't even know how to do the jumps yet.
Right. Okay. So were you able to just nail him from the start, or did it take you some practice?
Well, I've got a video of me in 2018 at this track, not doing any of the jumps, and I've made an edit of it. So and I did that clip video.
Yeah.
And then I put in where I am now, which is I finished 42nd in the Winter Series
Very good.
for the buggy, and then second place in the juniors.
That's really good. Oh, so I mean the Winter Series sounds like it's a pretty well packed out group of racers.
Yeah.
I imagine they're all going to be fairly regular club racers, and that's pretty good. So you guys are camping out this time as well, or you? Okay. Yeah, it's a pretty decent camping facility here. So there's a lot of space for people to set up with tents or RVs and stuff like that if you have them.
Yeah.
And so where are you guys hoping to finish today? I mean, obviously you guys are running 6th at the moment. But you've been up there in like 3rd to 6th, like middle of the road. What position would you guys like to see yourself?
Well,
at?
we would hope to be first. Obviously, everybody does.
Of course.
But we were aiming for top 3, so podium. Which I managed to hold on to a top 3, which was very not lucky, but I did some good driving.
Yeah. How long were you out there for? Was it just a couple tanks?
24-minute stints each.
Right.
We've got a rotor.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So someone's laid all that out and said, okay, now it's your turn to go. Get ready and warm your car up and this and that. So pretty much. Okay. Very good. We've seen some of the cars get swapped over. So obviously, whoever's up on the rostrum, there's a couple of mechanics, and then the next mechanic comes out basically with the car that's running. And so it's just warmed up and ready to go. All you're doing is swapping over the transponder. We saw one team, I'm not sure if it was you guys, but swapping over the whole wing.
No.
Is that the quickest thing, or is it quicker to do?
Well, if you have one of those drills, like you saw yesterday with the 1/10 cars, they had drills to take the wheels off.
Yeah.
You can get drills to take the wings off. If you have one of them, then it's not too hard, but it's not the best thing to do in the world.
Okay. All right, so yeah, I mean every team's going to have their sort of preferred tactic, I suppose. But you guys are only swapping just the transponder between the cars, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's an A and B, right? So it's just got a little power thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Or I should say MyLaps, I suppose.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So who's out on track now?
If I can remember his name, I think it's Michael.
Is that Mike
Waller?
Mike Waller. Okay. The orange and black. Okay, so Jim, if you can find car 3 somewhere out there,
wait, you just following him.
Okay.
Go down that straight.
Okay, so just coming towards us now. It's the orange and black car. He's not doing too bad. That's a nice little pass in the car 5.
Up into 5th.
Yeah. So I would say for most teams, if you can finish in the top half, that's going to be pretty
It's a
decent.
success, yeah.
But obviously, if you're running like the Nemo guys, you got a couple of racers there who've been at the several Euros, regionals, and nationals. So they're going to want to finish obviously on the top spot if they can. But they've been working their way up, so hopefully we'll have Kev come back in here and talk to us.
And we've got Reese Sawyer. You might have heard of him. He's beaten Elliot Boots in many regionals.
Okay, that's a good name, good scalp to have.
He hasn't driven for ages.
Yeah.
But he's moved back into 4. But he hasn't raced for a while, so he's just come back on now for this race.
Yeah. Well, Elliot's doing a lot better lately as well, so I'm sure he's going to want to have his say.
Revenge.
But yeah, no, that's good. I'm sure. I think Elliot's out in Madrid now, so we've got our other team of RCTV guys are out there in Madrid covering the Buggyland race. But hopefully, you guys who are watching this here will also be checking that out when you can. Henry, we're here obviously it's a memorial meet to remember Carl Jackson. Did you meet Carl? Did you race with him?
I raced with him. I actually finished the place above him in the winter standings.
Right.
No, summer standings, sorry. But I never actually got to meet him, speak to him personally. He sounds like a nice guy from what I've heard.
Well, yeah, I mean,
yesterday.
We talked to quite a few people yesterday, and they all had absolutely nothing but nice things to say about Carl. And but hopefully you got a J5 Racing sticker on your car, even though they might be winning the race at the moment. There's still 6 hours to go, remember, for everybody watching. And actually, it looks like they're doing a driver swap at the moment. So it looks like they've been on red for a little while. So it looks like they're possibly doing a driver swap.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Henry, for popping in.
It's okay.
And if you see Kev Kev's marshalling, mechanicking at the moment, but anyone else you see from any of the other teams, tell them to pop in.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so as Henry Tompkinson from the Herts Odd Bods. So let's take a look at where the standings are at the moment. With now that we're an hour in. Oh, there we are. Thank you very much, James. We've got J5 number 1 on 72 laps. Hertz RC Models now on 68. The Odd Bods have dropped down, but they just completed 66. We'll write that down. The Club Racers 65. WRC moved up quite a bit to 66. You can see it's very, very close. Nemo on 66 as well. J5 number 2 have moved up the rankings. They were running second to last. Misfits have dropped down to 54. The Newbies down to 44. Cool Runnings. They've only done, in the last half hour, they've only done 12 laps, so they're having some issues. Hopefully, obviously, again, any of these, when the driver swaps do happen, not only is it a different driver, it's a completely different car because everyone's running their own car. So we'll see how that works out for everybody. Obviously, J5 number 1 running in the top spot still. And it's very close in that from second to 6th. Odd Bods, Club Racers, WRC, and Nemo, all very, very close. J5 number 2 picking up the pace as well. Hiya. Yeah. Yeah, please, come on in. Another visitor here. So here you go. Pop those on. Oops. This chair doesn't want to stay standing up. All right. So if you don't mind introducing yourself to the RCTV audience.
Yeah, I'm Mark Jones. I've been a long-time racer here at Herts since its inception. Of course, my own racing stopped when my son started beating me.
As it usually does.
As it usually does. And
what
just been a big part of the club. I was chairman at one stage here, always been involved. And we bought the 2015 Euro Bs here.
Okay.
Which was a great experience for everybody. And currently running as UK team manager for WRC in the UK.
Okay.
And of course helping run Jackson 5 Racing.
Okay. And so which team are you here representing at the moment?
Well, both. Both. We've got a WRC team here.
Yeah.
We've got 2 Jackson 5 Racing teams here, and I'm managing to muck in with all the teams.
Right. Okay. Well, I have a team sheet for the WRC team, but I don't have any info for the J5 team on the sheets. So yeah, sorry, I was looking for your name, but since I have it in front of me, we can talk about Team WRC.
Yeah.
So, the first thing we need to clear up is it now WIRC?
It is indeed.
Okay.
Yeah, WIRC as of last Friday, I think it was.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I did notice that on Marco Barufalo's Instagram post or something like that. And it was a slight bit of confusion, we'll say. But anyway, so he seems to be doing pretty good, I think, in Buggyland. So.
He does indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks good.
So again, if you are listening to us, have another device running the Buggyland live broadcast from Madrid. So Team WRC looking for Barufalo. I think is he the sort of the biggest name that you guys have at the moment?
In Europe, yes.
Yeah.
In America, obviously, we have Ryan Cavalieri running it.
Yeah. He's been running it for a year or two.
A year,
hasn't he?
yeah.
And that's just, I had to look at the WRC webpage the other day, and because I was like, okay, is it WI or WRC? But yeah, there's actually WRC. It's an Italian brand, and like any good Italian brand, has about 8 dozen different cars.
Yeah.
GT electric, GT nitro, and 1/8 on-road, 1/8 off-road, everything, I think, except for two-wheel drive buggy, probably.
Yes, right? Yeah, a lot of on-road stuff. Just had the new Truggy come out as well.
Yes.
That looks very impressive. It's a solid brand. My son started running it a year ago here in the UK, and he had his best season in the Nationals for forever, really. Yeah.
Oh,
so it's a solid car. It's a solid car.
Yeah. All right. So, I guess we have 3 teams to talk about.
Yeah.
that you're looking after, sort of. So who is out on track at the moment for WRC? And if we can find car number 4, Tim.
Let's have a quick look who we've got.
So we've got some body shell info from most of the teams, but obviously it takes some time to have to find the car first, and then have to identify the colors, and they're never in the same order that I would think. Like, I would say that's white, yellow, and blue, but then it might be written down as white and blue, so it's a bit confusing.
Yeah. We'll try and pick them up now as they cross the loop.
Yeah, it is easiest just here on the brick section, because it's the numbers facing us. I think this might be the 4 here, yes.
There we have Craig Homer.
Okay, so into the first corner and coming out onto the AstroTurf Jumps gym. That's car number 4 of WRC. So you guys were actually running, obviously you started 4th. So you're at this team is where they started. We dropped down to, I think, 6th or 7th early on?
Yeah, we've got a young junior on the team. It's the RC Pitbox is the distributor in the UK. It's his son. It's his first time racing here at the track.
Okay.
It's about the fun aspects.
Yeah.
For
sure. I would be having a much harder time on this track.
It's a tough track.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't like coming here. It's very difficult to pick up. It's got a lot of technical, difficult jumps, and yeah, it's evolved over the years, but yeah, we had a change of the setup for the Herts GP that took place at the end of August.
It's coming in for a pit now,
Yeah.
WRC.
Oh. We've got a fuel stop, have we?
Yeah, it looks like just a fuel stop. So.
Yeah.
What's the? Do you know what the team strategy is roughly? Is everyone running, say, 45 minutes, and then let the next guy
No, I
go?
think they're trying to do 20-minute stints and then give the driver a bit of a rest because
that is a bit different from a normal club meet, where they might be driving 5 or 10 minutes at most, or something like that.
Yeah.
So this bit here is I call it the J5 section actually because it's all the J5 banners are around that side of the track, and then this side is the Herts RC section. It's a bit difficult to go this particular jump and that particular jump because there's so many jumps. So just going to the tabletop now because it's pretty much the only tabletop, I think.
And our main team of J5 Racing seems to be out.
Yeah, they've
dropped right back down.
Yeah, not sure. I've seen a lot of cars come in, obviously, for they've just been passed by the team too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you have to rush off and see what's happening, feel free.
Leave them to it.
But yeah. So, are you racing yourself?
No, I don't race anymore. I've been very much put into the pits by my son. He's doing all right. He's doing well for himself, and I just do all the wrenching and look after him from week to week wherever he wants to race. Yeah, we're off to the Reds GP in a couple of weeks' time.
Okay.
Gonna have some fun out in Italy. And
is that in? I can't remember the name of the town. We were there last year before. Yeah.
Yeah, we got about.
Is that the Osby team track?
Yeah, we got about 10, 12 Brits going over.
Okay.
So we should have a good time out there.
We had a very, very hot weekend when I went there. I think it was like about 44 in the shade.
Right.
But that was in a kind of an enclosed area, so it was very, very hot.
Yeah.
Jim there retrieving a a dead chair. I think that chair is ready for the...
Some heavyweight was on that one.
Ready for the rag and bone man to pick up.
So we've got Callum Niblett out there now, I think, for J5 Racing team.
Yeah, we talked to him, or I talked to him yesterday on the stream.
Yeah.
And we learned, obviously, Carl's stepson.
Yeah.
So obviously very, very close connection there. Did you have the... You know, I never was able to I say that. I did actually meet Carl. I don't remember. I had this same chat. We were stood right here last year, about a year ago, during last year's endurance race. But obviously I talked to someone from every team. But that was my only time meeting him. So were you ever sharing a pit space with him or sharing a track?
Yeah, so Carl and I were, I'd say, he was definitely my best mate in racing. We travelled all over Europe racing. We were at the Worlds together in Perth. Just one of the nicest guys I've ever had the chance to meet within RC. A genuinely top fella. Heart of gold, just wanted to help everybody, and that's why we're carrying on where he left off with J5 Racing. We've got a lot of plans. We're going to get some arrive and drive cars because it's difficult for people nowadays to switch, even if they want to switch from 10th scale to 8th scale, for example. It's a lot of outlay.
Yeah.
So we're going to have some arrive and drive cars for all different people to come and have a go. We've got a campsite down the bottom there. And we're hoping to engage with those and try and get the youngsters into the sport because we just need to grow it.
Yeah.
And we need it accessible to everyone. We're hoping to have a J5 Racing Academy to bring on the youngsters. We have a team that are involved in Jackson 5 Racing that are very experienced, and we want to pass that experience on like Carl was doing.
Yeah.
He generally wanted to help everybody, and he had the opportunity to help Elliot Boots, Darren Bloomfield, and they went on to achieve
Yeah.
European championships and the like. And of course, he mentored Callum, my son, over the last, since Lewis was racing. So since Lewis was 8, he's 22 now. But especially over the last year, as soon as we joined WRC, it was, Carl started helping us a little bit more because Callum had taken a step back from racing.
Yeah.
And he just generally was involved with everybody, just helping when people had tuning issues or, newbies would come down here and they just didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
He would always go over, lend a hand.
It is very difficult because it's, you come to, like you say, if you want to go from one class to another, the only thing you can really take with you is maybe a battery pack or a charger, I suppose. If you're, obviously these have electric battery packs to power the servos and whatnot. Oop, clutch is gone. Something's gone. It's a WRC car.
That sounds like a clutch.
And it's running a bit.
Yeah.
And it's going to be some lengthy repairs there. Maybe time for the next stint.
Yeah. I think we've definitely got a PT issue because we're definitely out there and we're not counting. So.
Oh, the car number 2.
Yeah, car number 2 is definitely out there, but we are not counting, which is a shame. But
maybe it's come unplugged during a driver switch, or wasn't plugged in securely.
Yeah.
A driver change or car change. Car changes involving using the same transponder but swapping it over to the next car in the queue for each team. It's just the simplest way to manage it, but obviously part of that swap over has to be plugging in things properly, so assuming that's what it is. Or it could be the transponder's gone bad somehow. They're actually running last now.
We'll catch up.
Yeah, well, I mean, the nice thing about the computer software nowadays, from when I started, is now you can just add the laps.
Yeah.
Just, but the thing is, you have to figure out. Someone will have to decide how many laps were actually out. So there's that to figure out down the road. I think that the same sort of thing happened last year. There were a lot of laps that were missing.
Yeah.
It had to get figured out after the actual running of the race.
Yeah.
It's all for fun anyway. It's
exactly. It's here to show Carl that we just want to carry on doing what he was doing. He was the one that organised the race last year, and we just want to make it an annual event and grow from strength to strength. We've done some fundraising so far, and we've got in excess of £5,500, and all of that money will go back into the RC racing scene. As I said, we're here to make sure that everybody gets a joyful experience out of RC, and they can experience what we've experienced over the years. And once you're hooked, you're hooked.
Yeah.
You go to bed thinking about it, you wake up thinking about it.
Yeah.
You're at work thinking about it, and then we all build up for our race weekends, and whether good or bad.
Car number 2 coming off. Something's. Maybe it was a big long issue or something. I don't know what's. I'm sure they'll figure it out. There's plenty of experience in the pits there to help figure that out. But I think I was talking to your boy yesterday, and just trying to just get a feel. That's a very busy turn marshalling spot. Trying to get a feel of the sort of what the vision of J5 Racing is, and like you say, there's the academy is really cool. I assume that you're going to be talking to local schools, because getting kids hooked on, and it's not just putting down the phones and putting down the tablets, but getting out and meeting people and talking to people face to face and dealing with competition, all the issues that come up with racing, and sportsmanship, and on top of all the setup knowledge, and things like that. It's all of that intertwines, and all of it is part of RC.
And it's buying the right equipment to start with.
Yeah.
I've seen it too many times. People come down here, they've delved into it, they've done a little bit of research and then they've gone into it and thrown a load of money in, and it's not quite the right place where they need to be.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can provide that advice and allow people to come and have a go first, and we can provide that advice after, of what to buy, where to go. Of course, we've got a shop on site here with Herts RC models, but
Yeah.
there are plenty of avenues to obtain and buy your equipment, and we just want to be making sure that everyone has that equal opportunity to have a go,
Yeah.
and enjoy it.
Yeah, and it's very important, and also obviously you have one of the world famous local heroes, Lewis Hamilton, obviously.
Yeah.
Famously, the RC community, especially the British RC community, love to share that he got started running Kyosho.
Yeah.
Obviously, we saw everyone in the world, in the RC world, shared the photos from Suzuka last week. From Japan,
Yeah.
where he and one of the other F1 guys were.
It was Ocon, wasn't it?
Yeah, playing around with Yuichi Kanai, so
Yeah.
world champion himself and designer of the Kyosho car. So it's very, it's that was just like a really cool thing. But that sort of just like a little minuscule moment of Lewis's time can be used to help promote RC, and hopefully maybe, I'm not saying get him involved, but it'd be fantastic if you could.
Yeah, him and Nick used to come down. Nick used to race here quite a lot.
Yeah.
And then Lewis would come down when he could. And I think they did race a national here. I'm pretty sure they did.
Yeah.
And it's great to see. And you could see both the F1 drivers, just their eyes light up.
Yeah.
I mean, we call them toy cars. They're slightly not toy cars. They're a bit better than that. But you could see their eyes lit up and they were having great fun. Just wheeling it around in the pits, no jumps or anything like that, but they're having a great time.
Yeah.
And that's what it's about. As long as you come off smiling, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just toy cars. It's relationships. It's there's, like I was saying before, the learning, and I love seeing the truggies mixing it up with the buggies. So Jim,
make yourself wide.
If we go into the coming out of the first corner, Jim, these two that are running together, one's a truggy and one's a buggy. Obviously, the truggy running. The bodies actually are about the same size. It's just really the wheels and the tires that are just
the style of the old truggy shells has changed over the years, isn't it?
Yeah.
Going to these more buggy style.
Follow the second one, Jim. The next one along. There we go. That one. That's the truggy. Not sure what team this is. We'll figure it out. But yeah, at least there's lots of space for the numbers to be on both sides of the car. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. There's a couple of truggies I think listed in the on the driver lists. It's team number 7. Cool runnings. Oh, they're back out, obviously.
So I think J5 Racing number 1 team has got
Looks
back out.
Yeah,
we're firing it up.
Yeah.
And then we've got our other J5 Racing team, which is a lot of Carl's old friends that were involved in the racing scene some years ago and had subsequently moved on and had families and haven't raced for years. And they again wanted to come down and honour him and have a good time and enjoy it. So they're our second team, but they're beating our first team.
Yeah.
They're letting me down.
Well, this is what I was saying at the start. The starting position almost really, I mean, it's kind of just, it's nice to be starting on pole, but you don't have to.
No.
It's an endurance race. There's 7 hours of this. Anything can happen, as we've seen. That J5 Racing Team 1 absolutely dominating. Nemo is now. They're running last.
Yeah.
They qualified.
It's a long old race.
A lot to happen. Yeah.
I think we were 4 or 5 laps up, so hopefully, it'll mix it up and make a bit more of a race of it, and
Yeah, for sure. I think it'll be quite interesting to see how close. Did you pay attention to the electric buggy racing yesterday?
Yeah, I was down here yesterday supporting the guys.
It was super close.
It was for so long.
Yeah.
It was amazing, really. And of course, you had Lewis racing yesterday, you had Callum racing yesterday, and they haven't raced 10th for a good chunk of years.
Yeah.
And I was surprised that they didn't break. Neither of them broke, and they're animals sometimes. Yeah, Carl and I used to say, you know, if only they had a little bit of finesse, they'd be great at 10th scale. But they're just built for 8. They love chucking it around.
Yeah, yeah. I remember I used to race at SoCal RC, which is big name in RC racing in early 2000s, and so I met Mike Reedy quite a lot, and he told me more than once that he always tried to get the off-road racers, this pre-brushless, pre-lipo and everything. He always tried to get the off-road guys to run 10th pan car.
Yeah,
because it's more of a finger throttle control sort of class, and you have to drive smooth. And he always that was the one thing that I remember. He told me a couple times at least, and I always thought that was quite interesting. But like you say, with the nitro, it's just rip it and go.
Yeah, yeah.
You got 4 wheels driving. You have all the drivetrain action, and big power, big wheels, lots of traction.
It was funny because I had to get Lewis's car ready, the 10th scale, and I haven't worked on those for years. And I was like,
it just feels smaller, doesn't it?
I'm over 50 now, and it's a bit like, where are my glasses? I couldn't see anything. Everything was so tiny. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed coming along yesterday. It was great to see all the guys and girls having a good time.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm so pleased it was super close. It was super close.
It was very interesting, and it was great that Darren and Callum and the JS racing team could win it in the end. I think finished the first half of the race 5 laps ahead of the second place, 5 laps ahead of the team that actually eventually won the second race.
Yeah.
But still effectively 4 laps ahead of them. But yeah, it's very close, and hopefully today's just as close. Do you know if there's any? I haven't heard anything about any forfeit.
No, there's not.
The Wheel of Doom thing happened.
The Wheel of Doom yesterday was great.
Yeah,
I think that's why it made it a little bit closer. It was a bit of a leveler sometimes, and there was a little bit of chance in it. I think Jim wanted to do it, but was a little bit nervous about doing it.
Right.
He wanted to keep it as a pure race, as Carl would have done. But I think it would have mixed it up a little bit. A little bit of fun. The drunken goggles, I looked through there yesterday.
Yeah,
oh my
goodness.
Relate to that a lot.
I took a photo of the track through the goggles with my phone. I put it on the RC Racing TV Facebook and Instagram page yesterday. It would be very, very, very difficult to drive. And I think he only had to do a couple of laps with it, luckily.
Yeah.
But very difficult. But I thought the pirate patch would have been very interesting to do. Maybe it would have been pretty hard for maybe some of the older racers to do, especially the far bits with that. But I don't know, who knows?
They had some great forfeits in there. It was really good fun.
Like heavy tinted sunglasses would be interesting as well.
The nervousness as they were rolling the dice was interesting.
Yeah. But no, it's great. So so can you give us a rundown just real quick of again who's in the J5 racing teams?
So we've got in J5 racing number 1 team, we've got Lewis Jones, we have Callum Niblett, Josh Adams. Who else we've got? Ricky Cooper, Billy Grinley. So he's a new WRC racer.
Okay.
Just joined us.
And is most of the team running the WRC?
No. It's a mix. But primarily we've got WRC in there. But it's a good car. It's very underrated. And it's easy to work on. It's responsive to setup change, and so which is why a few of the guys down here now started running it. Carl helped us with it. He ran the last national we ran, which was here at Herts. He said, "Well, I'm running this car because it's that good." So that was really nice for him to do that. And then a couple of the guys that he was helping out, like Josh took to it and had a go and was like, "Well, that's way better than my previous car." So he'd taken up on that. So yeah, there is a mix though. In the J5 Racing second team, as I said, it's Carl's friends, Dan Knight, Simon Woods, Stuart Smith. Stuart used to be the chairman here. Again, Stuart and I, with Jim and the rest of the team, bought the 2015 Eurobees here. He was very close to Carl as well. Was Stuart.
And that didn't turn into. I mean, obviously RCTV. We go to, all the FRA European Championships, and sometimes the Bs, but usually just the main ones. Is there any reason why the Bs didn't turn into like the main?
The A's, yeah. I think we had the facilities, the infrastructure as a result of the Eurobees to go forward, but it was just, I think, the fact that you have to close for 30 days beforehand was a big factor. This track has a huge membership, and the committee at the time felt that it wasn't the right thing to do. I would have liked to seen it go forward, but that was my own personal opinion. But we had Carlos was here and Dallas at the time was here, and they wanted us to go for it. But it was just, it's just one of those things we never did. Hopefully, we'll try and bring something more. I think the team will look at where we can close the track for a smaller period and try and bring some European racing here.
Yeah. They do the GP or Grand Prix races as well. So
yeah,
it's a
GP
sort of
is like 3 days.
Yeah,
great fun.
A lower spec, more of a chilled vibe, yeah. No, it'd be good to kind of stay home, sort of, not have to do a flyaway.
And then the Team WRC, we've got RC Pitbox team manager, owner. Matt Box with his son Matty Box. We've got Ben Turner, Chaz Godwin. So Chaz is Lewis's pitman at the Nationals.
Right.
He's been fantastic this year. And we've got a couple of newbies. We've got David Shedd, who's just joined us from his previous car. And we've got Craig Homer that we talked about earlier. He's our clubby driver down here. He races mainly here and sometimes at Slough, which is, they've done some fantastic work down there. I must take my hat off to them. All in a weekend, they basically stripped it back and gave us what looks like it's going to be a fun track to drive.
Wow. Okay. I haven't been able to get there yet. I haven't had any races to cover there yet.
So yeah. So
last, it'd be nice to go.
Last weekend they stripped back the old track, and in one weekend they built another one.
Wow.
And it'd be great to get some racing back there. It hasn't had the best of fortune over the last couple of years with weather and clashing with big events. I'm very big for reducing the amount of nationals that we have in our national series to cater for more opportunities for clubs to benefit from big races, and get racing back at the heart of clubs. Because nowadays we have to do warm-up races, and that takes 10 weekends out the calendar in the summer. Plus we've got e-buggy, truggy. There's another 5 gone. Before you know it, there's nothing for the clubs to fit in, and the clubs need to make money so they can grow their memberships and the availability of racing to other people outside coming in. So I'm more for, let's have 3 nationals and have the best 2 to count, for example. And equally, I think there are people that still want it to be the 5 race format. It's everyone's going to have their own opinion on what they want, but I think this year's the first year that we've seen in the UK that we haven't filled our nationals.
Right. Okay.
In ape scale, we've been sometimes 5 to 10 people short, and that's a big worry. It's a big worry because only a few years back we were very much oversubscribed.
Yeah.
But it's swings and roundabouts. 10th scale a few years back struggled to get their numbers, and they didn't have reserves, and we were having lots of reserves.
Yeah.
And now they're very much oversubscribed.
Yeah, all the classes, like ebb and flow, and like you say, it's just another way of saying swings and roundabouts. Touring car, 2-wheel drive buggy, 8 scale, nitro touring car. I don't know what those scenes are like in the UK, but I know. I only really know what I've seen in the effort championships, and
Yeah.
obviously ETS, ENS. That's a kind of a different. There's an argument there, but it's like not quite apples to apples.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a and the hobby obviously changes, and obviously we have a completely different sort of economic sort of situation at
Yeah.
the moment. So
Yeah.
there's all kinds of little factors that
It's
go into these things.
As I said earlier, it's an expensive sport to.
Yeah, and
for
driving
people
up
to
and down
get
the
into.
country,
Yeah.
10 weekends out of from what, late spring to early autumn.
Yeah.
It's not cheap.
And the hotels seem to charge what they want now. I mean,
Yeah.
they're almost like, I think we were looking at a hotel in Blackpool for our third national this year, and it was over $350 for the weekend.
Wow.
So we ended up, just looking around, and we found a nice little caravan site, static caravan. We had 6 people staying, and it worked out at £45 each for the weekend. And that's what we've got to do. We've got to look a little bit further and how we can make our pounds count. Because it's tough out there,
Yeah, exactly. What is that one of the J5 guys? He's gone off to retrieve something across the track. Some sort of.
I think that's our PT.
Oh, I saw that flapping on the wing as it was driving past.
I'd say
we're having a great place to put the.
I'd say we're having a nightmare with our PT situation.
Oh man!
So I think I'm going to have to go.
Okay.
And try and retrieve the situation.
Just maybe give a little guidance.
Yeah. All right. Lovely to talk to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
All right. Fabulous, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, so. Endurance racing, all kinds of things going on all the time. Every team has their own little challenges to try and sort out. Whether it's broken wings because of wonky transponder mounting or whatever it is. So meanwhile, I did notice that the time has crept over. So another half hour is gone. We're on 94 minutes now. So I'm just going to bring up the total laps results. Herts RC models popping up into the top. Actually, oddbods. 102 laps at the moment. 102 for Nemo. It's tight. It's tight up there. WRC also on 102. It's very, very tight. Herts RC models on 100. J5 Racing Team 2 on 92, so 10 laps down from the leaders. Sorry, 97. The club racers on 97 as well. These are going to be off just a bit because I'm writing them down as I'm reading them off. The J5 Team 1 on 93 laps. The Misfits on 86. Newbies on 76, and Cool Runnings somehow on 35, although they were on 36 before. I don't know how that happened. So we can see the changing fortunes of the teams as we're going along. Hour and a half in, we still have 324 minutes remaining in this one, so that's quite a while. 5.5 hours remaining is what we're saying. So again, you've been watching the Herts Nitro Model Club J5 Racing Memorial Race to benefit the Carl Jackson Foundation. Carl Jackson, one of the leading light members of the Herts Nitro Model Club. And obviously, as I said, touched the lives of many of the racers who not just were here at the club, but also all around the country. Very popular racer here. Not too much action in the pits at the moment. We do have a car getting warmed up. So let's see who can follow. Nemo has popped back up into the lead. Let's see, who can we follow? Let's make sure to follow this. Try to find the car 8 out there, the J5 Racing Team 2. Stick with the car that you're on, Jim, and so we have some moving action going around. I'll find the car number 8 as it goes past, or as it goes past us. Okay, just going into the first corner now is the car 8. That's the J5 Team 2. And as Tom was saying, this is this team is made up of racers who all old friends of Carl Jackson. I don't have a sheet for them, I don't think. No, I don't. So I don't have information for these guys, but we want to make sure then follow them anyway. Another one of the truggies out there. We've seen a total of 2, I think, truggies. Of course, every one of these out here running nitro, mostly nitro buggies, 1/8 scale. And following the J5 Racing Team 2, car number 8, currently in 6th position, ahead of the main team. Car, ooh, is it just flamed out? Has it just stopped? Something's happened. So the marshal coming, or the mechanic coming across. Mechanic is not aware. Someone needs to run out there and get it. See, make sure you're not crossing too closely in front of oncoming traffic. Don't want to get clipped in the ankle with one of these bad boys. Going to be limping home. That happens. So that's we'll let them carry on. Let's pick another car, and hopefully it's not going to be one that we a team that we followed. Let's see who this is here. I think that's car 9, but now it's gone out of my eyesight range. I want to say it's a 2. It's car 2. This is JS Team 2, so this is the other J5 Racing team. These are the faster, younger guys. Again, they're on 100 laps, and if they can get past that Team 2, who's I don't know if they've gotten back out on track, the Team 2. And once they cross the line, I think they're going to take over the number 6 spot from that Team 2. J5 team won the electric buggy race yesterday, so come across the line now, see what happens. They're going into the pits. So quick refuel, back out. Very fast line coming out of the pits, straight into that banked concrete turn at the end of the main straight. Not the quick way around the corner, but that wooden rumble strip, ooh, smashing that pipe. And out of the J5 section. Over the tabletop in the Herts RC section. The brick paving. Ooh, driving over a car. And they still haven't quite taken over. It looks like the Team 2 is back out. Really trying to cut that corner short. Through that, it's a tricky section, this one. It's a very long section as well. Once you come out of it just here, past this concrete dome, it makes up the corner marker. Up and then down the steps. Looks like the Team 2 has been out and running, sort out whatever issue it was. Probably just a flame out. It could have been something as just as simple and innocuous as a pebble or stone stuck in the flywheel. Seen that happen a few times. Or even just a bad landing sometimes can you land on something a bit weird and the flywheel just gets stopped, and that means the engine stops. So it's coming around and see who they're coming up on this very bright yellow car. See what team this is. Nice clean pass. That's the number 10. That's the newbies. Yes. Car 4 very rapidly followed by car 3. So we're following Sting with the third of these cars. And the camera switches. There's action in the pit lane. Team WRC in the car 4 leading this one. Nemo Racing on the same lap, I'm pretty sure, as just holding position, or see if we can find them out on track, because they are very odd. WRC has just come in for a pit. It's just a refuel, it looks like, and then back out. So probably going to lose their position on track, but those two teams running neck and neck pretty much. And then we've got the odd bods, Herts RC Models, Herts Club Racers. The J5 racing teams have still not swapped positions yet. It's a proper race. There's no team orders or anything like that. And then we have the Misfits, the Newbies, and Cool Runnings. Now they're on 45 laps. I don't know how they went from 36 to 35 half an hour later, and now they're on 45. And so you see Callum Niblett there on the right side of the screen. One of the racers in the J5 Racing Team 1. Have a quick look at the live chat on the YouTube. Don't forget you can join the RC Racing TV channel and you'll get a free pack of stickers mailed to you no matter wherever in the world that you happen to be. Jonathan Wolf, one of our heroes. And go Team Nemo. And what's the lap count for each team so far? So hopefully I've read that out. Dragon saying, go on Team Nemo. Another cheer for Team Nemo from Mr. Lil Chili. And Jonathan also saying we used to have 10 nationals. Wow, but there were only one-day meetings. And we have a question in chat. How did Carl pass away? Well, I am not really sure. It's just it was just a very mysterious, very sudden sort of thing. It wasn't a long illness or a car accident or anything like that. But it was a very sudden medical thing. But yeah, the racing yesterday, 6-hour endurance race for electric and a 7-hour endurance race for nitro today. Obviously, all wrapped together in one package as a memorial meeting. Sponsored in effect by J5 Racing, which is Carl's old sort of his thing that he put together himself, the J5 meaning Jackson 5. So a bit of a fun little thing, but now set up to be kind of a arrive and drive new racer helping hand sort of thing at I'm assuming all across up and down the UK, no matter what brand you're running, no matter what tires, batteries, motor, or engine, or anything like that. Just taking donations of I'm assuming of all sorts. I'm not sure what they're set up for with if they're taking donations of cars or anything like that, or if brands want to get in touch with them, or I'm sure they won't say no, but obviously you can check it out. I believe yesterday I'm sure there's a Facebook page you can join. You can always pop them a message and say hello and how you'd like to help. Also, they are selling. They're going to be selling clothing. So if in need of a cool-looking hat or a hoodie or a shirt or anything like that, you can always check those out. And some stickers that are got some on my hot drinks bottle that is handily stickered up with RC and full-size motorsport stuff. So there's the driving stand and the pit lane. You can see there's a pit action happening underneath. So 110 minutes in, 310 minutes to go. I haven't seen one or two breakages so far, nothing major. So for as everyone talking down their driving ability, saying they haven't raced for a while, or they've only been racing for a year or so. This is not what I've seen so far. Hello, please. Come on in. We have another guest in the studio. You are, sir. Just drop that down. So, if you don't mind, just introduce yourself to the RCTV listening audience.
Good. Are we afternoon yet? We are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Stuart Smith. I'm in Jackson 5 Racing 2.
Okay.
We've been having a very mixed morning.
Well, yeah, both of the teams have.
Yeah. Started off a bit hectic this morning.
Yeah.
In the practice, because we were put together a bit last minute. A few inexperienced drivers. We was putting cars together last minute, but we managed to get ourselves out there, and we're not doing too badly now.
Yeah.
I like to think we're holding our own at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Track's holding up well. Seems to be good. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
Team 1's had a bit of a nightmare with the transponder.
Yeah, we saw that. We had Tom in here, and he was like, man, I might need to get out there and maybe help a little bit.
But that's all part of these endurance races. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
yeah, makes it a bit more interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, and another clutch gone on this number 8 car. Oh, that's actually your car. Just in front of us here.
Oh, down here.
Down here. Engines
It's down.
running off.
That's not good. Hopefully Simon's ready. Simon should be getting ready now. And I'll see in the pit lane. Yep, so Stu's just running around the back. So Simon was getting his car ready. Simon went out just before this stint. He had a problem.
Okay.
He had a throttle servo go. So hopefully he's ready now. But yeah, these endurance races certainly
It's a different beast, isn't it?
It very much is, yeah. So I think Simon's just ready to go out now.
What's the for you guys that have been racing a while, with like when you're doing a national race? I mean, I've never been to one for the British Nationals. What's the longest that you might expect to race?
45 minutes for the A main.
Right.
So normally, so it's a normal 5-minute qualifying, and then when you get through to the finals, typically they're 20 minutes.
Okay.
And then the main is 45.
Okay. So 20 minutes is what most people would expect to, hold the concentration and nerve
Yep.
and all that. So there's our lap totals at the moment.
Okay. We're doing all right.
Yeah.
And it's quite close in that midfield battle. So
The midfield is very close.
Yes, from 4th down to 7th.
Yeah.
There's only a few laps in it.
Yeah, and
sorry,
the top one has grown to a top 3.
Yeah,
that's
which is
very
good.
close. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're hoping that once the J4 racing team get themselves sorted, they'll start pulling that back. They've got a lot to pull back, but
Yeah.
hopefully they will do.
Yeah.
And then,
Do you know what was happening with it? Because they were running dead last, but I guess they got some laps added back or something. Or
I think they did. I don't know exactly. I know there was an issue with the PT, so they put one in temporarily, and there was some laps counting, but it wasn't registering.
right.
And then I don't know exactly what race control was sorting out
Okay.
with it. But yeah, that's where it went. As I say, we went out. I think they went out with a temporary PT while the other one was being fixed.
Okay.
As I say, I don't know what's going on with
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Whether they get added
every
or-
team's going to have their own little issues like that.
Yeah.
But like I was just describing to the listeners that we are everyone here is racing for a reason.
Yep.
It's a memorial meet to remember.
trucking.
Sorry.
trucking
Yeah, there's a
just gone
couple of
out there.
truckies out there. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Go on. Carry on.
Yeah, but we're all here to celebrate and remember Carl.
Yep.
In the best way possible.
Yep.
And so if you don't mind, talk us through how you came to meet and race with Carl. And
so-
the other members of the team.
Yeah. So I mean, I met Carl. I can't actually remember when it was, but when I started racing for TLR many years ago, Carl had a TLR for years, and it was one of those things where I was fairly new. Someone said to me, "I'll go and speak to Carl. You got any problems? Speak to Carl. He'll help you out." And he did, and that was it. That's where it sort of started. So he would always sort of obviously be looking at my car going, "That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong." Tell you, get it all right, and then hopefully sort of and improved. And then I don't know. It's one of those. So for me, Carl, it was funny. It was one of those. We're both sort of quite quiet, quite reserved. Yeah, put those on. Yeah. Sorry, someone's
Sorting out some tires.
yeah, someone's just come in and asked us at the team what tyres to put on. So it's one of those sort of friendships that you don't really know. Almost in that stepbrothers when they look at each other and go, "Did we just become best friends?"
Yeah.
You don't know how it happened, but like over the years, we sort of closer when he started racing together. And then I started pitting for Carl when he was doing nationals. We'd come down, we'd be doing testing, we'd be watching what other people were doing. We'd be looking at JQ and things like that, all these videos, watching things like that. And Carl was very into the technical side. He was always trying something different. The amount of times we came down here and he got something added to his car, he'd send me a picture and it's like he's got the front end of a Kyosho stuck onto a TLR or something like that. What have you done that? Just to try different things, to see why did this car work better than that car? Why is a Mugen rear end better to another car? Why is it? So he was always wanting to try those things, and I loved that. I loved working. I loved the the experiment. And at the end of the day, it's a hobby. We're all RC geeks, at heart. But yeah, so I loved that, and yeah, we just sort of over the years come down here, tested. Obviously, he would come down. Obviously, in the later years, he was pitting for Callum. but we'd always joke, we'd come down and do the testing. We'd do the testing basically for Callum, and he'd turn up like a rock star and turn up and TQ a race meeting.
Right.
So, and then that was when Carl was like, what's the point of me practicing? He don't even practice, he turns up and TQs. So yeah, that's it. I probably I knew Carl from about, I don't know, 2012, something like that, 2012, 2013. Obviously spent a bit of time together when we had the Euros down here, the Euro B. So down here, a bit track time. We were both on the committee at the time. Yeah, and unfortunately we're here today to race in his memory, which is a bit of a sad thing. But he was a racer at heart. That's what he wanted us to do. It's great that that the club have dedicated this to Carl. Obviously we've got the banners round. We've got the bench up there now. You know, it's ridiculously sad. Hopefully something good can come of it now with the foundation that we got.
I mean, it sounds like it's off to a really good start as well.
It's got off to an amazing start.
There's plans in place and a vision and
you know, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying. Carl was always about helping people, so whether they were in the A final or the E final or whatever. He was always about he asked, as long as you took on board and listened to what he had to say, he was quite happy helping anyone. Come down here testing, he was great for that. So that's what we want to try and do is come down here. We'll have test days, we'll have demo days. You know, we've got fantastic facilities around here with the camping and things like that. You know, school holidays, kids coming down. We want to have a car for them to come down and try.
Yeah.
Because they're always coming over and they're interested, but it's like, could we have a go at one? Oh, no, sorry, we can't. So just to try that, you know, maybe we might go out to local schools, colleges, you know, technical colleges, and just introduce people to how good a hobby this can be.
Yeah.
Certainly, you know, it's not just about racing. It's, you know, the people I've met and Carl as well. You know, the people you meet over the years, they're lifelong friends.
Yeah.
You've all got this common bond. You come down here and sit in a field for 12 hours a day, freezing your whatever's off, and you create friendships that you've had for years.
Yeah.
So that's what we want to try and do. So we've got the gazebo already. That's set up outside now.
Yeah, it's quite cool. I saw it earlier. Yeah.
So we got that delivered this week. So that was very kindly donated by Alan, Carl's dad. So yeah, that's the home of J5, and then hopefully going forward we can sort of really start to try and make a difference to people. Newbies, you know, experienced people. Talking about having academies and things like that. So it's all obviously we didn't plan for any of this, so it's all come about.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not you're not gonna throw it in the bathwater and it's just gonna poof into a massive thing like one of those sponge dinosaurs, fully formed. But yeah, it'll grow and it'll become a thing, and some things will work, some things won't, and more people will hopefully come on board, and and eventually, ideally, some of the young racers might come out, and
I mean that's always the dream. Is someone that comes down here that's never raced before, and we bring in the next Elliot Boots or something like that.
Yeah.
That's the dream, obviously. If we do, great. If we don't, fine. As long as they come down, enjoy themselves, they get something from it.
As long as that's goal one.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then the next champion racer, whether it's whoever it is.
Yeah.
Goal number 5 or 6 or 10 or whatever.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's, and as I say, that's the dream. And because it's difficult to get into for a lot of people.
It is.
When you first come down, and obviously the shop that's on site, people come down and say, "Oh, it's great. My kid wants to have a go, and I want to," and they go, but you need to buy this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
When you have the initial outlay is quite big.
Yeah.
If we can get anyone, kids or adults, come down, have a go. We'll pit. We'll run the car for the day just to get a feel for it, and then advise people on buy a second-hand car. This is where you want to buy it from. This type of engine will be good for you. These are the just help people as much as possible, and hopefully people will see it as a place to go for help. Because sometimes it's daunting when people are new. They come down to a track and they just don't know who to speak to. Most people here, in Eighth are very friendly. They'll talk to anyone, but sometimes it can be a little bit daunting for people. So.
Yeah, especially when you're. I was telling a story yesterday that I know I'm involved in a bunch of different hobbies myself, and someone who's I had a chat with. He mentioned on one of his podcasts. He bought a model car to race and went to. On a club meeting, but it's a very competitive sort of place.
Yeah.
everyone's like very head down, and he tried to ask for some help, and he just got quite gruff answers and no answers at all, and he's like, okay, well that's it, I'm done. And he outlaid like hundreds of dollars on this stuff, and he's like, well, if everyone's like this, what's the point?
And I think I found that certainly when I started I found it a lot more friendly, because no matter what level you're at, you need someone there to pick for you.
Yeah.
So if you turn up, you'll always find someone that's in the same boat as you. So there's always someone that needs help, and you can provide help to someone else.
Yeah.
As I say, that's where I started with Carl and with other people. You form that bond. You're in a similar race. You form that bond. I did have experience of that in other classes. You'd ask one of the A final drivers, I'm really struggling here, and they put a towel over the top of their car. You think, well, I'm not going to beat you. I just want to be able to go round without crashing.
Yeah.
But no, I think 8th is a lot more, a much more friendly, a bit more of a community. That's how I feel anyway.
It is strange how these the different racing. I mean, everyone's an RC racer, when we come to these.
Yeah.
But there's different sort of vibes.
Yeah.
In the different categories of racing. So it's always a bit interesting. And
I mean, at the end of the day, we're all racers, but then sometimes we forget it's fun. we get a little bit hot under the collar. I know myself. Sometimes I can. Get a little bit, but like for today, we're here to race. We're here to enjoy it. As within our team, but also within everyone else. There's guys out there that aren't even on our team. We're helping them as well.
Yeah.
So we're all here to have fun.
Yeah.
And try not to take things too seriously, but by the same token, we want to win.
Yeah. Well, there's that sort of level. It's like, well, you have to. I mean, like folks like yourself and me. Hopefully, you kind of at that point in your life where you don't have to be super competitive. It's just like, okay, we're here for fun. We're going to chill a bit. Step back. Let the red mist kind of dissipate, and I'll go help out this guy who's just like crashed into me in the last race.
And that was for me. I semi-retired a few years back. I used to get the same enjoyment. I used to get more enjoyment from helping. So I'd be helping Carl, helping other people. I got more enjoyment because they were better racers than I was. I got the achievement of living through it. So if he won, I won. You know what I mean? Even though I was only fuel in the car or whatever, I wasn't really doing anything. We won as a team. And I didn't get the red mist and I didn't get the angry part because I wasn't up there crashing and things like that. So I still managed to go racing, but without the anger part. So it was great, and I could I'd come down here with Carl. We do testing. And didn't get angry.
Yeah. Well, that's where you get a crew or a squad, or it's like you're part of a team. You're helping this one guy who's sort of the front man of the band, sort of, but they're the one racing, but you're the one who's glued the tires, or you cut out whatever, or you painted the body, or you pitted or whatever.
It's the same for like Formula One. Max Verstappen doesn't just win on his own. He wins because he's got his team behind him. He's got a car that's built for him. He's got a team that's helping him. It's a team thing. Even though there's only 2 of us, but it is a team thing.
Yeah. So how many guys are on the team 2?
Team 2, we've got we're at 5. We had a couple of last minute withdrawals, and then we had a last minute addition this morning. So it's been tight. As I say, we've got 2 guys that normally race electric, so they're sharing a car, which is one of my old cars.
Is Darren one of them?
Darren's one of them.
Yeah. We had a good.
He wasn't moaning about the car, was he?
No. I talked to him yesterday. Before he drove the car.
Right, okay. He's out there moaning about the car, and he's like moaning about the tyres, and he's moaning about this. I was like, just drive it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. No, he's just crashed into someone. And then obviously Dan's borrowing a car as well. So getting it set up, and with this morning, there's not a lot of time to get it set up. I mean, don't get me wrong, we should have been more organised, and that's exactly what Carl would have been saying. Need to get more organised.
It was much the same vibe with a lot of the teams last time, so it's I don't think it's it's okay.
Yeah, and I mean, I got a little bit upset. I was taking things a bit too seriously earlier, just because everything went missing in about a 10-minute period. But no, it's all good now. Everything's settled down a little bit. We've got a running order. We know who's doing what. Yeah. We're going out for sort of 25, 30-minute stints. So you've got time to have a look, check your car over.
And is that, if you're doing, say, 25, 30 minutes, is that pitting every 6 or 5 minutes, or?
it's engine
it just
dependent, but
depends.
I've
Yeah.
said about 7.5 minutes
Yeah.
is about right. I haven't run my engine since May. I don't know how long it will last. So
Hopefully
I've
it's
said,
not all rusty
yeah.
and
well, I did
pitted
check
inside.
that. I found it in a box in the shed, and put it together. And luckily, I put after run oil in it.
Yeah.
That's probably because Carl told me to do that.
Yeah.
And it's been fine. It's run, fingers crossed, touch wood. It's run absolutely fine. So yeah, about 7.5 minutes. So that's why we do 22.5 or 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Is sort of the stint time. And I think it works out quite nicely because I think we have to do a minimum 45. So if we do 22.5 minute stints, that's covered it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's sort of kind of where the theory is. But because we got the 5 and we're doing 7 hours now, I think we've got to do about an hour and 20 minutes each,
Right,
which is
okay.
fine. So we're more than covered. 'Cause I think before, I think you could have, is it 8 team members?
I can't.
Can't remember,
I
7
don't
or
really
8,
know
yeah.
the rules
Yeah.
off the top of my head. I was describing them earlier to just so people knew
Yeah.
what they were watching and why the cars are changing and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I think last year it was a 6-hour race.
Hmm.
We had 6 in our team, but you had to do 45 minutes each.
Okay.
So that was difficult because that meant you all had to literally do exactly 45 minutes.
Ah, right.
So if a car broke down, you'd bring the next car out. That's fine, but that person would end up doing slightly more.
Right. Yeah.
You'd end
Yeah.
up to take them off, and it was, that was a bit of a juggling at the end where we
Yeah.
was having a car was coming out, he was going out for a minute and then coming back in, and then it's good. It's different. It's a different format. It is interesting. You know, I hope people are enjoying it watching at home. It's certainly it's intense for the people racing, even though it's 7 hours and probably people are watching it thinking, I'll come back in an hour's time.
No, well,
It's
we do have. I mean, we do have another RCTV team out in Madrid
Yes.
for Buggy
Yep.
Land. So
Yep.
obviously that's the pro guys.
yes.
And here we can watch the club guys as
Yep.
well. You know, so it's I've told everybody just have one tablet or a laptop going
One on
and
each.
another one going, and just swap back and forth as much as you want. It's fine.
That's
I'm just curious what's going on with the timing. So James, if you're listening, I don't know if the timing's broken or because we're not going to. If they've swapped over completely to the BBK system, then I think he's just refreshing it now. Does it come back? I think it takes a little while to refresh. If it depends where where the feed is coming on. James handles all the
Yeah, I
intense
think
technical stuff.
I think it swaps over onto Live RC.
Yeah, it's been running on the library. So I can go onto, but it's running on BBK as well. So
Oh,
I think
okay.
that's one is the backup for the other, and I don't.
Yeah.
I think because Jim is more familiar with the BBK system.
Yeah.
But I think eventually everything's
Gonna
going to move over
migrate over,
to the online timing. But so
Cool.
we'll just take it off for now, and hopefully it'll show. I think last year there were so many issues with the timing that we
Right,
just
okay.
didn't really know who won
Right,
at the
okay,
end of
yeah.
the actual
Yeah.
broadcast.
Yeah.
So they had
You
to
want to know
figure
the
it
winner,
out.
don't you?
Yeah. But no, it's good. I mean, like we said, it's whether or not the timing's working or not. Everyone's here to remember Carl, raise
Yep.
some money for the
That's it.
foundation, and hope the J5 race. Well, apparently it's already off to a rocking start.
Yeah, I think we're just under 6,000.
Okay, well, Tom
which
was
is
saying it was
amazing.
5,000 earlier, so
Yeah.
that's fantastic.
It's
And
amazing.
where is it that people can donate? Do we
So
know?
we've got a GoFundMe page at
Okay,
the moment,
okay.
which, as I say, it wasn't something we organised, but it's something that we sort of could set up fairly
Yeah,
quickly.
yeah.
So I don't know if we can maybe send it to you guys and you can maybe post it.
Yeah, I mean, and we can just tell people just search for Carl Jackson
Yeah,
or
it's-
search
so
for J5 Racing.
J5 Racing, it's on GoFundMe.
Okay.
I don't know how it would work. I don't know if there's like a reference number, but hopefully you'll see it. There's a nice picture of Carl
Yeah,
on there. Please.
it's probably the same image that
I think
we.
it's the same picture as we've got. Oh no, it's no. The image we've got on the GoFundMe is him in the pit lane.
Okay,
But yeah, if anyone listening out there,
I'll
if you
look for
fancy-
that. I'll look for that and put it on the
Yeah, that'd be brilliant.
TV. That's the one picture I've seen.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm sure there's many others that.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's,
I've got his face. There we go. It's we've got it on
There
the
we
screen
go.
now. So yeah, if you search
Well done.
for that's James, it's sorted out for us.
Yep.
So they've already exceeded the goal. So obviously
yeah, it's brilliant. It's amazing.
pop that up to 10 grand next and make that the next goal.
I mean, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
There he is, smile on his face.
So if you go to the GoFundMe page and just search for Carl Jackson, and search for just look for that photo of
Yep.
lovely photo of Carl here at the track, actually.
Yeah, at the track. He's got Callum's car there.
Right.
But yeah, no, anyone that fancy, as I say, this is trying to put something back into the sport.
Yeah.
To get people into racing, to help people that are racing, and if anyone can donate, really, really appreciate it. The family do, all his friends do. Hopefully we can turn this into something positive.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's hard to see sort of the silver lining.
Yeah.
But if there can be something where the J5 racing, turns into a thing where
Yep.
kids, after a couple of years of
Yeah.
mentorship and go on to become great racers and
Yep.
and
That's all we want.
yeah, exactly. Everybody have fun, smiles racing model cars around around the world.
This is it. Right, I need to go and get myself sorted.
Yeah.
I'm out after Simon. Thank you
No
for your time.
problemo. Yeah, thank you very much.
And I will, if providing I didn't bore anyone too much, I might pop in again later.
Certainly.
Right. Cheers, Frank.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, good luck out there for the rest of the event. Cool. All right, so make sure, and I'm going to have to pop on there myself on that GoFundMe page, and because I got a couple of the sticker sheets yesterday, and we happy to have those on drink bottles or car body shells, phone cases, laptops, and so you can, it doesn't have to be a sad thing. You can always share the goal of making RC racing more accessible for pretty much everybody. Really, it doesn't have to be young kids. It could be old guys like myself, or other folks who've never raced. But there we go. There's the link put into the thing there. So just in case you're listening, it's gofund.me/CDOCO223. It's all caps. CDOCO223. So be sure and check that out, and we'd love it if some of our RCTV audience would go check out the page, and whatever you're able to comfortably donate. Obviously, not going to tell anybody, put your rent into it or anything. Just 10 or 20 quid or dollars or whatever you've got. Right, so don't really know who's doing what out there, because we're not sure what the timing situation is happening. But we haven't followed Team Nemo in a while, so I'm going to look for the car number 1 and see if we can find them. Yeah, it's okay. I'll talk over it. But can you get us some drinks or James? Anyway, so we'll see if we can find the car number 1. I'm not sure if Jim's already on it. It's Team Nemo, who definitely threatening for podium position. One of the leading spots. Obviously started in pole position. So gave him the car number 1. 3 fastest laps during an hour-long session of just basically open qualifying, like F1 racing qualifying used to be. I think we're on the car 1 there. It's white and white wing, green body in the first corner. It must be so intense to go through that corner. It's really good. Very fast, banked concrete corner. Brand new tires, it looks like. Brand new wheels and tires. Going over the rumble strip and into the J5 racing section. Just trying to bring up the timing again. I think it's back. I'm not sure. We'll let the webpage roll on for a minute or so and see what happens. But let's see if I can remember the gofund.me/CDOCO223. And hopefully that will bring up apparently I've misremembered that, but I'll type in Carl Jackson. The K, Carl with a K, remember? There we go. You can pay by PayPal or card. Makes it very handy. Sorry for the dead air. I'm just trying to donate to Carl's GoFundMe. Right. Okay. So yes, we're still in the car number 1 of Nemo Racing. I'm not sure. Let me see. I actually have some information, so I can tell you who is actually on the sticks or on the controls now, I should say, because I don't run stick. And it is green, orange, green, and white. So I believe this is going to be Harry Weymouth. Ah, we got timing back. And looks like it's been a little bit of movement because we lost timing for 5 or 10 minutes, so I'm not sure exactly how long we've been without it. But Team WRC running in the top spot now. Team Oddbods and then Nemo Racing, who we're following, running 3rd at the moment. Herts RC Models, the shop team, and then we've got J5 Racing Team 1 and J5 Racing Team 2, followed by the Hertz Club Racers, and then the South Coast Misfits, the Newbies, and Cool Runnings. So let's see where we are. We're 140 minutes in, so it's just over almost 2.5 hours. So somehow we missed the 2-hour mark, but 2.5, just so I'll mark that down in a bit, just so I know the lap times roughly. So I think my PayPal is connected. Okay. No, PayPal doesn't want to know at the moment. I'll sort that anyway. I've got the browser window open for the GoFundMe page. Again, if you go to just GoFundMe.com and just search for Carl with a K, K-A-R-L, Jackson, spelled like Jackson, and you can find the GoFundMe page and donate however much you want. Set the tip amount to however much you want, and there you go. And then look for them at well, especially BRCA off-road races. I'm sure they're going to be going to as many as they can, but obviously based here in at the Hertz RC Model Club. Oh, we got a dead car in the back section. Can't see the car number just yet. I think it's got a broken rear end. Can't steer. Can't get around very well. It's car 9. It's been retrieved. So, oh, there we go. Thank you, James. CDOCO223. That's what I wasn't typing in properly earlier. So, Team WRC, then Oddbods Nemo Racing, who we're following now, that green and white car. So, who haven't we followed for a little while? It's Cool Runnings, the car 7. See if I can find them. Stay on the car you're on, Jim, and they are out running somewhere in the first half of the track. Sorry, just doing some messages. Sorry, I haven't been, sorry for the dead air, haven't been looking up for a bit, but we're still on the 1. I'm still looking for the car 7. I'm not sure, there's a lot of cars in the pits, to be honest. I do see a car 7, but I don't think it's the car 7 that we're looking for. Because all the team cars all share the same car number. Going past this, and it's either a 6 or an 8. It's not super. Oh, there goes the 7 down the straight now. Into the first corner. A little bit slower pan there, Jim. Gonna give someone whiplash. Coming towards us on the AstroTurf. Oh, and stuck in a pipe. Stuck in a pipe. Marshall. Coming around this dirt corner, it's quite loose dirt there. Actually, it does get pitted up. I think it's only recently been done because it looks like fresh sort of dirt, so to speak. The blue groove isn't as blue as it is in this section, for example, the J5 racing section. Now they're coming out of it, just coming out past this concrete dome and over the AstroTurf step, and over these little step jumps. Rinky-dink things, and over the tabletop. A little bit wild there. Over the final tabletop. Down the chute. Over the bricks. And the twin timing loops. So this is Team Cool Runnings, I should say. Let's see if we can find the info sheet for them. I don't have one, actually. I don't have one. Forgot that I don't have one. But this is Team Cool Runnings. I don't know who's running. But hopefully those of you who are watching will be able to check it out. Know who it is. Hopefully, I'm just going to check the live chat and see what is the skullduggery. Plenty of you watching today. Ashley Pattinson putting in the live chat. You should come to the UK Nats next year to broadcast the 1/8 rally across all 5 rounds. Well, we would love to get the BRCA to talk to us, drop us a message. Gail Jackson saying, "Come on, J5 Racing." yellow heart. Thank you very much, Gail, for joining us. We do have the standings back on the screen. We had a issue with the timing. Everything's all connected by internet nowadays, so it's some sort of connection issue. So we are 146 minutes in. I missed the 2.5 hour mark somewhere along the way. But speaking of the standings, if you are on a device of some sort, you can check that out live. If you go to hnmc.liverc.com, that's Hotel November Mike Charlie.liverc.com. Bacon sandwich or something, and Pepsi Max or something. Jim, would you like some food? Feel free to put it in a WhatsApp or something to Jim and James. Got Jim and James, and we also have a Jim here at the track, and I'm sure there's a James and Jim. It's all very confusing. We're full of Jims and James. Yes, so the timings. Team WRC in the lead at the roughly 2.5 hour mark with 165 laps. Now these are unofficial because there are going to be lost laps and whatnot. We know that the J5 number 1 team had some laps added. I can only go by the numbers that I'm presented with. I don't know exactly where everybody actually is, so it's a bit. Be prepared for these to not necessarily be the actual running order, but according to LiveRC, this is our running order. So Nemo on 163, Oddbods on 165, so very, very close with WRC. Herts RC Models on 160. JS Racing Team 1 also on 160, so they are moving back up the pack. Very, very tight between them. And actually, if we can find the car 6 or the car 2, they are going to be very close together on track, I think. According to the computer, they're very close together on track. You can see that progress bar, that green progress bar on the screen is showing that's roughly where they are on track. So let's see if we can find them. J5 Racing Team 2 on 158. Hertz Club Racers on 151. I've already done them. Misfits on 129. Newbies on 121. And the Cool Runnings team on 90. So still to break the 3-digit mark. So are we on the cars? Now this being an endurance race, if you've ever watched full-size endurance racing or even RC endurance racing, it's not very often you're going to have cars actually battling together on the track for position. It's a fairly rare thing, really, especially in a longer race. In a more of a sprint race, a 5, 10, 20-minute race, we will see that quite more often. We're looking for, was it J5 number, I need to write the numbers down on these properly. Nemo is number 1. Puts Oddbods number 3. WRC is number 4. Number 6. J5 Racing, I know their car number 2. Club Racers, number 5. So it's cars 2 or 6. Okay, 2 is just going down the road, down the main street. Unfortunately, I don't see car number 6 anywhere near them, so it's in the time that it took me to find them. Car 6, no, it's car 5 just going down, and car 8. So not exactly as close as I was thinking, because it's car 3 now, and that's car 9, I think. I don't even see car 6. Car 6 must be, are they swapping? I hear a car in the pit, but I think it's just warming up. Okay, so much for that theory. Car 6. I think it's car 6, the sort of teal and white, but nowhere near the car 2. And hopefully, one of the cars is out there doesn't even have any numbers on the side, so it's impossible to see. I think, well, they're close-ish, but close-ish means they're about 10 seconds apart on a very, very long lap. Not quite as close as I was thinking. Obviously, the progress bar is only an estimate. Obviously, if they get tagged by a slower driver or get hung up on a pipe or whatever, things move around. But anyway, I'll finish writing down the numbers of the cars. J5, 8, Misfits, car 9, Newbies, car 10, Cool Runnings is 7. I think we talked to a good number of the teams already, and we're not quite halfway through yet. There's still 266 minutes. What is that? Where did we... Don't really have a... What does that equate to? 4 and a bit hours, 4 hours, 20 minutes remaining. Something like that. Odds bods have gone red, so it looks like they're in threat of being passed by Nemo Racing. So let's see if I don't see a car 3 in the pits. Nemo Racing looks like they're getting ready for a car swap. It's the car 1. So if no, they're back out. Car 3, that's that very bright orange. I'm pretty sure it's going to be young Henry, who we spoke with earlier. Only 11 years old, only been racing for a year, and already doing an endurance race. Pit stop for the car 5. That's the Herts Club Racers team. Nice and quick. Not using a fuel gun, keeping it old school. Looks like Nemo Racing have popped into, oh no. Yeah, they have passed Oddbods, making up a couple of laps. Or no, they haven't passed it. Oddbods, J5 Racing Team 1 has moved up. What I would love to see is an endurance race specific timing thing, because that would be excellent to see who's moved up past who. And when it happened, maybe. Nemo Racing. Very, very tight between them and Oddbods. And then very close between J5 Racing Team 1 and Herts RC Models. They're both on 169. The other two I mentioned are on 173, 2 laps behind Team WRC. Currently in the lead with 175. And then we've got Team Racing, JS Racing Team 2 on 166. And Herts RC Club Racers on 160. And then South Coast Misfits on 136. The Newbies on 128. Cool Runnings on 97 laps. So the orders moved around quite a lot. So J5 is J5 Team 2. They were running well in the lead. At times they had a 3 or 4 lap lead. And then dropped down to as low as 10th actually. But on the half-hour marks, they were down to 7th, and now they're running. Let's see, 4th now. Right, okay, so there we go. So yes, don't forget to try to make a donation to the GoFundMe page for the J5 Racing and the Carl Jackson Foundation, which is obviously going to be benefiting new racers for the RC racing scene. Providing a ride and drive, no cost necessary, just a donation, whatever you can afford. Arrive and drive cars and services and help and tuning help and all sorts of things like that. And it would be fantastic to come back next year to the endurance race here. Next year's Memorial Meet, and see a J5 racing team composed fully or partially of completely new racers who've never raced before, and that would be amazing. So we'd absolutely love to see that. So I'd like to thank the Herts RC Models shop, and Jim especially, and all of his great staff, and of course the Herts Model Car Club, J5 Racing, and all of the club members for having us here. We'd absolutely love to be here. It's as we said, it's sad that Carl can't be here to enjoy the racing himself, but he was at last year's event, and he's well remembered and well loved, and it wasn't that long ago that he unfortunately passed away, but everyone here to have a good time and race in his memory and help raise lots and lots of funds to help basically to kind of continue his work, really, to bring in new racers and welcome new people into the RC racing scene here in the Stevenage, Hertfordshire area. major changes yet. It looks like Nemo Racing has finally done the job on odd bods and popped up into second. Just gonna check what. I think they're probably on the same lap time as Team WRC. No, just about a lap behind, but they are gaining ground for sure. And for those of you curious, lap times are, if you're running quick, under 50 seconds. If running not so quick, about 1:10. So, on average, you can say maybe high 50s, just under a minute lap time, which is that's a pretty long lap. If we're just a little bit longer, it'd be about the same length of time as what a MotoGP motorcycle racer would do on a typical size track, or even Formula One. Nemo Racing actually making up loads of time on Team WRC at the moment. The last lap's representative, 45 seconds, 44.7 seconds compared to 105.4, so it's 20 seconds faster. On a 1 minute long lap, that is a very, very large margin. So, see, it may actually be Kev running for him. Let's see if we can find that number 1 car. And Team WRC is car number 4. It is actually Kev Brunsden running. Top 3 finisher in the European Championships for the 40-plus category. Not too long ago. Less than, well, I think just a couple of weeks ago, I think. And he is running quick with that Agama Nemo buggy racer. It's called the N1. You see there the lap times. That third column there, after the second column after the name, is number of laps, and then lap time. You can see the lap time he actually did. 45.7 that last time, so just about a second variance. Trying to see where the number 4 car is ahead, because he's got to be in the gaggle of cars that are just ahead of him in the WRC car. WRC actually expected. Are they in the pits? I don't see them in the pits. Stricken car in the pit lane. It's car number 7. Cool runnings. Plus, you don't want to really have a crash. Okay, I'm gonna. Did Kev just crash? No, I don't think he did. No, he's just coming past us just now. So he's just passed actually the car number 2 of J5 Racing, Team 1. Still looking for the number 4. I keep looking around, and then after a few seconds I can't find him, so I start looking something else. Where is the car 4 of Team WRC? right. Purple Wing, just gone past us now. So, Kev is about... If he keeps going at the pace where he's making up 20 seconds a lap, and obviously it depends on the driver, so it's Kev is arguably probably the Nemo Racing's fastest driver for this team. And I'm not sure who's running for the WRC team, but doesn't matter. That's the pass for position there that we've just seen. I think because maybe the Nemo Racing, the WRC has gone into the pits. I'm not sure, but anyway, as you can see on the live timing, that was the pass for the lead. So Nemo Racing back into the front. Currently working on their 187th lap. You can see these live timings. Once again, you can find them on hnmrc.liverc.com. That's Hotel November Mike Charlie.liverc.com. Easily accessible wherever you are in the world. Haven't seen the pass on track happen just yet, but I think we're going to see it happen. Or I'll see it happen because Jim's just having a break. But WRC has crashed, and now Kev is literally about a second behind the WRC car. And there we go. There's a pass. A little mistake from the WRC car, and that purple wing machine going into the barriers, and Kev going right past. It was a pass on the track, so that's another lap down. Confusingly, I think it's the number 2 car of J5 Racing Team 1. Has a very, almost exactly the same scheme as Kev's car in the Nemo team. Down to the white wheels, of course, and clear rear wing. So that's really handy, guys. But at least they're clearly marked car 1 and car 2. So once again, big shout out to the other RC Racing TV team out in Madrid. They've been there since, I believe, Friday, broadcasting the qualifying and finals Friday and Saturday, and obviously today. So if you want to see some pro level racing, same thing, buggy, truggy. I'm not sure that they're doing electric, they might be. But set up a second tablet or laptop or TV screen and get the RC Racing live feed on that, and just open up the Buggyland live broadcast. But keep this one going as well, obviously, because this is endurance race is a different sort of thing. These guys running about the same length of time as they would on a normal buggy club meeting weekend. About an hour or so of running, or possibly less, depends on how many people are on the team. There we go. There's our driver stand and the pit area there. See mechanics and refuel masters waiting for their cars to come in for refueling or car swap, car/driver swap. Everyone running, everyone on a team running the same transponder, and basically just swap the transponder over, whether it's with clips or screws or whatever they've got. So with Nemo Racing taking over the lead now, Herts Oddbods taking second. WRC's dropped down to third. J5 Racing Team 1 still in fourth. So they're going to be looking to move up. Let's see what yeah, they did move up from fifth to fourth. So they're not quite on a charge, I would say, but they are doing good, making progress. They're 2 laps behind Team WRC. Team WRC looks like the same driver, getting 1 minute 14 second lap. J5 Racing getting 47 seconds on the last lap. Looks like Kev Brunsden's still out there for Nemo. Did 45 seconds on the last lap and 45 seconds on the lap just completed. So pretty consistent. So you can safely say that top guys on the top teams doing about 45, 47 seconds. Most of the teams at the moment getting in the 50-second range. Slower drivers doing anywhere from 1 minute to 1 minute 14. Oddbods and Team WRC both getting 107 second laps that last time. J5 Racing Team 1 getting 48 seconds, along with Herts RC models. They're not going to be too shabby either. Jim is a very keen racer himself. Of course, the rest of the shop workers are going to be as well. Oddbods looks like they're in the pits now, or just, yeah, looks like they're in the pits. So you see that red bar where the progress bars are on the top right. You see if it's red, that just means the computer is going, we think this car has a bit of a delay, so just waiting for them to come across. So Cool Runnings must be having either an issue or a car swap or something happening. Unlikely that they're broken. I haven't seen any cars come off broken recently or flame out or anything like that. Kev Brunson still running in that number 1 spot for car number 1. Of course, he set the TQ time. 3 fastest laps in the hour-long qualifying session at the start of the day. And some of the cars were out here, cars and drivers were out here practicing yesterday a bit. Very similar weather conditions to yesterday. It's a little bit darker, a little bit more overcast, but not. I don't think we've had any of the threatened rain. May have been a couple of drops. Let's see if I can spot that car 2. Was it one? It was the other one with the clear wing, wasn't it? There it goes, just coming across. Very similar to Kev's car. I'm not sure who's running it, actually. I don't have the driver information for the J5 racing teams. I'm trying to take a guess. I'm gonna guess that maybe it's Callum Niblett running. He's pretty quick and quite a bit younger than Kev as well. He knows how to set up a car, thanks to, I'm sure, in no small part to the help from Carl. Speaking of Carl, I'm going to see if I can get back onto that GoFundMe page and sort out the payment there. So again, oh, did it go through? No, it didn't. It's a different PayPal message. So if you go to GoFundMe.com and just do a search for Carl Jackson, it's K-A-R-L Jackson, J-A-C-K-S-O-N. And you'll see a picture of Carl pop up. It's the top results. And whatever you are able to comfortably give, I'm sure they will gratefully and very hopefully accept. I'm just sorting out my donation. Hopefully it's going through this time. Ah, there we go. Okay. Right, yes. So, Oddbods, waiting for them to come across is WRC. They're just crossing now. Got a little bit hung up on the pipe, but they've crossed the line. Passing Oddbods. Oddbods must be stuck in the pits somewhere. That car number 3. So Nemo Racing taking the top spot a few laps ago, several minutes ago from Team WRC. J5 Racing Team 1 popping up into 3rd. So let's see where the lap count situation looks like. We've got 180 minutes in, so that means, is that 3 hours? That's 3 hours in now. So we're going to, because I'm trying to keep track of that so I know how things have moved roughly every half hour or so. So Nemo on 203 laps in first position. J5 Racing has just popped up into second, so they're actually racing neck and neck with the cars 2 and 4. That's a J5 Racing Team 1 and Team WRC. They're both on 198 laps at the moment, so both have their fast guys in, I'd say. Nemo and J5 Racing. WRC has not one of their starred racers in, I would say. So just slipping down the order out of first down to third. Herts RC Models on 197 in fourth. Herts Oddbods, something has happened with their cars. They're on 196 at the moment, and they've been there for quite a while now, so for at least a couple of laps, because they have slipped down the order and they're falling further, now in 5th place. Just crossed the line now. As you can see, that red line has gone to green. J5 Racing Team 2 on 193. Herts Club Racers in 7th place on 185. They basically are in the same position they were half an hour ago. Same, they were 7th before. Misfits next, running in 8th with 159 laps. Again, they haven't moved, and the newbies and Cool Runnings still on the same. I think I see what has happened here with the... So Cool Runnings, they're showing as officially on 4 laps, so there's no way that's correct. So I'm not sure what has happened with their transponder. Maybe they've got some issues and laps will have to be added up at the end of the race. So it makes things a little bit confusing. So unfortunately, you won't be able to trust what I tell you from the timing count, because the race director is going to have to add things up. So I think what probably happened is some sort of transponder issue, and they've had to start with a new transponder a couple of times at least, because they were showing in half an hour in, they're showing us 24 laps, and then half an hour later on 36 laps, and half an hour after that on 35 laps. So there's no way that that's correct. And then about half an hour ago from now, they were showing on 90, and now they're showing on 5. So there's no way that that's correct. They've definitely been out there a lot. I mean, we followed them on camera for like a very long time. So anyway, so Jim is back on the camera. So Jim, well, let's see who we can follow now. So we've got Nemo Racing. They're now several laps ahead of J5 Racing Team 1. Team WRC is a lap behind J5, and they've got Herts RC Models. No one's on the same lap now, but let's see if I can find Kev out there. Clear wing and bright pink. I think they've going down the straight now and into the first corner. That white and pink and blue car with the clear wing, car number 1. That's Nemo. We'll just start at the top and keep it easy. It's a very long jump, Kev. So Kev running what I call old man colors. You see these a lot on the 12 scale racers, especially, running a very, very bright front end and a bright back end as well. Coming up on lap traffic. Well, basically everybody's going to be lap traffic to Kev at the moment. Running 46-second lap that time. J5 Racing running 44 seconds. This is the fastest lap I've seen so far. The timing system doesn't have a best lap display. I mean, there probably is a column for it, but I don't know how to bring it up. Team WRC must have a different driver in now, because it just did a 50-second lap. Herts RC Models just did 47 seconds for Herts Odd Bods. It's gotten a little bit brighter somehow. Or maybe the caffeine's kicking in, I'm not sure. So again, we've got sort of rotating views from the track, from the driver stand and pit lane. In the very, very packed and busy pit lane it is. Matt Locke in the live chat is saying, asking, do you have a list of the racers' name per team? We do, but for only about half of them. So it's entirely up to the team managers and the teams to get us a list of their team information, such as who's actually driving the car. But I can tell you, at least for Team Nemo, They've got Danny Lewington, who started them off, Ryan Donovan, Luke Bennett, Dave Crompton, Harry Weymouth, and Kev Brunsden, who, as I mentioned, is running right now. And he's European Championship top 3, actually, well, third is what that means. Third in the 40-plus European Championships this year. So excellent result for him. And obviously running that Agama N1 car. The weird one with the lay-down shocks. And just a little bit more information. They're based in Gaydon, and the team consists of a well-mixed group of people. And currently helping run the Slough Club, and they've been helping run that club since 2020 with Kevin. And of course, also sort of based at the Nemo track with Lee Martin and John Hazelwood at the helm. We missed Lee at the EFRA European Championships in Radovon a few weeks ago. But we hope everything is going as well as it could for him under the situation. So we would have liked to see Lee here. Of course, I know a European champion, British champion, I can't remember, world champion. We've got a gaggle of 6 cars all gathered together in the middle of the field. It's that's an interesting way for the clumping to work out this time, but that's how it goes sometimes. So we're still following Kev, going around, coming over the AstroTurf step, and over the tabletop, coming around down the chute into the final corner. Very tight chicane there of the brickwork. See what the laps are looking like now. Kev leading the charge, taking the Nemo team 5 laps ahead of the J5 Racing Team 1, and 6 laps ahead of WRC, and 8 laps ahead of Oddbods, RC Models. So he's cranking up the speed, really, just turning the wick up, firing it out of the cannon, putting his foot down, and any other metaphors that you would care to use to say putting the hurt on. So he's got absolutely clear track ahead of him for at least, I would say probably at least the next 2 or 3 laps, maybe less, if the cars in front start really squabbling. A little bit of a tight turn there. Obviously having a fine result, fine race meet with this N1 with the lay-down shocks, coming up on 3 cars now to put him another lap down. See if I can identify the numbers on these. We've got the car 2, J5 Racing, car 7, and he's already passed the car 5. That's Herts Club. And Cool Runnings in the car 7. J5 Racing Team 1 is one of those cars as well. So lapping second place, put him another lap down. 6 laps ahead now of second place. So these drivers are limited. So in case you're curious, endurance race, anywhere from 6 to 8 racers on each team. And You can only race a maximum amount of time, so it has to be as even as possible. So you can't have, say, your fastest guy, say Kev, out there running 5 hours and split up. Everyone else only runs 5 minutes each or something like that. It all has to be as even as possible. So that's why you're going to see some of the drivers, some of the teams being, quite slow comparatively when, say, their slowest driver is out and the fastest drivers from other teams are out on track. So that's what we saw, I believe, with the Team WRC and some of the other teams. So Kev is arguably the fastest racer on the Nemo team, on this particular Nemo team anyway. So he's out there putting down the fast laps. He's just past the car number 9. Timing has disappeared once again off the screen, so I'm not sure what's happening, but that was a South Coast Misfits car that he's just passed, the most recent car. Just trying to see who else. J5 Racing. Well, they're close, but they're 6 laps apart, so it's quite a spread. But let's see if we can find that car number 2. So we kind of spread the love a bit. It's a nice thing about it being an endurance race. It's not like it's a 5-minute qualifying where we have to try and follow 9 or 10 cars all in 5 minutes. We can spread out all of our RCTV attention. But while we're looking for that car number 2 of J5 Racing, just like to mention all the crew here, whether it's myself, Jim up on the moving camera that we're watching now, or James in the control truck. We're all sporting the latest RC Racing TV clothing and gear, whether it's hats, hoodies, t-shirts. You can find those on rcracingtv.com, and I believe you can still put in RCTV10 and get 10% off your first order of clothing from RCTV, official RCTV clothing. Good stuff. So there you can get white shirts, I believe gray shirts, obviously lots of black shirts as well. Nice and hides the grime from nitro cars and stuff like that. And if you want some stickers, the only way to get stickers is to get them through the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. Just find the join button and you'll get all the details there and all the awesome stuff that you can get. You get a logo next to your name, you get a highlighted name in all the live chat, and you get priority access, I guess we call it. I can't remember, for follow requests. So if you're one of our heroes, as we like to call them, and you join, it's only a few dollars a month, few pounds, whatever a month. You also got a sticker sheet, and we're working on things for if you stick around and remain a hero for some length of time. We're working on things for long-term subscribers as well. So that's all good stuff from the RCTV website and YouTube channels, all that good stuff. So car 2, Jim, is about to go. It's the first car about to go into J5 Racing section now with the white wing. He was coming up on a slow-moving car also with a white wing, but I think that's in there. You got him? That's car number 2 of J5 Racing Team 1. So they're currently running second, I believe, but it's a pretty tight battle still. Team WRC is a couple of laps behind, and they are actually in a really tight battle with Herts Oddbods running on the same laps, same lap, 215 laps. Remember, we've got 7 hours. 7 hours of racing here. With the J5 Racing team. Team Nemo has, in the last hour or so, has really crept up from starting pole and dropping down a bit, and then working the way every half hour or so, keeping track of how they've crept up. They were, first half hour or so, they were on 35 laps, and then they in sixth place, and they were in fifth, then third again just about 45 minutes ago, and only recently popped up into the top spot. So it could end up being a very tight race at the end, depending on how things go. Because after Kev, I imagine it's going to be Danny Lewington again. And I'm not sure whether Danny had problems with his particular car that he was racing, but team fell behind the order, and slowly crept up, and then Kev laid down the fast laps. Did a great job to put them into first overall at the moment. Again, there's still about 4 hours left. Let's say about 3.5 actually. What are we on? We're on 199 minutes in with 221 to go. What does that work out to? It's a, so 2:10 is the halfway mark. So in about 10 minutes, we'll mark down where everybody's at that time. So I'm just trying to mark down. So 210, 240, 270, 300. That's 5 hours. Just checking the live chat. We are keeping track of what's going on in the live chat. So got quite a few of you watching. Thank you very much for joining us. And don't forget, if you want to see the action from Buggyland, there's a big race happening in Madrid right now. We got the other half of the RCTV crew out in Madrid. So you can have, whether you're using a phone, laptop, tablet, TV, computer, whatever you've got, you can have one screen showing Buggyland and one screen showing here from the Herts RC J5 Racing Memorial Meet to benefit the Carl Jackson Foundation. Don't forget, you can check out GoFundMe.com and just search for Carl Jackson, or you can type in GoFund.me/CDOCO223, and that will bring up, should bring up the donation page for the Carl Jackson Foundation, and please check that out. It's definitely for a good cause. I'll just see if we've had any recent, or they've had any recent donations. Hopefully they have. We don't feel obligated, obviously, but if you can, it's all good. So we're on the J5 Racing Team 1 car. I believe they're still running second. We followed the WRC car for quite a bit, in that car 4. Herts RC models, we haven't followed them too much, so they are in, currently, I believe they're running 4th. I'll check the live time in a moment, but Herts RC models, the car 6. See if I can spot them when they come around. Another truggy out there. It's so weird to see them going around. So car 6 is on the concrete section at the just coming towards us on the AstroTurf. There we are. Good spot. And I dare say it looks a bit like the Croatian flag with the red and white checkers. That's car 6 of the Herts Nitro RC Models team. Team WRC. They've got a red line underneath them. So something's happened to them. Oh no, they've just come across now. Probably had a pit stop. So at the moment, this spread is Nemo Racing 6 laps ahead of J5 Racing Team 1. And then 3 laps ahead of... They are 3 laps ahead of Team WRC, and they are 2 laps ahead of Herts RC Models, who we are following now in the car 6. So just to recap, what everyone is doing is the 6 to 8 racers per team. And everyone running their own car. And basically, in traditional, quote-unquote, endurance racing, there'd be one car that goes around and would drive the entire race distance. But if you spread out the driving duties across the team's cars, it does make it a lot easier for people, because otherwise you're going to be asking everybody to pitch in to buy a car for a whole race. And just use it for that one weekend, because running 6 hours on one car in one event is quite a lot of work on all the metal bits. All the plastic bits would have to be replaced. Most of the metal bits would probably have to be replaced. All the bearings would be shot. The engine would be just used up completely. But if you spread out the load of all that stress and racing effort on the car, on one car, you spread it across 6 to 8 racers, suddenly it's basically it's about the same amount of wear and tear that they would put on at a normal club meeting anyway. So about an hour of racing if you have 6 hours, 8 drivers in a team. So it becomes a lot more palatable, a lot easier. So you don't have one driver with a car that's just been used up completely and everything on it has to be replaced and chucked out. So that's why we're seeing, all the team cars will have the same car numbers on them, but they'll be completely different racing scheme when they change drivers. And so what they're doing is they have little powered transponders or computer counting chips, basically inside the chassis of a car. It's basically the same technology that Formula One and karting and touring cars use. in full-size racing, and they're just a lot smaller, and those will automatically count the laps, and basically those plug into the battery source that's on these nitro cars and trucks, because even though they're fuel powered, there is a battery pack in them that will run for about 45 minutes to an hour or so, and that will power the electric servos and all of the electric little gizmos on the car to make sure it can be pointing and driving in the correct directions. So that is a basic rundown of how it all is working. And so that's why we're seeing a lot of the cars kind of swap around. They do change the transponder when there's a driver change. Most of the teams are doing about anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes per driver stint. So they'll come in and refuel the car several times during that stint. And so refueling anywhere from 5 to 7 minutes or so. So I think we're still on the, is this the car 6? Yes. At least one side of the wing has something. Into the pits goes the Herts team. And there's Nikki. Oh, and there's a driver change. So we're watching a car change in action. So they're doing the simplest method of just using a big body pin and clipping it onto a wing where there's been I presume a hole has been made to mount the clip to, and then plug in the power wire to make sure that it's powered so that the lap times count properly, because that's basically like a tiny little radio transmitter as it goes across the white lines at the end of the track. It's the car ahead, Jim. It's the white winged car. That's it. And so it needs a little bit of power, because it puts out a little bit of a radio signal, but just only like the range of about a meter or so, probably less. And so as the car drives across made it. So this is not just a new car, a new driver as well. So it's a whole driver swap. So what I was talking about before with the cars changing, this we saw that in action. Yes. So at the end of the lap are those transponder, the timing loops. And they've got, actually, they've got two different computer systems running, one as a backup to the other. So these guys running in fourth at the moment. Team WRC has a red line. I'll see if I can spot them. Maybe they're doing a driver change as well. I'm not sure. I don't see anybody frantically doing anything in the pits, so I'll keep an eye out for the number 4 car, though. That WRC machine. Oh, he's just come across now, so Okay, yes. I was going to say they're not counting, but they are counting the laps. So obviously transponder issues, one of the many issues that some of the teams are dealing with. Nemo Racing, oh, okay, Nemo's just come across. So J5 must, they've got a long lap at the moment. Keep an eye out for the number 2. Yeah, they're just coming across. So they must have had a tangle. There you go. You see that red line under the J5 has changed to basically a clear line, and then the progress bar just kind of estimates their position on the track. Track progress meter or progress line, whatever you want to call it. Various systems call it different things. So I think we've run out of team members to corral in. See if I can get Jim's attention to the track gym, not Jim up on the camera tower. Got plenty to do already. We're at we've just passed the halfway mark. We're on 213 minutes, so let's see where we're at lap count wise. So let's start from the top. We got Nemo Racing on 242. This isn't exactly halfway mark, but it's 3 minutes in, so we'll just go with it. JS Racing Team 1 on 238. So they've done really well from dropping all the way to dead last with their transponder issues. Nemo also had their big issues at the start. Herts RC on 233, and they're in third. Team WRC now in third, also on 233. So that's a tight battle. It's cars 4 and 6. Herts Oddbods on 230, and they are running 5th. J5 Racing 2 on 227, running 6th. Herts Club Racers running 7th with 220. The Misfits on 188, running 8th. And the bottom 3 haven't really moved positions all that much, but then we know that the Cool Runnings team, they've had multiple restarts of their transponder counts, so we don't really know where they're sat. It probably won't affect the top 3, but then you never know. It is endurance racing, so roughly at the there we go, timing's back on the screen. So there you can see for yourselves the current running positions. Nemo Racing, J5 Racing Team 1, Herts RC Models Team WRC, Herts Oddbods, J5 Racing Team 2, Herts Club Racers, South Coast Misfits, the HNMC Newbies, and Cool Runnings. So not a huge amount of movement in the last half hour or so. Although Herts RC Models has moved up a spot at the expense of... At someone's expense. I think was it WRC? I think it, yeah. I think WRC is the one that dropped down. From half an hour ago-ish, swap positions. So let's see who we can follow. Who's close on track here? I think it's the Herts RC team and Team WRC are the two closest. We followed Cool Runnings a bit. I think we haven't followed Misfits in quite a while. The Club Racers I know we haven't followed in a while, or Team 2 of J5 Racing. So we'll look for. Let's see. We'll start with car 9 of the Misfits. Follow them for a bit. Where are they? Ooh, they're actually broken. Jim, if you go to the main straight, there's a car that is broken just off the main straight next to the turn marshal 10. The chap sat. I don't know why no one is retrieving it. Just behind this gentleman there. No, yeah. So the driver has come down himself to retrieve it. The mechanic is not on duty. And looks like a suspension arm or suspension mount is broken off. Well, so just as we were going to them, they broke. So let's look for car 5. As Team WRC is going into the pits. Funky looking Harlequin sort of look to the body shell. Car 5. It looks like, yes, Team Nemo has come around again to, looks like Danny Lewington is out running for him now. I've seen car 8 come by more times than I've seen car 5, so it's, I don't know if car 5 is running. And J5 Team 1 has just come into the pits. We'll see what these next 2 cars are. If neither of them are car 5, we'll move on somewhere else. Yep, going down the main straight, white car with the red wheel nuts and the bright yellow wing. That is the car 5 of the Herts Club Racers. I think I have their details. I might not. I guess I do. So the Herts Club Racers. And obviously, they're club racers here at the club, at the Herts Nitro Model Club. And that is Ed Lee Jones, Paul Fitzpatrick, John Nemi, Toby Nickel, and David Rose. And I think this is going to be either Paul Fitzpatrick or John Nemi running the green and black body. Coming down the chute into the final chicane. So I don't know which of them. There are 2 drivers running basically green and black. I don't know which is which. So this is either Paul or John. Now, ideally, I know that, like I said before, everyone running their own individual cars, which is fine. I think that's perfectly fine and acceptable. You're not going to, unless you're like sponsored, you're not going to be running one car for 6 hours, 6 or 7 hours. However, it would be ideal if at least maybe all the wings were one color, or the wings and wheels, or the bodies. In an ideal world, all the bodies would be the same. But then the shapes of the bodies and the cars and stuff like that, the fitment of the bodies on the cars, some races are quite particular about it, some aren't. Coming into pit, let's see what happens now. Coming over the speed bumps. And I think it looks like a car swap. Yes, they're okay. So they're taking the wing off by hand, meaning they've got a hand wrench instead of a power tool. And the wing looks like it. Does it have the transponder attached? I don't see a transponder. It is going directly onto the next car, which is going to be the Union flag car of Toby Nickel. And they're very carefully putting the wing retaining washers on. And there we go, back out into the pit lane and off and away. So there we go, that's Toby running the Union flag body with the bright yellow wing. So they've come out. Well, not sure where they were, but I think they may have lost a position or two in that one. Yeah, no, maybe not. Running 7th. So they're, yeah, they were running 7th before. 220 is where they were. So they were quite a distance away. They were quite a distance away from the front, from the car in front and the car in back. 7 laps at the time behind Team J5 number 2, who, as you can see, also on the red progress meter. Here's Toby Nichols running for the Herts Club Racers endurance team. Currently, well, just crossed the line to finish their 229th lap. See if there's any questions or answers in the live chat. Are there any truggy drivers? Yes, there are. There's a couple. I don't have the names of everybody, but I think I have the name of one of the truggy drivers. See if I Nikki Knights, the purple and green one, on the Hertz RC Models team. And that's the only name I have, it looks like. For whatever reason, truggy just not quite as popular. Obviously, buggy is the big, sort of the big class, which is fine. It's all good. It's all RC. It's all model cars and trucks. All right. Okay. So let's see. Give some attention and love to the JA5 Racing Team 2. This is car 8. If I can find, oh, there's a truggy going around. It's car number 7. Cool Runnings is the other one. I don't have any information for Team Cool Runnings, so I have no idea what the names are, where they're from, what they do, what they're about. I just know that they are here to have some fun, running their cars around for several hours today. So the car 8 of J5 Team 2. So I can identify some of the cars now as they're going around, but obviously not the one. Okay, so the red and white one going into the first turn now, just about to come towards us on the AstroTurf jumps. That is a driver driving a car from Team J5 Racing 2. I can tell you it's an HB car. That's about all I know. And that the brand new tires, because those wheels are bright white. Past a stricken car. It's stuck against the pipe. It's been rescued now, though. It's fine. J5 Team 2, kind of the, I suppose, the more experienced, if we put it euphemistically, team of the J5 teams. Okay. I was wondering about that because yeah. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine, Jim. Yeah, we've been moving around, yeah. That was Jim from the club and shop coming in saying he's gonna come in when he's able to. But obviously he's as a club president, I believe, or board director or whatever, as well as the shop owner, as well as team manager, as well as racer and mechanic and everything. He's quite busy. But hopefully you can come in. If you can't, it's okay. But yeah, it is a very tight battle, and he was just telling me that they've corrected all of the missing laps from the top 8 cars. So if you go on HNMC, it's Hotel November Mike Charlie.liverc.com. And see the live timing. All of the top 8 cars, the top 8 teams are all on the correct times and laps. Let's see if I can bring that website up once again. There we are. So J5 Racing is actually somehow they've popped up 5 laps ahead of Nemo Racing. I can tell you how, potentially. The last lap between them was about now a 10-second difference between them. So, of course, like I was saying before, you can't. This being an endurance race, you have to have an equal amount of racing between everybody. Hello. Jim just told me, and I just said that. So there was, there were some lap time discrepancies. We knew that something was happening with the J5 Team 1, but now we've got now it's all correct. But we did see Kev Brunsden running the final stint for Nemo. Actually honed it around and made up loads of laps on many teams and popped them up into the top spot. So whether that was correct or not, unsure, but at least we can be confident that the top half of the leaderboard is correct. So we've got J5 Racing Team 1 in the lead, Nemo Racing second, Herts RC Models currently third, Team WRC with that red progress meter in fourth, Herts Oddbods fifth, J5 Racing Team 2 in sixth, Herts Club Racers seventh, South Coast Misfits, and then HNMC Newbies, and then Cool Runnings. So they're running many, many, many laps behind, over 100 laps down. But there is a lot of corrections to be made there. So add 105-ish to their lap time, and that's about where they're meant to be. So it doesn't look quite as bad as it appears. But it is a very close battle, especially between the cars 6 and 4 of Herts RC Models and Team WRC. It's only 3 laps between them. And again, only 1 lap ahead of the Herts Oddbods. So very, very tight there. Let me just check. Yeah, we are still on the JS Racing Team 2, that red and white HB car. Don't know who's driving it, but I can tell you it's red and white and it's an HB. So Herts Oddbods, we've given JS Racing plenty of time on the screen now, so we'll see if we can find and move up into this tight midfield battle. It's actually not too the J5 Racing, that Team 2 that we're on, they're only 5 or so laps behind the Oddbods, who we're going to follow next. But Oddbods are only 1 lap behind Team WRC, so it's even tighter. And they're actually, if Team WRC continue to stay off the track, okay, so they've just crossed the line now, just a few seconds ago, and Oddbods only just crossed the line as well. So I think Oddbods and car 3, they're one of these cars just coming down. I think is it that Union Flag car? Yes, okay, so the Union Flag car that we were following previously with the yellow rear wing, and just about to come into the Herts RC model section. That's they should be not very far behind Team WRC, which is car 4. I think, is this the battle on track? No, that's car 3 and 5, which is the club racers. Where's car 4 at? Maybe again, I'm thinking that they're a lot closer together than they actually are, just because of the progress meter. So I'll keep an eye out for car 4, just so I can spot where they are. Actually, okay, they've just crossed the line now, so they're actually about a half a lap ahead. And that is on track, and that is for position. So that's a real race distance. Team WRC has just finished their 252nd lap, and Herts Oddbods are about to come across to finish their 252nd lap. So it is a race for position. The Oddbods just having actually a battle there between the J5 Racing Team 2, the car that we were following. We are concentrating on that car 3, the mostly white car that's just ahead. They're actually battling on track. It is a real battle because, let's see, real being that they're 5 laps apart, but still, if anything happens to that Oddbods car, I think what happened there, what we just saw was the J5 Team 2 getting a lap back, basically, from the Oddbods team. Which is all fine. This is what happens in endurance racing. So J5 just yes, they've just come across, and a little bit faster than anticipated by the computer as well. So whoever's driving it now is properly hooning it around, whereas the Oddbods driver at the moment, not quite as quick. Actually just made a little bit of a mistake there. So we're getting to the, we're approaching, well, we're into the second half, I should say. And unlike yesterday, we're actually going straight through. There's no stopping and going in reverse order or anything like that. Although it would be interesting on this track. It'd be very different. No, it's not going to just flipped over. They just come into the pits. So it's not actually the Union flag car. It's that was a completely different one. But that is the Oddbods team. So looks. Are they doing? I think they're doing a car swap. So we'll move on to the Team WRC, who's now it's a different drivers. Let's see, is that car 4? I was mixing up the club racers and the Oddbods. Apologies for that. So, Oddbods didn't actually have a Union flag. So, but anyway, we're looking for car 4 out there. I'm sure it's just driven past. Oh, there he goes, just going up the jump away from us, and he's just flipped over, going into the J5 section. That's the car 4 of Team WRC. I'll see if I can figure out who that is. I think it's David Shod or Shed. That looks gray to me, that body. I'm not sure, it's definitely not flow yellow. I wouldn't say it's black or blue or green or black or blue. So we didn't really talk about Team WRC too much, but Ben Turner, Matty Box, Gary Gregory, Craig Homer, David Shed, Chaz Godwin, and Matt Box, father to Matty, Team WRC Plus One is made of 6 WRC drivers of different abilities from throughout the UK, plus 1 RCPB driver, and that is RCPB means RC Pitbox, and they are the UK distributor for WRC Hot Race VP Pro and ELAC Tune. So basically, top Italian racing brands. Hot Race, Mr. Morone, Signore Morone, very graciously has supplied sponsorship to RC Racing TV during the year. So thank Nicola for his help. Actually won the Euros this year in Radovan, his tires, and Juan Carlos Canas, who's racing in Buggyland. So again, ooh, that's not good. That's not a good place to land after a crash. So if anybody does want to see Juan Carlos Canas or Angaro or Barufalo, who's a WRC driver, or any of these, the pro guys, if you want to see them running, open up another tab on your computer browser or pop open another device and go to RC Racing TV YouTube, and you can find all the live action from Madrid, Spain for RC Buggyland with Nick commentating and Ash and Zach on camera duties. But remember to keep a device going, screen open for this one as well, so you can see what happens at the end. Because this is, it's a slow burn, endurance racing, but we should be seeing some exciting racing action. So J5 Racing Team 1 still in the lead. Nemo Racing still that number 1 car just crossing the line now in second spot. Herts RC Models in third. Team WRC, who we are following right now, in fourth position. Running neck and neck, pretty much, with Herts RC Models and very close to the Herts Oddbods. And get some the actual specific race times. So 277 laps at the moment for J5 Racing. Nemo Racing 270, Herts RC Models 263, Team WRC, who again we're following now on 260, just 2 laps ahead of Herts Oddbods. J5 Racing Team 2 on 255 laps, so it's all very tight in the midfield. 248 laps for Herts RC Racers, or Herts Club Racers, so they're not too far behind. If like a moderately sized issue comes up for any of these other teams that are just ahead of them, they'll easily take that spot. And then 206 laps for South Coast Misfits, and then we've got 189 for the newbies, and 59 plus 105 for Cool Runnings. So that's the current running order. And good morning, Daniel Maley from LA. Well, hello to California. Thanks for joining us. And again, don't forget to check out the Buggyland Pro Racing side of things from Madrid on RC Racing TV. Just open up another tab and bring that up. And then we've got a question from Daniel saying, any Corsa-Tech engine in this race? No clue. No idea. These are all club racers, basically. There's 1 or 2 guys, well, a handful of guys that would be pretty handy in on the British Nationals circuit. But don't know. I know that there's some, probably some ELAC tuned engines and plenty of Reds engines, but I don't know really anything about anything else. We don't have, like I say, these are club racers, so we don't have complete spec sheets for everybody. And there goes Team WRC car. Something has gone wrong with it. Doesn't look like any wheels are pointing in the wrong direction. It's probably just flamed out. Hopefully for them, that's all that's happened. But we'll move on to, I think we've already followed the Oddbods and car 8 of J5. So let's see if we can find the Herts RC Models team again of car 6. I think they're just going away from us about to go into the J5 Racing section. The first car, white and green, sort of. White wheels and black wing. Well, they've all pretty much all have white wings, so it's a bit of a nothing. And that Team WRC car is back out running, so don't worry about them. So I must say this is quite a lot closer than it was last year at last year's endurance event. I think it was 6 hours last year as well. So pretty close. Last year's race was kind of a blowout. Just what happens sometimes. So one team gets all the momentum behind it, and all the bad luck happens to everyone else. But doesn't always happen. But sometimes these endurance races are pretty big, like Super Bowl level blowouts, where one team just gets so far ahead of the others. But this is pretty close. There's something up with the tripod, Jim. It's just very herky-jerky. Just seems really sticky. So you can see the running order there. The next time we're going to have a bit of a... Oh, I think we're already past it now again. I was going to update the times at the 240-minute mark, which is 4 hours, and we're at the 244-minute mark. So let's have a look at the live times. So JS Racing, or J5 Racing, Team 1, and 283 laps in the top position now, taking it off of Nemo in with 276 laps. Herts RC Models running on 269 in third. Team WRC with 265 in fourth. So they have stayed stable from the last half-hour checkup. The Odd Bods, 264 in fifth. J5 Racing Team 2 in 262. In sixth place. In seventh place is the Club Racers with 255. 212 racers for the Misfits, or 212 racers, wow. 212 laps for eighth position for the Misfits. The Newbies on 192. And they were ninth and still in 10th. Even with the 105 laps, so we put them on 170-ish laps, so 20-something laps behind the newbies. So it's still doable for them to get off of that last spot, but that's 65 laps officially, but add on another 105 or so, and that's the actual number of laps that they would have if all the timing had worked properly. So, no real changes in position apart from J5 Team 1 and Nemo swapping. And I can't say with certainty whether that was because of the adding on missed laps or not, but they're certainly going to be competing for the podium positions towards the end of the race. It'll be very interesting to see what happens once we get their faster drivers out on track. I know Kev Brunsden was absolutely laying down the fast lap times. 44 and 45 second lap times. Really, really good stuff. Yeah, it's at the moment it's a pretty decent battle for the top half of the leaderboard. So just, 8 laps difference at the moment between J5 Racing Team 1 and Nemo. 7 laps distance between Nemo and Herts RC Models. Only 4 laps between Herts RC and Team WRC. And then 2 laps between WRC and Herts Oddbods. So we've seen Oddbods and Team WRC move up and down the order during this. Now it's just a 1 lap difference. So that is a very tight midfield. So 274, 278, 269, 267. Very, very close. Only 7 laps between 3rd to 6th. And as we've seen, anything can happen. Any flame out, bad landing, or breakage, or get caught up with somebody and break or go get upside down. Ooh, that was a fantastic recovery from the Team WRC driver. Off camera, but still, it was a great recovery. Clip the inside and just hold it on 2 wheels going around the corner. So it was a very tight race, about as tight as yesterday's, really. If you can believe that a 6-hour electric buggy race was tight in the end. It really was. It honestly was. If you don't believe me, go back and watch yesterday's coverage. At about 6.5 hours of coverage, you can scroll through and check that out. It was a pretty good tight race in the end. And so Daniel in the chat saying, I missed the times of a 24-hour race. Was done in France in the 80s and on road, and what a good time it was. Well, the good thing is it wasn't just done in the 80s. I've seen off-road races happen in the 90s. 24 hours we talked about. There was a German race that was an electric touring car done 24 hours in I believe it was the late 90s or early 2000s. So it's they do come up, they do happen. They're not massively publicized because it's kind of just up to various clubs or an organization to organize it. They're not really like world championships or anything, so you're not going to hear a lot about it, but you might see some coverage online, or it just depends how closely one follows RC media and whatnot. And even some of the local drivers here, they didn't really know that this was a 6-hour race yesterday or a 7-hour race today until very rare recently, literally days before, said they didn't have a lot of time to prep, some of them. You get roped in, and oh, so and so's dropped out. Can you fill in for him? We have a 6-hour race this weekend. What? I didn't hear about it. So it kind of just depends how close you have your ear to the ground. Obviously a lot of these racers here are quite closely tied to the club racing scene, and there's always online chats and forums and Facebook groups and WhatsApp groups and stuff like that people share their information and everything. So just all varies really how you hear about these things. Be great if there was some sort of World RC Endurance Championships sort of organization that gathered together all the information and stuff like that. But there isn't, but maybe there could be. Who knows? So 252 minutes in, 167 minutes remaining. It's a 7-hour race. I don't know why they chose 7 hours. I'm curious. I'm sure last year's race was 6. If we get Jim in here, we might ask him. Well, if we get Jim in here, we'll definitely ask him because it's curious about that now. So if you're joining us in the chat, whether it's on Facebook or YouTube, don't forget you can check out the RCTV merch on the rcracingtv.com website. We've got loads of cool t-shirt designs. We've got a few hoodie designs. We have a cool hat that I'm slightly annoyed about because I'm the one who wanted a camo trucker hat, and now James is rocking around with one, and you can go buy one. So how about that? And you can check that out on rcracingtv.com. And I believe the 10% off discount code is still valid. It's RCTV10, rctv10.com. Oh, we have a broken number 8 car. That's the J5 Racing Team 2. Just coming across next to Marshall is coming across to... Oh, we got Jim in the house. Yes, please. Yes, it is. We got Jim, shop owner, club organizer, club chairman, I believe. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. So, well, we're back here again.
Yep, and hopefully this event will run for the next, forever.
Yeah.
That is the plan. But next year we'll probably split the 110 to one weekend and the 18 to another weekend. It's all about, as I said, it's about raising money for a fund that's going to help anyone who would like to have a go at RC, hasn't got the funds to do it.
Yeah.
And hopefully get them in, because it is an accessible sport.
Yeah, very much so. We were talking with Lewis and Callum and Darren yesterday, and we got a very good sense of what they would like to see, what their vision, what the goals for the organization are, and it sounds really, really, really good. I donated some money to the GoFundMe earlier. We put it on the screen, so it's brought in another few quid for the fund.
Yeah,
so it's all good.
Yeah.
Want to make sure I donated my my pennies for the stickers I got yesterday from Darren.
Yeah.
So it's all really good. It's obviously it's a very sad fact that Carl's no longer with us. But we're trying to see the silver lining in that extend out to the wider RC community. What he wanted to share with everybody. The helping people and getting new people into RC and helping people at model clubs and tracks up and down UK, basically.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, really. It's they all seem quite committed to it, and we hope, I think Lewis Jones will
Yeah.
be joining the club committee. He's expressed an interest, so we have our AGM in November sometime. So hopefully he'll come on board. It'd be good to get some young people. I'm not getting any younger, and quite a lot of the committee aren't getting any younger. We've already got Harrison, who's been on the committee for as long as I can remember. And it's good that we've got young people showing willingness to run race meetings, help run tracks. Because without the helpers, if we had to pay for every single thing that had to happen at this venue, our racing wouldn't be, I think we charge £15, £10 and £7. It would probably be 25, 20 and £15.
Yeah.
It's just the effort that a few people put in week out, prepping the track, changing the trunking, and just generally tidying up and keeping the site tidy. If we had to pay for every single little thing, the cost of racing would be, it probably would only have half the amount of people.
Yeah, for sure. And it wouldn't be as, well formed as it is either, would it? So it's, like I was saying yesterday, it's the more people you have in the club, the more helping hands, more minds working behind the scenes, and even just things like, oh, you work in IT. Oh, maybe you can help us, run some network cabling, or sort out this Wi-Fi issue that we've got, or oh, you're a plumber. Oh, maybe you can help out. Just fix this faucet, or all sorts of like little things like that you don't really think about when you're, maybe just going to a club just to race there. There's all sorts of little jobs and big jobs, obviously, that need to happen to make it run smoothly, and events run smoothly and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, going back before the COVID, we used to run a Thursday night here, a club night, and since the COVID, we haven't run it, and the plan is for next year to run it. Hopefully, we'll have a team of people to run that on a Thursday night, and it will be from 5 o'clock till probably 8 o'clock, and it will only be a few pounds to use the track and the facility. And as I said, we've run that, and a lot of people used to do testing like myself years and years ago when I used to be a bit quicker than I am. But that running once a week does make a big difference if you can put the effort in. We've got a few youngsters. There's a young kid, I think it's his only 12th or 13th race meeting, Henry Tompkinson. He's fast.
Okay.
He's really fast already.
Yeah, he said he's only 11. He's been racing about a year.
Yeah, he's literally all in, and the progress he's made is unbelievable in the time he's been racing, which is good to see. If we can get more people like him into the hobby, they are the future of the hobby. Yeah,
for sure. And yesterday we had, I think we had 3 or 4 young kids running, and 2 of them were girls.
Yes,
which is fantastic. So we have dads and lads and dads and daughters, and so hopefully they stick around and keep racing. They seem to be really, really into it. So it's great to see. And so, so next year you're saying that we're probably going to see electric one weekend, and the immediately following weekend nitro, or maybe a little bit further apart, or
it could be a little bit further apart, because one thing we didn't factor in was today is the first round, I think, of Essex Carpet Clash.
Okay.
So a lot of the 1/10 guys had sorted their cars out for indoor meetings, and for them to run yesterday and today was a little bit too much.
Oh, I didn't see that was mint. All right, that's okay. No, that's fine. That's fine.
So if anyone knows what's happening, there's ice creams coming into into race.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you a very long and detailed question so I can have my Magnum. No, so how has the team been running? Because we've got the team info from most everybody. Luckily, from Kev, who's behind you. So thank you very much, Kev. But we are missing some from some of the others.
Yeah, some of the teams, unfortunately, they're struggling to run their cars, let alone to fill in any forms at the moment.
Yes.
So I think you find Cool Runnings and the Newbies and some of the other teams. But it's all about the taking part. If everyone leaves happy and they want to come and race next week, that's all we want. We want everyone to leave happy and say, wow, we had a brilliant race day. I felt I made progress today. My car's handling better. I'll be back for the next race meeting. That's all we want as a club and as a hobby.
Yeah. How often, like the Cool Runnings guys, how often do you see them come down to the club? Are they regulars, or are they just...
They are regulars at the club, but their maintenance and preparation isn't the best.
Right.
I don't know if Peter's been in yet, but I'll get Peter to come in. He's the team manager.
Right. Okay. No, we definitely haven't had that.
I'll see if I can get him to come in and talk about it a little bit. But they're here, they're having fun. I think they've got 105 laps to add on, so they're technically speaking, I think they're 2 laps behind Herts Newbury.
I have been mentioning that. Yeah.
So they're a few laps behind those, and as long as even if they finish last, but they've all made progress with their cars, that's what it's about.
Yeah, for sure. And it's one of these things you learn what you need to do to, almost whether you want to or not, what it takes to get to that next level.
Mm-hmm.
If you're only used to running 10-minute races and suddenly you're running a 20-minute stint, you're learning, like, okay, I need to maybe slow down a bit and not try to drive it like it's a
I think
really short
the
race.
secret in the endurance races is to keep your cars running, not
Yeah.
make any mistakes, and always have a car ready to go. Obviously, if you run a 15-minute stint, you're going to have a lot more changes and a lot more times and things. So if you want to run the maximum time that you can run before your driver gets fatigued, in my opinion, that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd also say we race probably every other weekend in the winter. We have one 10th racing going on once a month in the winter as well. The track is open to anyone with a BRCA licence to come and use. People get a bit confused. You can race at a club if the club permits you without a BRCA licence 3 times, but we run an uncontrolled practice session, which is slightly different. Whereas if you run at a club and someone's overseeing you, you're covered by the BRCA insurance. But if on a track open day, you're not technically covered because it's an unsupervised practice session.
Right. Okay.
And as a club rule, we want everyone using the facility to have BRCA. But the J5 racing, when that starts, they'll oversee that driver for the day, and that will cover that off.
That's
so
really good. Yeah.
We're quite confident people will take that up as well. I believe they're going to have 1/10 and 1/8 cars as well available. I'm going to have to sign off in a minute because I'm looking at the time. And,
Are you about to go up?
no, on our rota,
Yeah.
I need to be a runner or a pit man or something for the next half an hour.
Okay.
And we're at the critical stage now. If something goes wrong, we need to always have a car.
It's getting to the sharp end of the race, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, great. Well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah.
And obviously, everyone seems to be having, a very happy time, and it's going to be pretty tight at the top 3.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a pretty good battle for between 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, even maybe.
Yeah, I think
it's going to be
between
really tough.
3rd and 5th, there's literally nothing in it at all. Like a bad stint by someone, a failure of a car. You could lose 3 or 4 laps very, very quickly.
Like in a heartbeat, yeah.
Yeah.
I was kind of going a bit crazy watching Kevin running super fast laps to take the lead earlier on, about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
From Team WRC, because Team WRC, there was a real offset of driver ability. They're running about 20 seconds faster, Kev was.
Yeah, well, we have a similar thing. We'll dip back in some periods and then we'll hold our own, and then we'll be in front in some periods, depending on who's on track with the teams we're fighting with. But it's not about having all the fast drivers in one team. We're trying to bring some slower drivers into our team to improve them. That's what our goal is for some of our good customers in our team. To try and make them faster is our goal for this weekend. So by hopefully running today and looking at their cars and helping them, we can make them run faster for the rest of the racing. The other thing I was going to say is free to come and watch at Herts Nitro Model Club. Just stay behind the safety fencing. There's a great vantage point.
Yeah, you guys are very, very handily have not just a grass bank, but some well, not quite picnic benches, but like seating benches up on the top of the bank, which is great.
Yeah.
Very comfortable looking too.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll let you get on,
Yep.
and hopefully Kev's still about, because I did want to talk to him about his last stint. I'm sure he's going to be running the final stint, doing the anchor leg, like a relay race.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find him and send him straight in.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks, Jim.
Bye.
Great talking with Jim again from the Herts RC Models shop and chairman of the club, and one of the big men on campus. So I still have about half my ice cream to finish, and a drink, luckily, to need to recharge a bit. It's a long day. Oh, there he is. Come on, Kev, sit down. Grab a pew. Yeah, so Kev Brunsden, I was saying, I was trying not to talk up my position at all. All I said was worked with you a tiny bit in the HPI days.
Yes, a long
when
time
you were
ago.
running a touring car at the Sheffield Hallam State. It was not Sheffield Hallam. Sheffield FM Stadium or something like that. I can't remember. On that weird carpet that they had.
Yeah, the rope carpet.
Yeah. Whatever was going on there, it was really strange. But anyway, you've moved on to off-road,
Yes.
and absolutely, you were caning it around the track earlier. What was going on there?
I'm not doing too bad, am I?
No.
I've matured with age, I think. I've actually got quicker, everyone keeps saying.
Well, I don't know if I'm assuming you wrote this, but
No, I can't
someone
take
else
the credit
did.
for that.
Okay.
My partner Claire wrote it.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah. No one better to big you up, is it?
No.
than a partner. But Euros over 40s European Championship, third place, which is over 40. Say what you want. These guys are still fast. You would be hard pressed to beat some of these guys on track, like we were saying earlier. You basically took your car ahead of Team WRC, which I think there was a bit of an offset there in driver skill, but you were doing like 20 seconds a lap faster on some laps is mental. And Jay, whoever was driving at the time for J5 Racing Team 1 was doing almost as fast, but
It was Lewis. Lewis went back out.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
But you were doing the laps I saw, you were faster.
Yes.
At the time.
Yeah, I came out the pit lane just in front of him.
Right.
And we pulled away, which was always nice.
So is that still the plan, where you're basically going to run the anchor leg like a relay race? You'd be the fastest guy at the end of the race to, if there's a bit of a question whether you guys are going to be.
Yeah, so we've got quite a mixed ability team this year, because they're all away in Spain at Buggyland and at the Six Mid Cup in France. So the team that we had last year, they're all away. I'm the only one surviving from it. It was down to me to run this one. We've got a bit of a newish team, really. Like Danny, he only actually got his M1 yesterday.
Right, okay.
So we were manically putting that back together and ran it around at Slough for a bit of practice. And then I've got Dave Crompton and Ryan Donovan, obviously racers from old, not slouches.
Yeah, Ryan's another ex-HPI touring car guy as well.
He is, yeah.
I think he ran Nitro for
he
quite a
did,
while.
Yeah, Nitro Circuit, I think he was. And obviously Dave Crompton, and then I've got Harry Weymouth as well, and Luke Bennett. So they're all, they do, two of them do the nationals as well as me. The other two just run club races up at Pendle on the AstroTurf. So I think it's been a bit of a shock for them coming back on dirt.
Now, is that a fairly common thing? Obviously, I was definitely not trying to poo-poo AstroTurf at all yesterday during the electric racing. I know it's kind of what you kind of have to do in some locales, but I like dirt. I like a changeable surface. I like, maybe it's a little bit too much challenge than if I were racing. I'd be like, AstroTurf, like the steadiness of an AstroTurf track. But I like here where you kind of get it all, really. You have wooden rumble strips. You have dirt tabletops and jumps and AstroTurf jumps, and then brick sections. I'm sure there's some paving stone or something like that somewhere, but it's really, really mixed. But I suppose for me, just adding in the additional variable of a changing track surface with whether it's hard packed or whatever dirt, that's like another variable that just adds to the complexity of people who are coming from just like running AstroTurf all the time.
Yeah, I mean, obviously AstroTurf, the grip...
Or carpet.
The AstroTurf, the grip is pretty consistent. Obviously, if it's wet, it is slippery. There isn't a track that isn't when it's wet. And this track, again, if it's wet and oiled, there's no traction whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, with an oiled circuit, the sun changes the grip every run. So and you can feel it, depending on what tyres you run. I mean, if the sun goes in, you can actually feel the traction disappear.
Wow.
So that makes a huge difference. And obviously, it started off quite dusty. And it's getting grippier and grippier.
Yeah.
I would suspect the lap times, I don't know what they're doing at the moment, but I would suspect, I think I was doing 44s in my last
You were, yeah.
I reckon we could probably get down to 42s or 43s.
Really?
Yeah.
So I just need to let this refresh, but bring up the lap times on my phone. So there we go. It's must have been a pit stop there, but
yeah, we've just changed driver.
47.
Yeah, so 43.7 is the quickest at the moment by the looks of that. By the 5 racing team. Not sure which driver, but yeah, 43.7. It looks like our fastest at the moment is a 44.3. So we're not far off. And the track's getting faster and faster.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens in the next stint.
Yeah, for sure. Now, are you guys changing the tires as the day goes on?
Yes.
I'm assuming it's open tires. It's not.
It's open tires. I'm running our 6-Big Magma Blue. I'd usually run dash around here, but with the dust on it, I've decided for Magma, so it gives a little bit more side bite, not as much forward drive, so it's a little bit easier to drive. I think most of my team are on the same tyre, so we're all run pretty much the same, but they are lasting for a stint. So my last stint was 40 minutes.
Really?
Because one of my guys unfortunately had a crash right on the transponder loop and snapped a screw. So I had to run a 40-minute stint rather than a 35, so we've been doing, and there was nothing left.
Right. So does that mean your last stint is going to be a little bit shorter?
I would think it'd be 35 unless something happens to one of the other guys. I mean, we're all now, everyone's trying to do the allocated 45-minute minimum.
Right.
So I think we're all there now. I've got 5 minutes to do, and the other guys have got sort of 10 minutes, and they're all at their allocated time. So if anything happens, it may change that we have to run longer.
Yeah. So have you noticed any interesting team strategies that anybody's doing?
There's all different ways of doing it. I noticed the J5R team, I don't know how they got their laps back when the transponder fell off the wing.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether...
And then I think they changed transponder, and then that one didn't have a battery working in it. So I'm not sure how they got the laps back. But yeah, I mean, different ways of doing it. They're using basically a handout personal transponder. We're using just a normal one, and what we found worked really well last year was putting the transponder mount side on in the car.
Right.
So you can just literally reach in, pull it out, unplug it, plug it in another one, push it in. So I think our pit stops are only, I think we're in the pit lane for 5 seconds.
Wow.
So changing cars. So
pretty good.
Yeah, we've got that pretty dialed.
Yeah, and that'll say, over the course of, with a minute-long laps, that, as many drivers changes that could easily save a lap or two over the course of the...
I mean, we've been watching some of the transponder changes and the body shells coming off, and it's you've got to stand there and say you can't do it that way.
Yeah, everyone has their own little things about it. It's quite interesting though. It's a lot closer than last year as well.
Yeah, I think we won by 20 laps last year.
Was it? Okay, yeah.
Laps last
I
year.
couldn't, to be honest, I couldn't remember who won it last time, but yeah, so 13 laps ahead now.
Yeah, they are 13 laps ahead, but we're now starting to move on to our quicker drivers. So the next next 3 drivers that we'll have. We should start picking some pace back up.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I noticed with you guys. That obviously, Danny with his first runs in the car, so it took him a little while, but you guys did fall back from that TQ position, obviously.
Yeah.
And then, but you kept it up, but you only dropped, in the first half of the race, basically, you dropped back to, I think, you dropped back to 5th.
I think we went down to 10th at one point. And
Yeah,
we picked
yeah,
up,
that's
I
right,
think
yeah.
a couple of people have fuel stop.
Yeah, very
issues
early on,
and-
you dropped down to 10th.
Yeah,
and then picked it
I
up.
think after
And then-
Danny's
and-
first
and
stint,
then
we came
stepped up.
out of the pit lane in 5th.
Yeah.
We stayed in 5th, and I think when Dave Crompton went out, I think we went up to 4th. And then Harry got us back up to 3rd, and then I got us back
Yeah,
up
that
to
was
front.
about here.
Yeah.
This is the hour marks, so 2.5, 3. I didn't get a marking at the.
Yeah, I
2
can't
hour.
remember. I'm getting
But
brain
yeah.
fade.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to write it down, so I know, like, so I can at least try to go back, even though it's off by a few minutes here or there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's all very good. So it's and then obviously the cars work pretty well. I assume everyone's running the lay down shot car now.
We are all on the N1.
Yeah.
I think we're all on very similar setups. Just some people like the camber, the caster block at a different angle, what I run.
Right.
And slightly longer camber links on Dave's car, but the rest of us are all set up exactly the same.
Now, is it? I'm just curious from a wannabe RC nerd sort of perspective. Obviously, the other cars, for lack of a better term, are all kind of stand-up shocks cars. What's the learning curve like going from now? I assume you've been running it for like a year or two.
No, it'll be a year in March. I got my one.
Okay.
So I'm still
Okay.
a newish car for me. But I was involved with the prototype testing from day one. So I can't remember what version we got up to when we were testing bits, but obviously we did it 3D printed, which is quite well known. 3D printed parts now make a huge difference in R&D. I mean, remember when we were obviously back at HPI, and when you're saying I need a new wishbone, £10,000 just to make a mold. That's a lot of wishbones to sell just to make that money back. We've managed to 3D print this car, test it all for 3 years. I think they were testing it for before we decided to, or Nemo decided to bring it out. So what we did, we tested everything for everyone. So there's not a lot of adjustment on the car.
Yeah.
We believe we've got it in a window that you can go to nearly every track and it works.
Yeah.
So, you can only adjust the camber link height and slightly change it on the hub carrier. Other than that, there's no adjustment. Shock positions are as it is. All you can change is pistons, oils and springs. But generally, I think this year I've run the same setup nearly every race meeting I've been to.
Wow.
So,
even down to springs and oils.
Springs and oils.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really rare. I mean, in the RC car racing sort of, when you get an RC car, and especially nowadays with the touring cars, where there's just like, it's like someone just took a drill to a sheet of carbon, just put hundreds of holes on the side of a car.
Yeah.
And there's dozens and dozens of options that you can choose. And for some people, I guess, it's like they like tinkering and, and just experimenting for days and hours. But to go that route, do you think that's brave, or does it work?
I think the problem is with everything modern is that everyone wants as much adjustment as possible. They don't look at the beginners that don't have a clue where anything goes, and it needs to be simplified, and that's the reason why we've done the M1 the way we've done it. So it's simplified. Anyone can pick it up, anyone can run it.
And especially the way it is, I mean, with the, like, you know what's going to happen if you take a stand-up shock car and you stand the shocks up a bit more, or you lay them down a bit more. You're going to get more side bite or more whatever. Yeah. But with the lay-down shocks, you have to have a starting point where you go, this will work for 75, 80, 90% of you, and for the rest of you, you can make some adjustments. And if you really need lots of adjustments, maybe we'll do some option parts if we.
Yeah, I mean, there's bits
like
we can look at in the future, but we've really, I think, where the car is, it doesn't need anything. I know one company's done some aftermarket parts to give it loads more adjustment and more droop.
But that's what I mean. Like someone out there will go, Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
I could sell some parts, and
But
and
I
they'll
think
release
it's
some
been
bits
quite
for it.
nice that we obviously we've been watching all the forums and,
Yeah.
and chat groups and stuff. And
It's
people
been a
that-
good response, then.
Yeah, and people that have tried the optional parts have actually come back to the standard car.
Yeah,
We knew when the car came out that it needed a new front shock. Unfortunately, it was made 4 millimeters too short. So Agama were quick to get a new shock body out, which went out free to everyone, which we thought was really nice of them. So to give it a little bit more droop, which is what everyone wanted. And then since there, we haven't really needed any bits, and the car, touch wood, has been very good. I mean, I've had my best year this year for years. I mean, I finished 6th overall in the British Championship, only 2 points off of finishing 4th.
Wow.
Obviously, that was my first over 40 Euros that I've been to. Unfortunately, the year that I wanted to go, my dad passed away, and then COVID came, and
Right. Okay.
and then I got divorced. So everything played against me.
So a few setbacks.
Yeah, I had a few setbacks. So this was my first year of being able to go and do those. To finish 3rd, I mean, I can't really moan at that.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, really good results, and very interesting to see how well the car's doing.
Yeah. I mean, and it is just getting, now we're getting a bit more time on it, and say we're not really playing with setup very much. So it's just playing with camber link height to get the same effect of standing the shocks up or laying them down. You can get the support while you're changing the camber link heights.
Wow.
So
It's really interesting. It's, like how all of that has worked, because you see it with obviously the Formula One cars are all lay down shocks, or you see it with a lot of GT cars, I guess.
yeah, a lot of single seater.
Yeah, and for someone me who has no idea about, I mean, I played around with touring cars quite a bit, but I never really got into the nitty gritty science and engineering of it. It's just like, wow, how does all that work?
Yeah, I mean, even with touring cars now, I mean, they've pretty much gone lay down. Looking at all the new generation ones, I still keep looking at them. I want to have a go again.
They're
at some
crazy
point.
looking, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at the new X-Ray the other day. And,
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that's a bit different to what I had with my Pro 2.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
And obviously, everything does change a lot.
Yeah.
I think to get more people into the hobby, we do need to start simplifying things a little bit. Otherwise, it can be a bit of a minefield.
Yeah. And just to touch on the reason why we're all here with the J5 Racing and Carl Jackson Foundation. So, did you share any pit space or track time with Carl?
Oh, Carl, every week. I've known Carl a long time now, from when we done temp scale and touring cars, and obviously ape scale. So I've known Carl a long time. Obviously, very sad what happened, but I hope the foundation can do what it wants to do and bring new people into racing.
Yeah, it's very good. So I'm hopefully. Do you know if they're going to? I mean, it's probably a question I should have asked hours ago to Tom or Lewis, but are they going to have just various, I guess, J5 team drivers, obviously Callum and Lewis and Tom and Darren, providing that the setup help for drivers? Or
I think that is probably their plan. I mean, more and more teams are getting now behind that.
Yeah.
I think Nemo were the people that really started getting behind their drivers. The trackside support makes a huge difference, and it brings new people on, and then we can help the customer base.
Yeah.
And I think as team drivers for any people, it's that's what you're there for.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, to help. And I think J5 Racing really want to do that with their Cole's old team drivers or people that he supported. Now I think they're going to give back as well. So
yeah.
Really
well,
good.
I mean, obviously I hope it's a huge success for not just them, but to bring new blood into the hobby. Everyone sort of our age.
Yeah.
I
mean,
is it's if whether you have kids or not, you kind of want to bring in new people, and like Jim was saying, new people into the committee for the club to have new ideas, new fresh take, and young youth and enthusiasm, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And take things in a new direction wherever it needs to go for the clubs and RC to grow and survive.
Yeah,
So
it's growing, and it's lost a little bit of numbers recently, but that was down to COVID. But it seems to be picking back up again, and we need some more ladies racing. That's what we need.
Yeah, well, I'd like to point out to Jim, we had 2 of the 3 young racers that we had yesterday were young girls.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Which is really great to
fantastic.
hear, and hopefully it's one of these things. There's so many pulls for attention to the younger people.
Yeah.
Because once you get a real car, it's like, well, what do I want to do? I'm going to put all my money into getting a new set of wheels or a stereo or whatever, or keep my car running or whatever it is. I remember what it's like when I got my first car, and it's like you kind of, maybe the RC car goes by the wayside, or if they get a girlfriend, a boyfriend, or whatever, and it's like, okay, but let's get back to RC racing, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I was very lucky. I raced until I was 14 with the support of my dad, and then HPI gave me my first drive after I made a couple of National A finals, and I was well supported, and I still am now. I've always made it quite clear, if I haven't got the support, I don't think I could race.
Yeah.
And that's that's what we all want to work together with. Trying to cut the cost down a little bit, and helping the new people come in. If I've got worn out tyres and stuff like that, well, worn out for me, but maybe good for someone else. We pass them on. We try and help out as many as we can.
Yeah, and I do see that a lot at even the European Championships, where there's just piles of leftover tires, but the team guys will just leave them for whoever that wants to take them away, take them home, and then suddenly the local racers have several sets of practice tires that they can use that they know will work on the track.
Or sometimes good race tires for them.
Yeah, exactly.
So and that's what we need to get behind. Getting the team drivers to help the new people more. Become open books. Don't hide all the secrets that you know.
Yeah.
I've always been one that I'd rather beat people because I know that I've helped them and they've got the same as me, rather than hiding secrets from them. We know everyone does it. Get out there, support these new people coming in. Stop hiding the secrets and give them some help.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and again, that's the ethos behind the J5 Racing crew and the movement there and the foundation, the Carl Jackson Foundation. So again, if anyone out there is listening and you haven't already, please consider going to the GoFundMe.com site, search for Carl Jackson. That's Carl with a K. And if you can, if you're able to, donate whatever you're comfortable with. Very good. Thank you very much.
Get back to my team now. Make
sure
they're doing all right.
Make sure everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing.
I've been watching the car go around while we've been interviewing. So
yeah. Well, for some reason the timing's disappeared from the screen again, but we'll see where it's sat at now. So it's Team WRC's popped up. So what's happened? Oh no, sorry. No. It just need to scroll down a bit. So it's 13. Was that where it was before?
Yeah, 13 when we started talking. But that's all right. We're still on that lap.
Yeah. All right. Very good. All right. Thanks, Kev.
Thank you.
And good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
That's great. Thanks. There you go, everybody. It was Kev Brunsden from the Nemo squad, running the Agama N1. It's good to once again have a little chat with him. He said he used to run with the HPI team. So very cool that the club here that we're at, the Herts Model Club, is going to get back to running nights on Thursdays. It's pretty cool. good to hear. Like I said, used to race touring car in Southern California in the late 90s and early 2000s, and it was very easy to get to race touring car up to 5 or 6 times a week, depending on where you were. And if you raced buggy as well, 2-wheel drive or 4-wheel drive, you could easily race 7 days a week if you really, really wanted, if you were that crazy. So, let's see where everyone is sat. What's our time at? I'm gonna have to look at the. James, is the timing gone from the screen again for some reason? I wonder if it's removing itself when we're showing the full size. Full size results with all the laps and stuff, and then it disappears from the corner. So maybe that's what's going on. So we'll see here. I missed the so I missed the 4.5 hour mark. So I'm going to go halfway between the 4.5 and the 5 hour mark and do it at 4.75 hours. So at the moment, J5 Racing Team 1 is on 344 laps. And position 1. Nemo Racing in 330 laps in position 2. Team WRC with 324 laps in position 3. So they've moved up since the last check-in. Probably at the expense of Herts RC Models. Yes, they're in position 4 now on 318 laps. And the 315 laps is very close there. They've got the odd bods. So they're running 5th, still in the same position, but not only 2 laps behind the RC Models team. So they could move up. It's really all to play for. J5 Racing Team 2 on 311 laps. And they're running 6th. Or 312 now, as I'm taking a little time to write these down. And then we've got the Misfits on 257. The club racers, I missed them. 7th place still, club racers on 308 laps. So the Misfits on 257 laps, and they're running 8th still. And 223 for the 9th place, the Newbies. And then on 205 total. So I'm adding 105 to what's showing for the Cool Runnings team. So they're showing 110, but adding 105 because that's how many laps they missed, I'm told. Running 10th. So they're, 13 laps? Something like that? I don't know. Whatever 23 minus 5 is. 17 laps, I think. Brain no worky anymore. It's been a long day. And we have about 2.5 hours left in this one. So again, you can check out the team in Buggyland, what the RCTV crew in Buggyland in Madrid is up to. It looks like we've got hard shadows out on the track. It means we have direct sunlight. How about that? It's all come together at the end of the day. So, again, the battle between cars 6 and 3, that's Herts RC Models and the shop team and the Odd Bods. All very close. 5 laps between them now. And then 10 laps ahead of, that's Nemo and a WRC. 5 laps difference. And they are 10 laps ahead with RC Models team. We're on the same lap as the Herts Odd Bods, so teams 3 and 6, as I was saying. So let's see if we can find them now. It's 5 and 3 just coming across my commentary position, and then we've got 2 and 10. And this is Team WRC in car 4 coming across. Thanks, Jim. And car 7. So we're looking for car 6, I think it was. 3 and 6 are the ones that are on basically the same lap. And it's, I think it's car 8 coming off to be repaired. But there's car 6 just going into the first turn now. So let's go ahead and follow them for a bit. And I'll see where on the track car 3 is. So we're following on camera now is the Herts RC Models team. Car 3, is that the one that just flipped? I'm trying to find the car 3 of Odd Bods. They're not going to be that far apart on the track. There's car 6 of the Herts RC Models team. Run by, not officially, the team manager is Nikki Knight, who tried to come and talk to us earlier, first thing, but we weren't quite ready to have them. There's the car 3, just going first corner now, but stay with this car for a few more laps. The Herts RC Models team. Odd Bods, let's see where... Odd Bods is about half a lap behind, almost half a lap behind. Oh, they've just flipped as well, so now that brings us slightly closer together. I don't think it's going to change too much. And 54-second lap times-ish. Actually, just a slightly... Well, yeah, no, it was a 54 seconds compared to 49 seconds for Odd Bods, but... the Herts RC Models driver made that mistake there. Cost 4 or 5 seconds. So running roughly equal lap times. That's what I'm getting at. And so we'll see if there's any updates or any info, any scuttlebutt in the live chat. Lenny Biles saying, "I hope you win, Dad." So Lenny was obviously supporting his dad, running in the Odd Bods crew. And that is Chris Grimes, Henry Tompkinson, Mike Waller, is that Danos Chopius, and Reese Sawyer are the drivers in that one. That's the car number 3. Car number 6, who we're following. That's the Herts RC Models crew with James Clark, Aaron Knights, Lee Carleton, Nikki Knights, Jim Thompson, Wayne Buckhorn, and Steve Johnson. have a very sick sounding car number 9. I don't know what's going on with that one. Car 6, the Herts RC Models Crew team car. Well, one of the many team cars that we've got. Just coming out of the J5 Racing section into the Herts RC Models section. This interesting step up, step down jumps and the wooden tabletop. Into the J5 Racing section. It's very technical, very tricky section here. And like Heb was saying, this blue groove that you see is what the racers call it, where that's rubber and oil that's laid down. We see with the sun coming out directly onto the racing surface, it heats up that dark surface, absorbing all the heat, adding extra grip. And then the sun happens to disappear behind the clouds. There goes quite a lot of traction, really. You see the shadows actually getting longer. You can see the reflection of the camera tower stretching out onto the brick section where the timing loops are. These are overall times, laps. You can see the Nemo Racing time stretching out a little bit for the J5 Team 1, but they're not doing. They're like Kev's saying, the drivers are going to get faster and faster as the stints go on into the as we finish off the second half of the racing. A lot of these racers doing 2 full racing stints. Need to be doing 45 minutes each at a minimum. Following the Herts RC team car going past a few cars having disagreements with the orange track boundary markers. So just very large. It's about 6-inch diameter pipe. What 180, 200 millimeters across. Oh, into the pits. Using the fuel gun, very quick fuel stop and back out. Very, very quick and easy. Those rumble strips really slow them down. First, they feel like a cattle grid. Very wooden stakes, I believe, laid across the track. Make it very, very interesting. Nice smooth landing on the down ramp there. And down the short chute towards the brick section, you can just about see, I don't know, the sun's gone in slightly. So the shadows from the tower have kind of disappeared. Oh, okay. Racing taking a bit long on this lap, so it's where are they? Oh no, just coming across now. So just it's a new driver out, bright white scheme. So that is going to be Dave Crompton out there. So we're at the 307-minute mark. That's Cal Niblet on screen. Running for the J5 Racing team in this one. Things have calmed down a bit. It looks like a lot of cars got, well, yeah, it's these cars here that just refreshed, counting over into, spilling over into the red zone on the progress meter. Sun's very slightly come out once again. Got another one of the truggies out. It's number 7, so I think that's for the Cool Runnings team. A bit slippy there, going if you take kind of the high line coming into the corner. It's a very tricky bank corner. Obviously, it allows you to maintain a lot of speed, but it being a completely different, it's the only concrete section on the track. There's the pit action, so it looks like there's a car change happening for one of the teams down there. It's probably the Herts Club Racers, or it could be the South Coast Misfits there. So, let's try and find the car 3 out there, the Oddbods team. I think it's the, yes, it is the bright yellow car going into the J5 Racing section. It's the only, all bright yellow, even the wheels and the wing, all one color. Nice and bright, so I'm going to guess it's one of our more experienced racers that's running it. Old eyes do appreciate the bright colors. Whether it's racing indoors or outdoors. There it is. Coming over the tabletop. And down the straight. Let's see who that is. Bright yellow, yellow, yellow. And that is Chris Grimes of Oddbods. Running car number 3. Very, very, very easy to spot on track. Probably the easiest car to spot on the track right now. Probably all day, really. It's the only car with bright yellow wheels. And wing and body. The Oddbods trying to catch the Hertz RC Models team. They're running just a little bit ahead. Let's see what number 6 is on track. They're probably about a quarter of a lap ahead, somewhere in the J5 Racing section. I'm just curious where they're at. But they'll bring up the live timing and see what we can see. 334 to 336 laps. That's the difference from between Oddbods and the RC Models team. So what Chris, who is on camera right now, is going to be wanting to do is hope that the car 6 gets caught up in traffic, and maybe they have like a wheel come off a rim or something like that. maybe a little bit of bad luck. Need to make up 2 laps. And meanwhile, you can't just cross your fingers and hope for bad luck for the other team. You have to just put down some steady, fast laps, as many as possible in a row, and just do your best and hope it comes to you, basically. There's the car 6 again, about to go into the J5 racing section. Meanwhile, car we're following, Odd Bods, crossing the finish line once again. And in a few seconds, they themselves will be entering the J5 racing section. So it gives you an idea of the spread. So they are on the same lap, but about, I don't know, about 20 seconds or so, 15, 20 seconds behind. We'll have a lap at the, have a look at the most recent lap times for them. So Herts RC Models had 49-second lap on the lap they just completed. Odd Bods, 47 seconds. And let's see what Chris does this time around. 45.8. So definitely catching. Not in the hand over fist manner that Kev was catching the Team WRC car earlier in the race. But a few seconds a lap, that's pretty good. It is a very, very long lap. Possibly one of the longest laps of any RC racetrack that I've ever seen. So again, the number 6 Herts RC Models just going into the J5 racing section. We know after these AstroTurf jumps, and then this set, ooh, nice save there. And now this car going into the J5 racing section. So you see the times have gone, it's getting a bit closer, is what I'm getting at. Just a little closer every time. 2 or 3 seconds, 2 or 3 seconds, 2 or 3 seconds. And that's all about the little mistake there, so you don't want that. And then you don't want to have the Truggy from Cool Runnings have to try to pass them again. Oh, a big mistake there. So now 2 mistakes in a row, and then you have to pass the lap Truggy again. So not the greatest lap time, but maybe, because when drivers know that they have to come in for a pit stop, it disrupts the flow, basically, of the the mental sort of flow of the racing. So they were probably thinking, okay, well, I need to gotta pit this lap. Okay, now I'm coming up on this lap car. I just made a mistake because I was just thinking about pitting. So now I made another mistake because I'm trying to get past this car again. And now he has to pass it again. Obviously, the Truggy, not the quickest thing on the track. But now the number 3 car has got to make up this time. Just clear the lap traffic as quickly as possible. He's already done that. Now, where's that 6 car? He's already well into the J5 section. He's actually just coming into past the concrete dome that kind of separates the J5 and the Herts RC sections of the track. So now on top of the pit stop, which adds, how much did it actually add? And it was a quick pit stop too. It was with the pit gun. So it was a 56-second lap, but then we're adding 2 mistakes and lapping a car. So it's a bit difficult to say. So I'd say it probably added at least 5 seconds. Because there's a full stop and go for about 2 seconds. Oh, okay. A little bit rough and ready action there getting past the number 10 car. Getting lapped again. Oh, and the number 6 has come off the track. He's had to get rescued. So that's the Herts RC Models team car needing to... No, sorry, that's the number 5 that has just been pulled off. So, okay, so ignore that. It wasn't the Herts RC Models. They are just about to cross lap just now. So I think the car we're watching is now fully half a lap down from the car they're chasing. Still 2 laps behind. So this is the thing about nitro racing. You can make up those 2 or 3 laps, 2 or 3 seconds per lap, and be about, let's say it's exactly half a lap, and let's say it's exactly 50 seconds, so it's about 25 seconds, it's 12 and a half laps. But then 12 and a half laps, that means it's going to be about well over the length of time that you can only run for about 7.5 minutes at most per tank. So that is shorter than it would take to make up the time, if you understand what I mean. So all that time offset and everything, all that's the mathematics and the timing of all this. You make up a bunch of time, then you have to stop for the pits. And you make up a bunch of time, and you have to stop for the pits. And eventually, it just takes longer and longer to catch up to the car you're chasing. Obviously, the faster you're going, the better it is for everybody on your team anyway. Not necessarily for the car you're chasing, who's just made a mistake, car number 6. Just going over the step jumps. So now down, just crossing the line now. And that clock there said 54. So let's see how many seconds behind on the track itself. Now it said it's 11 seconds difference. So without any pit stops, let's see what it equals out to now. Going past the dome now, and it's we'll keep it at a lap. We'll keep it simple. Going through a lot of lap traffic now, though. 3 lap cars, and then there's the Cool Runnings Truggy, who's helpfully just flipped over in front, and then another lap car ahead. I didn't properly look at the time. No. He always flipped over. The car number 6, the Herts RC Models car, is flipped over, so it looks like it might be a pass on track. So now it's just only 2 cars ahead, so now it's down to, suddenly, that 11-second gap has come down to 2 seconds. So if this number 3, the bright yellow, the very next car in front is the car that they're chasing for position. Oh, and it makes a mistake going over the rumble strip. That's not how to do it, but all that, it's not so bad. Still have to get past these cars. Oh, is it the number 6 that's just gone over? No, it's a different car. Still 2 cars ahead. And that's one of the Nemo cars. One of the Nemo drivers in the white just ahead. And the car in front of that is the Models team car. So still 2-second gap. Let's see what can happen here. So now the very next car ahead on track is the Herts RC Models car. It's about a half a second difference now. Coming into a very tight and tricky J5 racing section of this Herts RC Models club. Oh, and he flips off the track and upside down. So that was not a racing incident. That was just a mistake from the driver of the number 6 car. So that's a proper lap on track, a real pass. And so they were a lap down. Now they're on the same lap. So see how it looks when they cross over. That's about a 3-second gap in the opposite direction. Herts RC Models still ahead. But if depends on how the other driver in the number 6 car, let's just drop back one car to the number 6, the multicolored car with the yellow wheels now and the yellow wing. Now trying to chase down and maybe get the lap back if they can. Now the trick is to not overdrive the car. Just keep it steady, keep the rubber side down, shiny side up. Now maybe the team manager is talking to this driver saying, don't worry, we got past. Oh, and they're coming in for a pit. The number 3 car is coming in for a pit, so they're going to get the lap back now. So this is what I was talking about. You do all that chasing, and now you have to come in for a pit. So, oh, and a mistake trying to get past. So let's drop back 2 cars. Let's go back to the bright yellow car. There we go. He's come out behind this lap traffic. Nice pass, jump over. You see the cars just disappeared off screen. That's the number 6 of the Herts RC models. We're staying on the yellow car. Okay, so these 2 cars, these are, that's not the one that's battling. It's still the next one up on the track. Yeah, there he goes. Sliding out of view. And again, just disappearing off the edge of the screen. That's fine. We're following this. You can see coming across this. We're following the Herts odd bods. Chasing down the number 6 car, the Herts RC models. Let's see if we can figure out who is actually driving this. It's not the purple and green Truggy. I think this is the orange, yellow, and black buggy with the yellow wing. That would be Jim Thompson. So now they're neck and neck again on the track. So with a pit stop done, you can put down some fast laps. If you can get past this number 6, touching the pipe. Oh, there goes the 6 into the pits. So getting their own refueling done. So now clear lap all around. No one to take the eye off. There is a lap car a few seconds ahead, which Chris is going to catch up to. I was going to say fairly quickly, but it seems to be maintaining. So the number 6 is back out. No dramas in the pits, apparently. So back out on track. About 10 seconds behind. Over the tabletop. Over the backside. Down this back chute. Into the brick section. Sun's gone in again, so that means the traction's gone away slightly. So even as they're just driving, they're even within a tank of fuel, the traction conditions are changing on track. Back into the J5 racing section. Very tight and twisty, very technical. You can see all the white lines laid out at the crests of the jumps, so the drivers know where the tops of the jumps are, so they know when to maybe just back off the throttle a bit so the car goes nose down just the right amount over the next landing pad. Down the main straight again. And following the Herts odd bods. Next car behind is, well, it's the number 8. Now the number 6 crosses the start line. So the separation on the overall timing, Herts RC models on 353 laps, Herts odd bods on 352. We're following the odd bods. Still doing about 1.5 seconds faster per lap than the number 6 car, who is, I think, 4 cars behind on track, about 15-20 seconds. So another-ish 40 seconds or so to make up. Actually, I need to properly time this actually because it's going to vary. We'll see the next time. Time them the next time they come across the line. This is number 6. So on camera, we're following the number 3, the bright yellow, the Oddbods team car. Meanwhile, the Herts RC Models car, I'm watching it separately off screen, and it's just crossing the line now. So if we remember 27:33, there's a clock right next to the timing line. So this car that we're following now, the Oddbods car, is about to cross the timing line in about 10 seconds or so. And it crosses at 28:05. So it's about 28 seconds, and if the lap times that they're doing are about 48 or so, they're about 20 seconds behind, if my, just off the top of my head, thinking is correct. We'll check it the next time they come across again. Of course, again, after all this, with the slowly catching, the car that we're following, Oddbods, are going to have to come in for a pit again. But it's all about laying down steady lap times. 29:12, and the has to come in for a pit, so that's gonna take up some of their time. The number 6 car. Meanwhile, car that we're following on screen, just about to go over the tabletop and cross the finish line themselves. So they're not coming into the pits at the same time. Obviously, everyone running their own different types of engines and whatnot. 29:40. So it's still 28 seconds. They're not making up any time now. But the number 6 has done a pit stop, so it's going to be quite a bit closer. I think it's 2 cars ahead on track, if I'm seeing that properly. Of course, I wasn't paying attention to see if they were actually doing a full driver change. I don't think they did. If that is the number 6, it's driving very slowly. It is the number 6. They're coming together with the car, so it's 2 seconds apart now, once again, after the pit stop. So you see the pit stop's taking about 26 seconds. They're adding 26 seconds to a lap, it seems. So that's another pass. So we'll see where they end up. And it looks like the number 6 driver is a bit more timid now. They must... it depends if their team is acting as a spotter and saying that bright yellow car that's just passed us, we're battling with them. Of course, there's no referees here. It's not like anyone's going, rough driving or anything like that. It's not a championship race. It's a fun race, remember. It's just a club race. But we'll see what the splits are now as they come across the track, what lap times everyone is on. Oddbods just coming across. And that was a pass for position. Oddbods now on 359. Herts RC Models also on 359. But Oddbods, car we're watching right now, they have to come in for a pit. And again, they're offset by I didn't write down the last time that they came in for a pit, but where I wonder, have they come in for a pit? Because maybe that 26-second stop was a driver change. Because it does seem like this car has been out for quite a while. But that was we just watched a pass for position there on track. So 360, and RC Models is just crossed for 360. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was a driver change. So car change. So yeah, I misidentified the car. That's I think. So a 26-second stop was actually a driver change. Not super fast, but not as slow as some of the ones that we've seen. Probably not changing the wing. Team WRC just coming in for a pit stop. They're running in third, so Oddbod's running fourth. And they're 9 laps behind Team WRC. Just to keep everybody up to date with the first and second positions, J5 Racing Team 1 running on 392 laps, Nemo Racing on 376. So it's still plenty to happen here, and I don't think we're going to get rain, but it's looking a bit more threatening than it was an hour or two ago. It's a bright yellow car, doing a great job. Chris Grimes, I'm pretty sure, is the driver of that one. So just have a quick look at the lap times for RC Models. Yeah, 58-second lap time the last time around. So I think with the driver change, a slight offset in speed. Let's see any other close battles out on track. I mean, that was pretty much the closest that we could find. It's about as close as it can get, making up a couple of laps as we watched the time stretch together. And the number 6 car has just come in for a big repair. So I'm just going to stick my head around and see if I can see what they're doing. Can't quite tell. Sure if they did a I can't see into the pits properly. That's all right. We're on the Oddbods team, so just make sure that the number 6 isn't out there. That may have been the number 5 because it looked like a different color scheme. I think he's coming up to lap the number 6 again properly. So it's been a different car entirely. 7 has just come in. It's the Misfits, I believe. That's the one. Oh, that's the 5. It was the 6 that was coming in. All right. Yeah. We're just watching the action out on track following the Team Oddbods as they caught up and passed the Herts RC Models team car. So it's about as tight as you can get, making up about a lap and a half over the course of several pit stops. And but that's kind of the only drama that's happening out on track. How's your team going then?
We're going all right.
J5 Team 2.
Yeah, I think it's starting to show our lack of race running.
We're at that point of the race where
Yes.
that kind of thing starts to appear. Yeah.
Yeah, it's unusual. We've got one car that two guys are using, and with one guy it's fine, with the other guy it keeps cutting. So I don't know. It's obviously, I don't know if it's something to the way he's driving it or revving it, whatever, I don't know, but yeah, we've got some issues. But I think we're all okay. We've sort of got ourselves organised now. We've always got a car ready should there be any issue, so we're kind of good to go. Where are we now? What's 337 minutes? How many is that?
3:30. We're just past 5.5 hours.
Right, okay.
We're 7.5 minutes past 5.5 hours. So actually, I need to write down the lap counts. Jim, if you want to pick another car, actually, if you can find the number 8, that's the J5 Racing Team 2.
Yeah, I think Simon's out there at the moment. Got red car. So I'm assuming he's halfway around the lap. Just coming down. He's doing the switch back now. That's it. And then just over the ripples. That's him. Simon Reeves. Last late minute drafting. He came down to watch, to be social. And we were one short. So go and get your stuff because you're racing.
Yeah. So where's your transmitter?
Yeah. I offered him one of my old cars and he went, no, I'll go and get mine. Which is probably a good idea. Simon running a different plate scheme now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's gone for something a bit more
Easy to
simple.
see?
Yeah. Maybe it's not quite a one can. He's got away with it not being a one can because he's got a white stripe down the middle. But other than that, it's a posh one can. How many laps, Wes? How many laps we got? We see.
You are on 360.
Okay.
Herts RC Models is on 366, and behind you is Herts Club Racers on 349. So there's a decent spread, but still, it's a danger zone for everybody. Basically,
yeah, we've been 5 or 6 laps behind the Herts RC team for about 2 hours, I think.
Yeah.
So we're obviously going around at the same pace, which is good. I'm hoping now Simon can click a few laps off. He had the rear end of his car just explode on his last run.
Really?
Yeah. Shock tower pulled out the gearbox and.
Oh, that'll do it.
Yeah. Wasn't much left of it when he was done. Hopefully he can claw a bit back. We've been lucky with the weather today. There was rumours it was going to rain. It's actually really hot. The typical British weather, it's cloudy and really hot, and it could burst into a sudden downpour at any moment, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It looks a bit more threatening than it did a couple hours ago, but it doesn't look imminent, though.
No.
It doesn't feel imminent.
It's quite unusual here, and I don't know, someone that's into meteorological can tell you something. Whenever we see dark clouds blowing over, normally from the far end, I don't know what happens, but they tend to blow past.
Right.
Even though we think there's bad weather coming and you can see bad weather around us, we are actually quite fortunate where it just seems to blow past. I don't understand why, but I don't know if it's because we're just outside a valley or something like that, something daft, but yeah, it seems to just blow by.
I think we've lost the timing once again.
Okay.
For some reason. Everything's gone red.
Bit like the Gulf. Have they gone back to using the BBK?
I know they're using one as a backup for the other. I'm not sure what is happening with. I think it's just literally just a connection issue because this happened a couple times earlier. The same thing.
I've got BBK up. That seems to be working. Got J5 on 394 and then Nemo 9 laps behind that. Is that what you've got?
It sounds about right, yeah.
And then Team WRC at 18 laps behind. Herts Odd Bods 24 behind. Herts RC Many 26, and then J5 32. Herts Club Racers 43 behind, and then South Coast RC Misfits minus 98. Oh, well, it's got got cool runnings not running. I don't know whether they. No. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hopefully they're back up and running soon.
I think it's the broadband or the Wi-Fi or something like that here is really spotty, and not sure what's happening. So unfortunately, we don't have like proper live timing, but these are the times that we've got are generally
They're there or thereabouts.
there or thereabouts. Yeah, I mean the positions, I should say.
Yes.
That's the positions are correct, but we don't have the like proper lap counting going at the moment.
So other than, what did you say it was, Herts RC models, was it getting past Oddbods, was it? That was
It was the other way around.
Okay.
Oddbods got past RC models.
Right, okay.
But while we were watching, just after or just before, there was a driver change as well. So, everyone's out of sync with everyone else. So
Sure.
it's kind of have to take a very, very long view. But it was a proper pass on track.
Okay, cool.
So at least we were able to catch that.
I think we're getting to everyone's quite. I know it sounds daft. Everyone's quite similar pace. There's a few of the national age, like Simon's out there. He's fast, and they've got a few in our team one that are very fast. I think there's a lot of club guys that are all racing around at a similar pace, all doing sort of late 40s. Early 50s, and I think that's where it's quite. But even then, there's still sort of 5, 6, 10 laps between us. So
yeah,
I think that's the reliability of the car, or keeping on track and keeping going, was what it's all about.
Yeah,
it's all about. I say not long to go. Well, I say not long to go. An hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, any other race would be like, oh yeah, it's the semis are just finished, and then we're gonna have the juniors, the mechanic race, or the plus 40 or whatever, and then we have the finals. No, we're still on just the one race.
We just had a 7-hour final.
Yeah,
had a 1 hour qualifying and a 7-hour final.
Yeah, the qualifying is really kind of just like incidental, really. It's just more of a practice for everybody.
Yeah, well, that was the most stressful thing, because, as I say, we were trying to get 3 cars going, trying to get them going all at the same time so people could get track time to get used to the track, and also to try and put some laps down. But in hindsight, it wasn't that critical, really, whether we started 5th or 9th, because racing for 7 hours, being that 2 yards further doesn't make a lot of difference.
No, certainly not. And the Oddbods team has just been pulled off the track. The successful, I think it's Chris, just been pulled off the track. So it just came to a stop for some reason. We don't know why. I think they were just about to do a driver change anyway, so maybe he's run out of fuel.
Okay. The Herts RC models still going round, are they?
Sorry?
Herts RC models are still going round, so it could be getting their place back.
I think they are, yeah. I was just looking for a red on our live chat that Callum is running, but that may have been delayed by quite a bit, so I'm not sure if in the car too. So if you go to the end of the straight, Jim, the car just about to come towards us, that red and blue car. I'm not sure if that's Callum's car, but
no, that's Josh, I think.
Okay, so we miss Callum out on track, but we are following the leaders at the moment. So we had a good chat with Kev from the Nemo team.
Oh, right,
He's fairly confident that they'll be able to come up and challenge.
Okay.
So we're hoping that does come to maybe a last lap battle sort of thing. And it looks like we have the live timing back on the screen, so everyone watching at home. So again, if you are watching, open up another tablet or laptop or computer screen or something, and throw on the buggy land from Madrid Racing. All the pro guys out there. The second or the remaining RCTV crew is out in Madrid this whole weekend and bringing that to you guys live. So we've got all the pro guys and all the club guys basically covered. Yeah, the Herts.
Yeah, they've just got past. Herts RC models have just got past. We're up into fourth now.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I see the 6. I'm not sure where this 3 is. They may have... I'm pretty sure the 3 has changed car now, so I have no idea what what color to look for. It was very easy previously because the whole thing... Oh, no, they're having a little bit of trouble getting used to the track.
So that car only looked like it wanted to turn left.
Yeah.
Well, that's car 3, so that's the odd bods back up and running.
Yeah. I think it's a matter of the next driver on the list just kind of getting used to the new traction conditions. Can't imagine what it's like coming out every couple hours, and it's totally different every time you come out.
It is unusual. It does take a few laps to get used to.
Yeah.
Especially if you've made changes to the car. I
mean, yeah, and you don't know which...
No, you don't know whether it's going to work or not, or it's going to be worse, or... I mean, the fast guys can adapt, but
yeah,
I know I can't.
The RC Models team has come in again, so something has gone on with them. They're looking up...
Driver change?
No, they're having a discussion or something with the...
No, they're just taking...
Oh, yeah, they are doing a driver change. Okay. All right, looks like the Oddbods cars, looks like they're up to speed now. Suppose it must be a matter of take the first couple of laps a bit steady, and then just, you know.
Well, we're just looking. We're only 2 laps behind now.
Yeah.
Yep, we've gained a bit of time back on Oddbods. So we've got Josh out there now. Hopefully you can. I'm being biased. Am I allowed to be biased?
Sure, of course.
It's not, I say it's not the BBC, but let's not get started on the BBC. So we're only 3 laps off of 4th place now.
Yeah, and
I mean, I know it's been 5 laps for about 3 hours, but we've only gained 2 laps in 3 hours.
RC Models and Oddbods on the same track, actually on the same piece of track as well.
Oh, okay.
They're only separated by just a few seconds. Because they crossed fairly soon after one another. I think it's that bright yellow with the black wing. And over, was that the number 2 that just gone over? I'm not sure.
Could be. Yeah, that was Josh. That was car 2.
All right, so super fine. Okay, so car 3 is going down the main straight, and 6 is not one of these. Oh. Just coming across the finish line now. So that's the spread between these 2 cars these 2 teams that are on the same lap again.
4 seconds according to timing.
So a very, very close battle.
Yes. And we're coming into it now.
Have you found it difficult to maintain the equality of time between the drivers?
Yeah, as I say, because we've had some engine issues. So I've been fortunate. I only had one, I say little cut. It was sort of towards the end of my run, but I've been quite fortunate where I've been able to keep my runs to sort of the 25, 30-minute runs. But the other guys have had. Oh, we've got a cut. Josh has cut. J5 Racing cut in the lead.
Yeah.
So because we've had a couple of engine issues, and as I say, it's been the same guy most of the time, Simon. He's had a couple of problems. He had like a 9-minute stint and then a 15-minute stint.
Right.
But we've managed to get him up to his 45 minutes. So So yeah, he has got his time in. But yeah, as I say, Dan had some issues as well. So yeah, but it's been okay, as I say, last time because it was only the 6 hours. I know it was difficult to get the time in. It was more of an issue because we've got that extra hour and we've got a person less.
Yeah.
We're actually doing like an hour and 20 each, so there's plenty of time to catch it back up.
Right. Jim, if we could go to the red and white car, the red car with the white wing just going into the J5 racing section. It's the third car going in. That's the J5 Racing Team 2. So who's this driving now?
So that's Simon Reeves.
Right.
Very fast local guy. I would say pretty regular in the main for a national. He's sort of on the don't want to upset him. he's sort of on the cusp for a sort of regular national. I'd sort of have him down. You know, he could have a top 10 finish, or you know. So Simon was raced down there for years. He was team members with Carl when we was at TLR.
Right.
Yes, he's racing the hot bodies now. Got the new car, got the world's car. So just looking, we're 1 lap behind now. Now, lap and a half.
And what sort of has there been a strategy to the arrangement of the drivers, the order of the drivers? Has it started with the fastest guy, or ending with the fastest guy, or anything like that?
No,
just mixed.
No, we've just decided just to go out.
Bit of a discussion happening on track.
Well, I think we're actually.
Is this all of them that you guys are battling with? You're trying to catch up. It's car 3.
Yep.
So that's Odd Bods.
So we
that's the only one.
They're another lap.
Odd Bods have just gone into the pits, so they're taking themselves out of that.
Okay.
That gaggle.
Yeah, no, I mean we've not. I mean, Simon is the fastest guy. You could say that, right? Let's leave Simon out for the longest, but you know.
Yeah, you can't really. Well, it's a nice way that the rules are set up. Yeah.
But we've been making fun of him because we said he's the worst super sub ever. Because he went out on his first run and his engine cut, and then he went out on his next run and his shock tower decided it didn't want to be attached to the gearbox anymore. So he might be the fastest, but he hasn't managed to have a clean run as yet. So we're hoping this one is a bit cleaner. And he's the only one that's sort of really raced 45 minutes as a stint. You know, most of, you know, we've got a couple of guys that do electric. They only do 5 minutes at a time. I've only ever done a 20-minute final. I've never done anything longer.
I think we've lost the timing again. And coming up on the 6-hour mark in 5 minutes.
Oh, we're up. Oh no, sorry, I just got the wrong bit. Oh, we got a cut.
So apologies once again for the timing issues. There's nothing we can do about it, but there's the J5 Racing Team 2 back out.
So that's the real race on track at the moment, 4th, 5th, 6th. Herts Odd Bods, Herts RC Models and J5 Racing Team 2.
Yeah.
After 6 hours of racing, there's 2.
Yeah.
It sounds big, there's 2 laps different, but that's not a lot.
Well, yeah, it's very close. You know, if you would see that in Le Mans after 6 hours, it'd be very, very close.
When you look at, well, just looking here on the racing, on the live timing, the average lap for 2 laps different is 0.3 of a second different. That equates to 2 laps.
Yeah. The timing's gone again. I don't know what is that. What over there? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it seems it's a hardware issue. Unfortunately, it's not really on our end. We can't do a whole lot about it, so we kind of have to wait for the timekeeper to have a look.
We're quite fortunate here. We when we had the Euros, I don't know if you might notice it when we come over start finish. We got 2 loops round, which we need to have for the Euro. So when we do have issues, we can run 2 systems alongside each other.
Yeah. It's a good thing about having the having sort of a spec that you have to work to. If you're just not just, but if you're a club track and you want to host a regionals, you have to be at a certain sort of level of preparedness and amenities and whatnot, and then you move up to nationals level and hopefully European national championships level if you want.
Yep.
So it's
quite unusual when we did the Euros. There's not actually as much criteria involved as you might think. There was some bits and pieces that we did to improve the facilities here when we did the Euros. The fence around the outside, we raised that up. I think as part of the BRCA, all the marshal spots are protected, so we renewed that. I don't believe, and I might be wrong here, I don't think there's actually too much with regards to barriers and fencing and things like that that you need to have.
Yeah.
I might be wrong. It's been long.
It's still, I think it's definitely the longest, in time-wise, the longest RC track that I've seen, that I remember seeing. I don't know, I meant to talk to Kev about Slough, because I'm sure every club puts on some sort of, big race for their club members, and but it's I must say though, I feel quite spoiled in the in the facilities that we end up going to.
Yeah.
Because it's mostly, we cover the European Championships, and Herts is the only place that we've come to recently that's sort of a it's a club race, but it's still a really high spec club race, I must say.
Yeah. I think it's great having it here. I think it can only help to improve.
Caught up with a mistake, and now going to be behind 3 lap cars. Getting caught up in their issues. Oh no! And then at least one took himself out. But it's always helpful when the lap traffic does that.
So I think sort of having you guys here, there's a lot of people that, with all the the social media and things like that we have now. You see it on whether it's TikTok or something like that. Someone like Supercar Blondie shares. Yeah. The amount of hits and people say like, what's this? This is amazing. To be able to click on and see, what we actually do week in, week out. Yeah. You might see the big races, the Euros or whatever. I think it's great to be able to see local guys. I sound like something from is it Legal Gentlemen now? Local guys doing local racing.
Local racers.
For local people.
Well, what's funny is when you see something like, I'm not necessarily a fan of Supercar Blondie, but I just don't like her style. But whatever, it's whatever you think about it. It's still somehow 1.5 million people have seen a clip of someone doing I think it's a pit stop in like 2 seconds. F1 level sort of speed, maybe not tire change, but at least the refueling bit. And that's just a normal club race or something like that. It's not like it's the Worlds or the Neo race or anything like that. That's just a club race.
Yep.
That's what these guys do, every week, multiple times.
Yeah. And that's to get that exposure, and you see people like
it is quite
Lewis
cool.
and
Lewis and Esteban. Yeah.
I mean, Lewis used to race here. I think he used to race here. Certainly raced at Slough. I don't know if he was racing still when it was Sandy or when it got moved here. But you see, Nicholas comes down quite often. You see Nicholas Hamilton here. to those sort of guys, they started doing this, so it's what it can go on to. I mean, I think most of us that do this are frustrated full-size car racers or ex-kart racers, motocross, things like that. There's a lot of, certainly the older guys that used to do motocross that have got injuries, and this is a bit safer.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot less work on your knees and ankles.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of crossover as well. I remember when the American guys, like I want to say sort of led by Mark Pavidis and a lot of the off-road guys back in sort of the mid 2000s.
Right.
Suddenly they started getting into motocross.
Yep.
It's like, where did this come from? It's like, have a few extra $1,000 to spend. I'm just going to buy a motocross bike. But a lot of those guys already, they started doing that as a kid, and what's his name, Travis Amezcua and a few other guys that I know from back in the day, that they, but it's you get the feel of when to blip the throttle and when you're coming onto a landing and stuff like that. So you're doing those rhythm jumps, and somehow that's where all the U.S. tracks started becoming supercross type tracks, and then that kind of became sort of the worldwide standard in many places. Whereas I think this track is a bit of a throwback, but in a good way, because it's multiple surfaces, all sorts of different. You got concrete, you got brick, you got astroturf, you have brick again, and more astroturf, and then you have the dirt.
Yep.
So it makes it very, very interesting.
I mean, this has evolved.
And you don't see it in America very much.
And this is evolved. I think. I mean, I don't know all the states, but I think in America, sort of some of the states that I don't know if it's the type of dirt, but you seem to be able to maintain a dirt track better or easier than we can. I know I went to Madrid a few years ago, and their dirt is unusual. It's almost like concrete.
Yeah.
They can fashion it. I know we went to Madrid and they rebuilt the track, but when we looked at the track, it was rock hard, and you think, how did they rebuild this and shape it? Whereas our stuff, our dirt, a little bit of rain on it, and you just can't even walk on it. So whatever the composition is, so a lot of the features are sort of born from sections of the track where it's particularly bad, that get worn out. So we put a different section in, whether it's the AstroTurf or the block paving. Certainly with the oil that we use on the track, that helps maintain it. A lot of people don't like the oil, especially if it gets wet. It is like racing on ice. However, once the rain has stopped, we can actually still go racing. Whereas years ago, a little bit of rain, that was it. We were done for the day. So at least we can carry on racing once the rain is finished.
Yeah. Well, I know in Radovan in Spain at the last Euros and the Worlds last year, it's the same track basically.
Yeah.
The Baldo brothers there, they use some sort of glue that they wouldn't tell us. Why would they? But yeah, they use some sort of glue to harden everything and hold everything in place. They did almost no track maintenance the entire time. There was just a bit of sweeping in the corners, and that was about it. But as far as like repairs of ruts or anything like that, they didn't do any of that. But that's kind of the interesting thing when we were in the Czech Republic for the large-scale off-road Euros. It rained, but they didn't do any. They just let the ruts happen. They didn't fix those. And obviously those are large scale, so the tires are massive. They're huge, and they just absolutely, if a car goes end over end, it just digs massive grooves and divots out of the racing surface. So it's not hard, and obviously it's a different type of oil as well that comes out of the exhaust. So it's not hardening anything or making anything loose and oily necessarily. So it's very interesting seeing the different types of racing that happen and how the tracks maintain the clubs maintain the tracks and that sort of thing.
Because we quite often watch some of the races from the States, and whether the indoor races, and certain sections get really rutted up.
Yeah.
And they get really... But we're sort of thinking, why don't they repair it? But I guess it's good not to repair it, because it evolves and it moves and it changes. Whereas I think sometimes we you know we all like to race on nice, you know, I say nice smooth surfaces. At the end of the day, it's off road, but
Yeah.
certainly there's two sorts. A lot of people like the old school, you know, to let the track evolve, whereas other people don't. So
Yeah.
you try and keep everyone happy, but like with anything, you can't.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where each region, whether it's America or UK or Europe, is going to have its own way of doing things, and then even within those areas, you know, different areas of one track is going to treat their track different than the next one.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So you have your basically, you know, you pick and choose, and obviously the number of racers that sign up, you know, decide what
Yeah.
what sticks around. So I see you're following very, very intently the track timing. So you're actually on the same
We're on the same lap now. Yeah.
same lap now. So Jim, if we could hop on the camera and find the number 8 car. Is it still the red and white car out there?
No,
or have you guys
I
changed?
believe Dan's out there now. He's got like an orangey colour car.
Is it? No, that's number 10. That's just about to go into the J5 Racing section.
No, I think that's the Team 1 up the top. So I think we're coming round to finish our lap. I think.
Yes, it's the last of the cars going into the first corner, Jim. It's a number 8. It's a J5 Racing 2. So they're trying to catch car number 6 of the Herts RC models. They're on the same lap. So we may...
Don't think we've crossed the line, if I'm honest.
I'm pretty sure it did. Isn't that it? Or one of these in that section. It's 7 warming up. We've got a number 1 in the pit.
I can't see us out there. Four, 7.
Someone changed the body shell on you. Isn't this number 8 there? Just coming into pit now.
No,
or
it's
no, it's
number
9. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't
They're
think.
very similar looking. That's 6.
We were close. Right, we're back out now. Look, you just see there. That's my.
Okay.
Gone over the mid-centre section.
So going into the J5 Racing now, the white and yellow car with the black wing
one back from
on
there.
on the far.
That's it.
There we go. Oh, just flipped over. So
Commentator's curse.
always. So actually, yeah, you were on the same lap. Now
We
you're
were
three-
on the same
three-
lap.
Now you're
yeah.
3 laps down.
I think Dan must have had a cut,
Ah,
which is unfortunate. But what have we got left?
49 minutes.
Okay. So Darren's up there now.
So just, and I think we've lost the timing again. Jeez. Nino on 419. WRC on 411. Oddbods 400. Of course, these are a little bit out of date, but I'm a bit behind writing these down anyway. So JS Racing 2 is 396. Herts Club 382. Misfits 326. 286. And Cool Runnings 181 plus 105 is 306. That's not correct. Is it? Have the newbies had an issue? Maybe the newbies have had an issue. Or I don't know if that's at all correct. But
Oddbods have just gone grey. I don't know what that means.
could it be their that's the message, the code for waiting?
It normally go red, so it's gone red now on the live timing. On the so
Yeah, they've just crossed now, I think, at number 3. That's them. Oh, no, it's 8. That's you guys.
We're just going down start finish straight now.
Oh.
I don't know what happened there.
Oh, okay. So maybe that must be 3 then. Unless it's 9 or 6, because they all look very, very similar.
But if it was me, you wouldn't be able to tell because I'd be upside down so often. So 9 or 6, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. So there's a bit of a race on here. I don't understand that. We were 3 laps behind. We gained 2 minutes on the car in front, and we're still 3 laps behind. Right, I'm going to go get myself ready because I don't know if I'm out again. I might end up marshalling again.
Right, okay.
Good to speak to you again.
Yeah. Thank you very much for popping in and providing a bit more insight on how the team's going.
Yeah, right, speak to you soon.
All right, thank you. Good luck with the rest of the race. Okay, so we're getting there. We are, as I was saying, we're about 45 minutes to the end of the race, roughly. Don't have the actual time because the timing system is a bit of a loose connection somewhere. So just to run through some housekeeping, we are, like I said, about 45 minutes to the end of this 7-hour endurance race here at the Herts RC Model Club. Yesterday we had a 6-hour race that we were very excited to see all the action. It was very, very close action in the end. That was electric buggies. This is obviously nitro buggies, and there's a few nitro truggies thrown into the mix as well. And all of this is to benefit J5 Racing, which is the Carl Jackson Foundation. Carl is a much missed, very recently passed away racer. Is a very popular figure in this area and across the British RC off-road racing community. Very popular guy, very helpful, and always wanted to help bring new racers and new hobbyists into the hobby. So it's what we all want to see, really, here at RCTV. So this race here is to benefit the Carl Jackson Foundation. So if you want to help out, their mission is to, like I said, bring new blood into RC, provide arrive and drive type of racing machinery for new RC racers, to ease them into the racing community, provide help and setup tips and equipment wherever possible. They've already raised quite a bit of money. They've got a GoFundMe set up. If you go to GoFundMe.com and just type in Carl Jackson, it's Karl Jackson, Jackson. Just search for Carl Jackson and bring up a nice photo of Carl actually here at the track in the pits. And you can donate, if you wish, as much cash as you would like to provide. So they're doing stickers, and they're going to have hats and shirts for people to check out in time. So yeah, it's all good. So many of the friends, many of people here were friends with Carl and raced with him, and shared his love of RC. So it's all great stuff to see. A full weekend of racing here at the Herts Nitro Model Club. And so we've got a very tight final 40 minutes or so of racing remaining. just hoping that the live timing will sort of sort itself out. But the last we were able to check, JS Racing Team 2, or J5 Racing Team 2, just a couple laps behind Herts RC Models. And they were just barely a lap behind the Herts Oddbods. Nemo Racing hoping to catch up and pass J5 Racing Team 1 to take the top spot. Nemo Racing taking the win last year. Team WRC in third. They've been running in the third position for quite a while now, since about the 3-hour mark. They've been popping in and out, down to fourth, fourth, third, and at the moment they're running third now. Herts Club Racers, Misfits, Newbies, and Cool Runnings haven't quite been troubling the podium positions, but they're all battling against each other. And like we've been touching on, most of the drivers here are basically, they're not used to running more than 10 or 15 minutes at a time. National level racers, if you get into the main final, you're running 45-minute finals. But the semis and most of the finals are 20 minutes, which is, for most of the racers, that's quite a long time to hold your concentration and nerve. And you'll make sure that your car it requires an extra level of prep if you're going from 5 or 10 minute races, just running a fuel tank at a time basically, to running 20 minutes at a time, or 30 minutes, or 45 minutes at a time. So we've got the live timing back now. J5 Racing Team 1 on 4:45, 15 laps ahead of Nemo Racing. So they've made up, pulled away actually very slightly from a couple hours ago. Team WRC 8 laps behind Nemo Racing on 4:22. 12 laps behind them is Herts RC Models. 3 laps behind them is J5 Racing Team 2. Oddbods have dropped back, so we have missed that out on track. They're on 4:03 laps, and they are 11 laps ahead of Herts Club Racers. Actually 10 now. 3:93. On 3:33 is South Coast Misfits. Then you've got the Newbies and Cool Runnings, which I think actually those last two are flipped very slightly. Now we have, again, very firm, sharp shadows, very long shadows out on track. And just scanning down this, we don't have any lap-to-lap battles going on now. We are at just under 40 minutes remaining now. And I think we've given everybody a fair shake, an equal amount of screen time. So it's a matter of trying to figure out where the battles are going to be. See if we can find that car 1 of Nemo Racing then, because I know that they probably have just a couple stints remaining. Just coming across the finish line now. I think it's actually Kev running now. Yes, it is, unless it's someone else running his car. Coming down the AstroTurf, it's the bright pink and blue with the clear wing, number 1. Across the rumble strips and into that J5 section. J5, of course, stands for Jackson 5, which is the name that Carl Jackson chose for his little RC brand. So, oh, there we go. There's our times and laps on the screen, as you can see, as they're coming across. So everyone's spread out a bit, but actually it's a lot better, a lot closer than it was at this point of the race last year. There's Nemo Racing running away with the lead. And we didn't really have a firm grasp of exactly who was doing what because the timekeepers had to add loads and loads of laps to lots of the teams. So, but we're told that this is the actual running order. Cool Runnings is the only exception where there's going to be about 100 laps added to them. So they're actually running a little bit ahead of the newbies team, I believe. But as far as the podium positions, J5 Racing Team 1, 14 laps ahead of Nemo Racing. And that is our battle for the lead. WRC, looks like, are they doing a driver change? I think they are. But we are following Kev Brunston, who we were talking with earlier, on the sort of the lead man for the Nemo Racing team. Is he trying to get into the pits? Okay, there we go, and there's a fuel stop, fuel gun, and back out. Kev laying down the fast laps, as many as he can. Last time around was a 45-second lap time. We'll see what he does this time with a fuel stop. J5 Racing Team 1, 55-second lap time that time, their last time around. So with fuel stop, Kev did a 54-second lap, so adds about 10 seconds. It is a full stop and go, and then add 2 or 3 seconds, depending. And then obviously get back up to speed and back out. Throws off the rhythm a bit. For some drivers, that's an issue. For others, not really an issue at all. But even with the fuel stop, there was a faster lap than J5 Team 1. Maybe they had a fuel stop as well because they've just come across with a 48-second lap. So 34 minutes remaining. After 7 hours, it's come down to some fairly close. We've seen some battles kind of drift away. There's battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th has drifted a bit. It was very close between 4th and 5th with the odd bods very, very slowly catching up and passing Herts RC models on track. So it's good to catch that sort of action on camera. But obviously, there's been driver changes and whatever issues that might have come up. We haven't just have the one camera, just one pair of eyes, a couple pairs of eyes to spot these things. But try to catch as much as you can, provide that information. The J5 Team 2 still going around with that red and white HB car. So we're following Kev Brunston in the Agama N1. This is the lay-down shock car. For those of you not aware. Coming towards us on the AstroTurf. About to go into that J5 section over the rumble strips. So we got a message from Facebook. Hi, I couldn't make it this year. My silly missus has booked a holiday. Can you follow the Misfits for a bit, please? And also, great turnout for a great guy with 3 thumbs up. So let's see if we can find that car 9. We definitely will try to follow the Misfits. There's still plenty of time remaining in this one, so we can catch the final laps of the leaders, or at least the top 3. So I'll see if I can spot the car 9. You stay... Car 9 has just crashed, and the marshal hasn't noticed, but he's coming across now. But he's got to wait. There we go. Car 9 getting retrieved, and crossing the line now. Going down the main straight. I'm not sure who that is. I don't have an info sheet for the Misfits. Oh, tell a lie, I do. White, red, and black. Is that what this car is? I know there's a massive star on the side. I'm going to assume this is going to be Jason Brown, I think. So we'll give the Misfits a bit more extra love. I don't think we have, well, I know we haven't followed them in a little while, but we did follow them for, we tried to follow everybody. Plenty of time going around. Bit of a bad landing there. A little tail happy, getting in the loose stuff. We'll do it. And then Team WRC coming by to put him a lap down. Oh, getting hung up on the pipe there. It's annoying when it jumps out like that. It is a very technical track, though, so it's, I mean, even after all this time of driving, obviously it's not been the same driver driving for the last 6.5 hours, but even after all this time driving on the track, there's a lot to get used to. And obviously, as the sun comes out, it warms areas of the track up, and when it goes back in, those parts cool down once again. Oh, another bad landing. Not getting down, and then not getting that landing down. I think it's more the initial launch off the jump leading to that landing, really. Whoa! Another, ooh, that could have easily been a bad breakage. That rear suspension. J5 Racing stuck in the fence. That's Team 1. Don't think they've lost too much time, though, to the Nemo team. Let's see where they're sitting at the moment. 14 laps ahead. I think we're going to start running out of time. 28 minutes remaining in this one. It's going to be very, very tight between cars 1 and 2. Nemo chasing down the J5 Racing Team 1. Team WRC still running third. Well into the podium positions because they're 10 laps ahead of the Herts RC Models team. J5 Racing Team 2 has moved up past the Odd Bods, 4 laps ahead of them, and themselves 3 laps behind the Herts RC Models. So Herts RC running 4th, J5 Racing Team 2 running 5th, Oddbods running 6th. In 7th place, the Club Racers, Herts Club Racers on 406 laps. In 8th, we have on 343 laps, we have the South Coast Misfits, then the Newbies on 306 laps, and Cool Runnings on 204 on the computer, but we're told to add 105 laps to them, which would put them at 309, so 3 laps just ahead of the Newbies. But following the Misfits at the moment, the red progress bar, so it means the computer's just expecting them to, going into the pits now. Ooh, and flip over. It's not where you want to have a mistake. Well, you don't want to have a mistake anywhere, but very few people are ready with an arm to pick up a car that's crashed at the entrance of the pits. Kind of just a bad spot, and then obviously risk holding up several of the other teams because there's just one car wide. 26 minutes remaining. Getting stuck up on the... See it? That's how that pit stops throws off the rhythm of the track, of the racing. What's going on there? Issues with the tripod. Ooh, 2 wheels. Issues with the tripod or something, but just 25 minutes remaining to deal with it. Oh, wrong side of the track there. So I'm not really foreseeing a huge amount of movement in the standings for the remaining 25 minutes, but it's all down to luck sometimes. So I'm not sure who's putting down some fast laps. Possibly the J5 Racing Team 2 and the number 8, which I think is still that red and white HB car. No, it's not out on track, so they must have changed drivers now. But last lap was fairly quick, 44 seconds compared to the Herts RC models of 48 and 55 this last time. Let's see if we can find this number 8 car, J5 Racing Team 2. Ooh, bad roll. The Oddbods coming into pit. These Cool Runnings down the main straight. Still can't see the number 8. Oh, it is the red and white car. You must have been pitting or something like that. Coming towards this gym and off the AstroTurf jumps. There we go, you're already on them. This is potentially one of our teams to threaten for position here. It just depends on how the next many laps go. There's about 23 minutes remaining. So we'll see what the lap time is this time around. 55 seconds last time, 45 seconds this time. Still 5 seconds, 4.5 seconds faster than the Herts RC Models car of number 6. So I'll see where I can spot. We'll do the same thing we did last time and see if we can see where that number 6 is. I think it is actually behind it on track. So, but to make up 2 and say about 3/4 of a lap, if I'm reading this properly. Herts RC at the moment on 431 laps, 430 for the J5 Racing Team 2, who we're following right now. So the 6 has come across. It's a 38 flat on the timer next to the. I'm not sure what time that is relating to on. On the timing screen next to the tower. So it's 38 flat, and this car comes across 31 seconds-ish behind. So it's a little more than half a lap behind. Across again, it's 52. There's still plenty of time to make up, but there's still plenty of time to run. Oh, and a bad launch. What kind of landing was that? That was amazing. So anyway, 16... it's about 28, so making up about 2 seconds a lap, if that stays consistent. But as we saw before, with the almost the same teams, with the Oddbods and Herts RC Racers team being caught by Oddbods, it takes a while. If you're, 2 seconds a lap is a good pace to be catching a competitor, but obviously, we know that at least every 7.5 minutes, drivers are going to have to come in to. And that's not going to help either. That's going to take a lot of time away. So just suddenly added another 2 laps or so to the catch. So it's going to be a difficult one because there's obviously, like I was saying, there's going to be every 7.5 minutes you're going to have to refuel. And we don't know if something's going to happen, obviously, with lap traffic or another mistake like that. Another 1 or 2 of those types of mistakes, and chances are gone. And we just saw another mistake there. So we're keeping an eye on things, but this is about as close as we're going to get in these dying stages of this 7-hour race. 19 minutes remaining. J5 Racing Team 1 leading this one. Nemo Racing many, many laps behind. Just going to have a look. It's going to be 13 laps now. Team WRC 12 laps behind Nemo. Herts RC Models being chased by this car that we're watching right now. Herts RC on 435 laps. J5 Racing Team 2 on 434. Oddbods on 427. Hertz Club Racers on 416. South Coast Misfits on 343. HNMC Newbies on 316. And Cool Runnings on 317, if we're going to add in the laps. So it's this is about as tight a battle as we have. So we're sticking with this one, with the red and white J5 Racing 2 in the J5 Racing section. Coming over the single AstroTurf jump, over the steps, clearing the tabletop with ease. coming down the short chute towards the very, very tight, nasty chicane. And that's the Oddbods car, actually. These guys are, well, they're together. They're separated by a few laps. So it's obviously we can see the J5 Team 2 is a bit faster than them at the moment. Obviously all drivers and drivers of different abilities, and obviously everyone's running their own car. 7 hours of endurance racing, nitro endurance racing as well, to benefit the Carl Jackson Foundation. Carl, a much loved member of the RC community here in Hertfordshire and surrounding areas. There's lots of racers, lots of clubs all around, and club very graciously providing the facility to allow the J5 racing team to put on this race. I'm pretty sure that was a driver change that we just saw. Let's see. I'm not sure. That's not a... Oh, yeah. Sorry. That is car 8 now. All right. Okay, we've got Team Cool Runnings has popped in. How are you? Here you go, sir.
How you doing?
All right. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Yeah. Let me just put that right up. Very good. So, yeah, you're one of the local racers, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Very good. And so, how many guys do you have on your team?
6.
Or how many racers, I should say?
6.
Yeah. All right. And we didn't get any info sheet for you guys. So, if you want to go ahead and list them by name.
We got like Alton Campbell.
Yeah.
Otis Brown.
Okay.
Darren Keeble. Chevelle. I don't know his second name.
Okay. This is no problem.
Chevelle. Who else have we got? Otis, Alton, Chevelle, Clayton.
Yeah.
Otis, Alton, Chevelle, Clayton. Me. Darren. That's about it, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's your name, sir?
My name, Peter Yapia.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, we saw you here yesterday practicing.
I wasn't
right?
really practicing.
No. Just getting set up.
Yeah. I'm more fix the track.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Perfect.
what I do.
Well, I mean, the track's in great shape.
Yeah, it's held up.
Yeah.
Considering.
Yeah. I mean, there's thousands of laps being run by all the teams.
It's still held up.
Yeah. I think we're going to be hitting probably 500 laps for the top team. So multiply that by 10.
we had terrible trouble today. On the first car, like, we had a problem with the transponder.
Right.
Yeah. So we got another transponder. And that fell off in the race.
Right. Okay.
So we got it back and got another transponder on there, and it's managed to stay to the end.
Right. Okay. Well, that's good.
So like we ain't at the end.
Yeah.
We're farther up that. I think we're battling with these.
Yeah, if we're adding the 105 laps, which is what Jim told me, you guys are just a couple of laps ahead of the newbies team.
Okay,
Yeah.
Which one's the newbies? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, car team 10.
Okay. What about South Coast? How far are we far from South Coast?
Let me just bring that up on the phone here. So, 217. You're about, I don't know, about 15 laps behind.
Okay.
It's going to be, I mean, there's only 13 minutes left.
Oh,
so it'll be...
Yeah, well, that's it. It's finished, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's been a great day still.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the whole idea, to help.
Everybody's been having fun.
Yeah, that's good. And have you guys, Jim was telling me that you guys on the team, on the Cool Runnings team, aren't normally like regional type racers or national level
No. We're just clubmen.
Yeah.
You
So
know.
you're not really used to. I mean, the general makeup of the team isn't really used to racing more than 15, 20 minutes at a
20
time,
minutes
probably.
at a time,
Yeah.
That's it.
So has it been a struggle for the
No,
guys?
everybody's actually kept through. Only one car has had like a big accident, like a breakage.
Okay.
But like everything
That's
else
really
has been
good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
We've had problems with the transponders. Not
Yeah,
cars.
that's the main thing. Yeah.
But,
Oh, well, that's fantastic. So, I mean, obviously, you've seen the guy. I mean, are these two your guys over there, down there,
yes,
in the middle?
yes, yes. That's Darren and that's Otis.
Okay.
The one sitting in a chair is Otis.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. And yeah, I mean, the main thing is,
Yeah, everybody's enjoyed themselves.
yeah.
I mean, not just us. I mean, everybody in the whole pit. We've all been. Yeah. It's been
Well,
good.
that's excellent.
Been good.
That's excellent. I know. I need to tell Darren I've donated a tenner to the foundation in Carl's name.
Okay, that's
for the
that's
stickers.
excellent. That's
Yeah, he
excellent.
gave me some stickers yesterday, so I want to make sure and do my bit.
Carl Jackson was a great lad.
Yeah.
Helped everybody.
And how long have you been a member of the club here?
I'm relatively new here. I actually do on-road racing.
Okay.
Yeah, like I'm a bit better at on-road than what I am at off-road, but I have a lot of fun here.
Yeah.
You know, but everybody's really, really nice.
Yeah.
And like I say, I'm responsible for the track.
Okay. So are you a member of another club as well for on-road?
No, like this. Well, yeah, actually, I'm a member of Halifax. That's an on-road club.
Okay.
You know.
Halifax in Yorkshire.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
That's a bit of a drive.
Yeah, it's a bit of a drive, but like, yeah, I've been doing it a while.
Okay. Yeah. Very good. I mean, Halifax is a lovely track. I was telling Jim about.
It's the best in the country.
Yeah.
But I reckon this
I
is
would
the
say
best
so.
off-road in the country.
Yeah.
And I reckon Halifax is the best on-road in the country.
Yeah. I do like visiting Halifax. Halifax in West Yorkshire. Not far from Bradford, where my girlfriend's
right.
from. So it's,
Okay.
have an opportunity to go up there quite often.
That makes things nice.
Yeah. So that's really good. So, so who is out on track at the moment? If we're
from us
finding,
lot?
for your guys, find car 7, Jim.
Which
you're
one's
able
us?
to.
Hold on, it's
Trying
Alton Campbell.
Trying to find.
There he is coming around over the big jump. Oh, well, you never mean to. Yeah, seen that
Yeah,
with the yellow.
and about to come over the single AstroTurf jump, and the next car over the. Yeah, there we go, over the tabletop. We've got him on screen now.
Yeah, that's
There we
it.
go. Yeah, we have been following you guys because you're one of the. I think there's only 2 teams that have a truggy, and your guys.
I'm not a trucky driver.
You are okay. That's you then. Okay, all right. Have you
Been
found
going
it?
well with the trucky. Actually.
Yeah. It's weird how the tires on them are. I mean, obviously they're huge compared to the buggy tires.
They last a lot longer than they
Yeah.
do on the buggy.
Yeah,
the
well,
buggy
because the
tires.
contact patch probably is a lot bigger. You think?
I don't know. We use super softs
Yeah.
mainly, and it's like, but they last like about one set of super softs impacts.
Yeah.
Will last you about 3 races.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's really good, actually.
So like my set of impacts, what I put on today, I still got tread on them. And you see what we do.
Yeah. Excellent stuff. All right. So obviously you're going to be at the moment you're ahead of the newbies team.
Yeah. I think we might be closer to South Coast than that because like we've had 2 transponder changes, not 1.
Okay. Yeah, I did notice because I was.
So they've
I
got
was,
to
I was.
add everything
You
up.
see here that I was writing down the lap counts at
Yeah.
trying to do it at half-hour intervals, but got 24, then 36, and then 35 for some reason, and then 90, and then 5.
Yeah.
So there's your changes,
Yeah.
like you're saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure Jim will be adding them to the end of the race. But he told me earlier on it's about 105 laps.
105 laps.
Yeah, if you add it.
all together.
Yeah, no, if you add whatever
what
your
we
total
start-
is
yeah,
on the
yeah.
computer, add 105 to that.
Okay.
And like I said, a few minutes ago, that puts you 2 laps ahead of the newbies team, and I think about 10 or 12 laps behind the Misfits.
Okay.
But we'll see. Obviously,
It's not long
they're,
to go.
They're obviously not running at the moment. The Misfits team, the Car 9. So maybe they're doing a driver change, or maybe they've had a breakage or something. Who knows?
We'll see. IC Racing Team 2 isn't racing as well.
Yeah, they were trying to catch up to the RC Models, the Jim's team. So if
Funny enough,
if they've
Jim's
had-
team's done really well today.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember last year they had a lot of issues.
Yeah, they folded. Same as what it is. They had the issues what we had this year with the transponders.
Yeah.
The cars are going well though.
Yeah, yeah. And I've seen very few breakages, and obviously it's the usual like the uprights and stuff like that, just like small stuff. I did see one kind of major
Alton,
one.
yeah, he hasn't raced this year.
Really?
No, they've been busy. You might notice. Oh, look, and he hasn't raced. He only had 1 day practice. Well, not even a day. Look at that. Oh. But yeah, it's not bad for and he's a clubman. He ain't been doing it longer than 3 years?
It's pretty good. Way better than I would be after 3 years of practice.
Well, actually, it's not. They don't practice. They just come and race.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like that. I don't really practice. I just come and race. Well, you got some here that'll come here 2-3 times a week practicing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you put in the practice, you're gonna get the pay.
Especially with the night racing or night practice sessions kicking back up, and be able to get more practice time if.
Well, me and Darren Roper is gonna try and get the Thursday nights off again.
Yeah. Jim was mentioning that the Thursday nights are kind of coming back to the club, which is great to hear.
Yeah.
So it's not just additional practice time for everybody, but
I've got to go out. If he
all right.
Stores, I've got to go out. That's Clayton, and that's Travell.
Okay. So on the left was Clayton and Travell on the right.
Yeah, Clayton was the light one.
Yeah. Oh, got a flame out.
All right.
Okay.
I think I got to go.
Okay. Yeah. Watch you don't trip. Okay. I had to rapid exit to help sort out his driver. All right, how are you? Got another one coming in. All these very last minute. How are you? If you go ahead and introduce yourself to the RCTV world.
Yeah, indeed. John Haynes, South Coast Misfits.
Okay, all right. We're just following you guys for quite a while, really. So you can obviously watch back and critique everyone's driving if you want. So how have you guys been handling things?
So I think compared to last year, we've done a lot better. That's for sure. I mean, we won't be last, so we've got a couple of the new guys as well. So we're kind of in the same state we were last year. I was brand new last year, so second year, definitely done a lot better.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, just trying to get everyone to get the fair amount of track time. And, it doesn't really matter where we come. It's for a good cause, and that's all that really matters today.
Yeah. Well, no, it's excellent. Like I was saying, I didn't actually get that chap's name.
Pete.
Pete. Okay. Like I was saying to Pete, it's Darren gave me a couple of sticker sheets yesterday, so it's found out what the GoFundMe website is. We put it on the stream for everybody to share, and sent a tenner. All right. Right. Okay. If we can follow Car 2, Jim, wherever he's at on track. All of these are literally coming in the last 5 minutes of the run. We've been broadcasting for 7 hours. Anyway, Darren, who just popped his head in to ask us to follow Callum, gave me some stickers yesterday, so found the GoFundMe page, sent in my tenner to pay for the stickers. So, hopefully, and notice one or two other people have donated as well. So it's all, like you say, all for a good cause and all for a good person all around from everything that we've heard. And I was reminded actually yesterday that I talked to Carl last year on the endurance race. I was like, you know what? I talked to so many people last time. Didn't even actually remember, but I know it's like you say, it's all for a good cause, and if the memorial meet becomes a memorial thing every year, which would be fantastic, all to help J5 racing and get more people into racing, get more young people in, get new blood into the hobby.
Yeah,
it's all good.
Us old guys are definitely not the future of the sport.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's flamed out. That's Callum. What's happened? Someone needs to be running out. Oh, there goes Darren out across the track. So less than 2.5 minutes remaining now. So I think we need to find that is the car 2 that we're following. It's our leader. So hopefully, I don't think Nemo's going to make up 10 laps or so, even with this flame out. It's actually 13 laps still of the lead that the car 2 has. I'm sure they'll get it started. They don't really need to, but it would be nice if they finish the race running. So how far afield has your team, the Misfits, been coming? I know it's obviously you call themselves the South Coast Misfits.
Yeah, absolutely. So for myself, down on the South Coast in Portsmouth, I think the nearest guy is just over an hour away.
Right, okay.
So most of us are a good couple of hours, so it's going to be a late night when we get back tomorrow and try not to do too much at work tomorrow, but I don't think I'll get away with that one either. But
And is this a normal stop on your club racing circuit? Or
yeah, I think we've upped the amount of times that we come up here throughout the course of the year. It's one, let's be frank, it's one of the best tracks in the UK that we have available to us for club racing. The club racing here will teach you a lot, teach you how to get your elbows out for sure. So that's been something to add, which has been nice this year. And we all come up the night before, have a camp and barbecue and everything good like that. So it's a good way to catch up with friends. And,
that's good.
Have the social side with it as well.
Is the camping on the other side of the track, or is it on the other side of the?
Usually Jim will just let us go up in
right. Okay,
so that we don't really have to pay for a campsite.
Okay. Oh, so there's like proper camping that way.
There is proper camping.
Okay. Right.
We dive down in the mornings and nip the showers and things like that.
Right,
so we get the best of both worlds. Add even more expense.
All right, so I think J5 Racing is out running again. So, Jim, if we can very rapidly pick up car 2, because they're about to come across and for their win, basically. Got less than about 15 seconds remaining. It's 7 hours of racing as the cars are coming across to finish their laps. Checker flag waving now. Car 8 coming across. That's the J5 Racing Team 2. I'm not sure if that was the car 6. Car 10 of the newbies. Just coming across now. This is car 3 of the odd bods. So I actually know the car numbers now for the team names. Car 9. That's your team coming across the finish.
Yeah, that'll be Jay.
Car 5, the club racers coming across the finish. I'm not sure that the team 2 decided to finish after that flame out. There's no number on that one, so I can't tell which one it is. Oh! Bit of a mix-up there. Car 7 for the Cool Runnings to come across and finish. So there we go. That's 7 hours of racing complete. Thanks very much for coming in. So I think I'm not sure who did the fastest lap. I don't know if there's going to be a time. All right, cool. Thanks. All right, so that's 7 hours of racing complete for the Herts Nitro Model Club J5 Racing Memorial Meet for to benefit the Carl Jackson Foundation. Again, if you would like to participate, contact J5 Racing on Facebook. So if you want to help out the club, their efforts, find the GoFundMe.com and search for Carl Jackson. It's Karl Jackson. But that is it from me. After 7 hours of endurance racing, J5 Racing Team 1 takes it with 493 laps. Nemo Racing second, 482. Team WRC with 468 laps. That's your top three. With Herts RC Models, J5 Racing Team 2, Herts Oddbods, Herts Club Racers, South Coast Misfits, HNMC Newbies, and Cool Runnings actually just finishing just ahead of the Newbies. But that is it from me, Frank McKinney, for RC Racing TV. You had Jim on camera all day long and James in the control truck. So we'll see you next time. Don't forget to check us out. Subscribe to the channel. Check out RC Racing TV for some awesome RC TV merch. But that is it from us from the Hertz Nitro Model Club.